All right. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Ackle here, and welcome back to each and every one of you. And of course, if you're watching this over on YouTube, hit the like button and click the link in the description down below because it is always better when it's live. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so happy to be back here with each and every one of you. It is Thursday, so almost weekend. This weekend we have the League of Legends semi-finals or quarterfinals or I don't know, playoffs, I guess. I think it's this weekend. So that's something that's real hype. Like it's gonna bang, I think. Yeah. Thursday is always a tough day. Thursday's like you almost like you just want You kind of just want your day to end so that the weekend can begin, but then at the same time, it's still week, right? So you still have to work. I recorded a video, did some thumbnails for some clips and shit, and now we're here, back to the fucking grind, you know, as it always is. For those of you that missed it, yesterday we streamed on YouTube. We played some Mass Effect, which was just really a lot of fun. I don't know how many people liked it. I don't know how people feel about, you know, playing games that's super story driven. Maybe some people like it, maybe some people don't. I mean, I don't know. It depends. We're quite early today though, I think. Ken Kaiser, how you doing, brother? Any plans for FF soon? Yeah, actually I do. I was sick last week and my voice was fucked earlier this week, so I would not have been able. I actually wanted to play Final Fantasy on Tuesday, but my voice was so screwed up that it would not have worked, because by the end of Tuesday's stream my voice was fucked and it wasn't even Final Fantasy, right? There's a lot of talking in Final Fantasy and a lot of reading with drama and shit, so that wouldn't have worked. But I think we're gonna go back to Final Fantasy next week. Robotic, you motherfucker, with the 10 community subs. Zucchini, how you doing? Can we get some hearts in chat for Robotic? Robotic, how you doing, brother? I really appreciate the gifts, brother. No, I think next week, Final Fantasy probably. All depends, right? I don't want to make promises because I know you fucking guys. I'm gonna say next week, and then something comes up, and I start doing something else, and then you're gonna be like, oh my god, he fucking said next week. But right now, the tentative plan next week. I'm looking forward to getting back into it, especially since everyone else is enjoying the islands and enjoying the new story, and here's Akalon not even anywhere fucking near it. So that does kind of annoy me a little bit. So yeah. Yeah, good. Just about to jump into a WoW raid. Oh, wow. You still play WoW, Robotic? Holy shit. Although it makes sense, right? You're a raider. So I remember being a raider as well. Somehow when you're a raider, the game being in a bad state doesn't affect you as much. I remember when I used to raid back, like way back in the day, right? This is Legion days. I did my last raid, Antorus. And we quit on Mythic Argus. Or I quit on Mythic Argus. I remember we were progressing on Mythic Argus, and we sort of got it to the third phase 2 weeks into our progression. We were like at the end of the second, beginning of the third phase. And I just remember sitting there thinking to myself, I fucking hate this. I have videos that I want to make. I have topics that I want to cover. And every week I have to sacrifice 3 to 4 days out of my schedule to do this shit that I don't want to do. And that was like the next day I went to the officers. I called a guild meeting. I was GM, so I called the guild meeting and I said, look, guys, I'm happy for all of you to continue the guild if that's what you want to fucking do. But I'm out, right? I'm done. I don't want to play anymore. And then a lot of people were like, well, actually, we don't. Because I said, look, I'll finish the progress on Argus. We'll kill Argus, and then I'm done. And then a lot of people said, no, actually, we don't want to progress on Argus. We want to do re-clears first. And I was like, no, I'm sorry. I'm not going to fucking re-clear this raid again. Because at that point, we had already re-cleared the raid for 2 months. I was like, no. CDJ, how you doing, brother? Nixty, how you doing? And I just said, I'm sorry. I'm fucking done re-clearing this. We either keep the lockout on Argus and we just progress till we get it down, or you guys can find new fucking guilds. I'm not re-clearing this shit. Because at that point, everyone was fucking geared to the hilt. Like, we were out gearing Argus at that point. So, a lot of my guild members were like, oh, we want the purple pixels. And I was like, hey, fuck off. Then we're done. And that was the last time I was in a raid in World of Warcraft. And since then, when you don't have... Shadow Grove, how you doing? If you're not raiding in World of Warcraft, its shortcomings become so glaringly obvious. I think that's the thing that a lot of people sort of misunderstand when it comes to World of Warcraft, is that if you raid or you do Mythic Plus, you don't see just how terribly bad World of Warcraft is at literally everything else. Right? Because World of Warcraft does raiding really well. It does Mythic Plus, I would say, really well for people that like Mythic Plus. And it does PvP really well for people that like PvP. But if you don't do any of those 3 things, there's literally nothing else in WoW. I guess you could say collections as well. But if you're going to talk collections, if you compare that to literally every other game out there, I would argue that a lot of games have better collections than World of Warcraft. Like, if you're going to go to Transmog, I would argue Final Fantasy's Glam system is probably better. Not in terms of functionality. I think Transmog is better functionally than Glam. But I think the scope of what Final Fantasy offers in terms of glamorizing your character is better than that of World of Warcraft. Pets and mounts, I would say Final Fantasy probably wins there. Guild Wars probably has quite a lead there too. Sejinek, you bastard, thanks for the tail. What's up, dude? Really appreciate that. 8 months in a row. 8 months now, you've been part of the D-Gen army. I really appreciate you, brother. And I see you again, and may you have a really nice day. I have to leave for work soon. Oh, shit. Dude, I'm very happy to have you pop in, man. So I would say the thing is, all other MMOs on the market these days do casual content much better than WoW. And it becomes glaringly obvious when you don't do the things that... So those things that I mentioned, World of Warcraft, I would say, leads the pack. I think World of Warcraft, in terms of raiding, is the best MMO out there. I think World of Warcraft, in terms of dungeons, best MMO out there. I think World of Warcraft, in terms of PvP, best MMO out there. I think there's MMOs that get close in terms of PvP. I think ESO does a decent job of keeping pace. I think Guild Wars does a decent job of keeping pace, but I don't think it nails it quite as good as World of Warcraft does. But that's the thing. And a game cannot just be that. There has to be more to a game than just that, right? And that's what you realize as soon as you stop doing those things. That's the only thing that WoW focuses on. It's like, what is this game? It's not a game. It's an instanced menu clicker. That's what this game is. The majority of this game is you clicking on different menu icons and then zoning into doing your content. It is effectively... World of Warcraft is effectively Monster Hunter that pretends to be an open world RPG. If Monster Hunter sort of wanted to have an open world, it would be World of Warcraft, because it's very similar in that, you know, you sign up, you queue up for what you want to go do, and then you go do the thing, and all of that is instanced. So there's no real meat around the bones. It's just the bones. And that became clear. So once I quit raiding, I found myself increasingly fast, actually, in the game, not knowing what to do. And I realized there's a lot of people right now that's going, but actually, Aklon, that's what the game is for, right? It's for dungeons, it's for raids. No. I'm sorry, no. A game in 2022 cannot just be that. when every other MMO gets it right, when every other MMO gives you a crap ton of content to do as a casual, then you cannot say, well, actually, dude, that's what the game is for. It's for dungeons and raids and yeah, okay, but then the game needs to die. If you want the game to be just that, then sure, but then it's going to die because there are many more MMOs that offer a lot more depth. A lot more. And WoW seems to agree with me. Blizzard seems to agree with me at least because Dragonflight seems to solve, or at least seeks to solve, a lot of those issues. Nope, the full dragon riding system has been put into alpha now, and it can be maxed in under 4 hours to full-blown dragon riding. How do you mean it can be maxed to full-blown dragon riding in 4 hours? Supersized server, it is stupid, yeah. It's not that it would be boring. WoW became that old school hardcore MMO like EverQuest RuneScape compared to Kane. 100% agree with you there. Dude, okay, so I just want to say there's a new... I fucking hate this, man. They've changed... There's a new OBS. And that OBS have removed chat from the system. And I fucking hate it. I want to see chat, but I can't see fucking chat. Tinny put up a vid for it today. You can unlock full-blown dragon riding, the 40 gloves, to unlock all dragon riding features in 4 hours. King Julian, how you doing, brother? They got rid of the fill up the bar world quest grind. 4 hours doesn't seem right. It seems more like that's a test, right? They want to see what people can do with full-blown dragon riding, so they're making it quicker. It does not seem right. If it's only 4 hours, then what the fuck is that system? Like what progression system is that? I'm all for not having massive fucking grinds to time gate shit, but progression also needs to take some time, right? If it's just 4 hours, that's not much of a progression system. That's an introduction. It means that dragon riding was always built to have all the tips and tricks and things that you can do, and you just have to spend 3 minutes or like 4 hours being introduced to it. I'm sorry, no. Just no. Not in 4 hours. That is ridiculous. I knew they were gonna do more of that, and I'm interested to see how many more they're gonna do. Supersize, dude. Okay, I'm really annoyed now. I don't have chat on OBS anymore, and you guys have no idea how annoying that is. Why would you remove that? Like, I do not understand why. Did they argue that it wasn't necessary anymore? Because most people I guess most people just use the pop-out chat, I suppose. Alright, well, I guess we can use pop-out chat then. Not that that's great, but, you know, it is what it is. We'll just use pop-out chat. Well, how long do you think it would be a good length then, Akko? Like a week and a half to get full-blown? No. A couple of months, bro. What the fuck are you talking about a week and a half? A couple of months, bro. You're talking about an endgame system that's supposed to be progressed and progressed through. And you have to start feeling like you're more and more proficient. You are not. If I put you on a horse right now and you've never ridden a horse, you're not going to learn how to ride a horse like a pro in 4 hours. It's going to take you considerably longer than that, most likely a couple of months, to just be able to do it properly, not even at professional level, but do it properly. So it's a skill that you have to learn, but if it only takes 4 hours, that is not a skill. So yeah, I would say 4 hours is way too quick. Instance with the Scions joining in as the last hurrah for them. Oh, I'm gonna have to give that a go. The glyphs spawn in raid zones right now, and you can get them all right now, but it will be time gated when it comes out to progression. I do believe that right now they are doing it because they need to test it, so they're making it as quick and fast as possible to ensure that everyone gets to taste the way that it's gonna be when it's all unlocked, so that they know where the shortfalls are. I don't think that this is how it's going to be. The Stalwartine, how you doing? I know it'll most likely never happen, yet I stay with WoW hoping player or guild housing will be added. That is purely about the aesthetic of decorating and showing off achievements when just chilling with people. I think it will happen, actually. If it doesn't happen, that's not good. I mean, Ian have already spoken about it, and have already said that this is something that they do really want to do. So I'm gonna go out on a limb and say you can probably expect guild housing or player housing at the very least, probably in 11.0. I would argue most likely 11.0. Sijanek, take care of yourself, brother. Thank you so much for coming to hello. The thing that you have to ask yourself with that, in very specifically, can you be an MMO in the year 2022 without housing? Considering the fact that out of all of the top 5 MMOs, and even if we go further, if we go top 10, the majority of them have housing. The majority of them have housing. I think Guild Wars doesn't really have housing. It kind of has an instance place that you can do shit on, but it doesn't really have housing, right? Peter Skunkape, you bastard. 2 months part of the DJ Nation. Really appreciate you, brother. But you go back to things like EverQuest. And there's a couple of other really old MMOs that all have housing. It's like, wait a second. You cannot be the only MMO in 2022, the only serious MMO in 2022 that doesn't have housing. I mean, that's not going to work. People want housing. And yeah, you might be one of those people that couldn't give 2 fucks about housing, but that's your fucking problem. The question elites. I think all the quest and elites from the current should scale with each patch of said expansion. Pre-season 4 zones like Bastion and Korthia are pretty much dead. Tiresome. So we were talking about this quite in depth during the last podcast, but Blizzard have this always look forward mentality when it comes to designing World of Warcraft, right? Whenever they design anything, they always think to themselves, okay, what is the future? And then they forget about everything that is in the past, which is not really a very good way of designing a game or anything, really. Because, yes, it's important to move forward, and yes, it's important to create content for the future, but it's also important to remember that a game is the sum of all of its parts, right? Nixty, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Really appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, hearts in chat. Hearts in chat, I really appreciate that, Nixty. Thank you, thank you, thank you. A game is the sum of all of its parts. Now, if you purposefully exclude just a shit ton of the parts of your game, what are you doing? You're leaving things on the table that could otherwise be used as a positive for why you should play the game. Let's do a little thought experiment, chat. Let's run through all of the things that World of Warcraft have now and pretend that all of those things were still current and being maintained. We won't even go back to like the earliest days, but let's just say that the Argent tournament grounds was still a thing, right? And you could still there were like new things added all the time and new cosmetics and stuff added all the time. It was still like a proper place that scaled up, and you could still do dailies there. Then we go to Mist of Pandaria and we look at the farm. So imagine if the farm in Mist of Pandaria was still a thing, and you could still grow modern cooking ingredients in that farm. Then we go to the garrison, and you imagine that Blizzard, after Warlords of Draenor had launched and Legion came out, Blizzard actually started adding functionality to the garrisons. So the garrisons is still very limited in what they do, but Blizzard added the option to change the aesthetic look of your garrison, so you could make your garrison look like a Forsaken garrison or a Troll garrison or a Dwarf garrison or a Gnome garrison, you know, things like this. And they added all of those aesthetic changes to the game. So you would do different quests in Warlords of Draenor, maybe do a couple of dungeons for Warlords of Draenor, and all of those sort of cosmetic changes to the garrison would drop from there. And also the garden in the garrison would still drop herbs that is current herbs, and the mine would drop ores that is current ores, although be it very limited, so it doesn't really fuck up the economy, but it is kind of limited. Then we go to Legion, and we imagine that the Covenant or the class order holds was still being kept up. There was actually storylines added in Shadowlands, in BFA, to the class order holds. So whenever you got to BFA, you had the major story for BFA, but then you also had like this small little quest chain that your class would send you on, and that would sort of give you a reason to do things, right? Nixie, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, hearts in chat, I really appreciate that. And then we go to BFA and we say, okay, Blizzard kept the island expeditions alive and well, and they actually started to build on the island expeditions. So they made them really cool. They fixed some of the issues. Maybe they made some of those island expeditions where the bosses that spawn there are an actual challenge, and it is sort of like a boss run where you go to these different islands and the bosses get progressively harder and harder, and there is still the PvP element to it. Blizzard kept the war fronts updated and maybe added a couple of new war fronts throughout Shadowlands, as well as some war fronts that's coming in Dragonflight. And then we imagine going into Dragonflight, Blizzard kept Torghast up to date, but now made it a lot more just deep dungeon-esque that you would have in Final Fantasy. You know, how many things do you currently have now that you can do in World of Warcraft? In this hypothetical world that we live in. You see what I mean? Suddenly, World of Warcraft is a game with a fuck ton of content. Suddenly, and we haven't even added anything new yet, right? We're literally, all we're doing is we've just kept all of the old stuff updated. Suddenly, there's a shit ton of things for you to do in World of Warcraft just because those things already exist. Now, imagine if Blizzard said, okay, we're going to bring old dungeons back. We're going to bring some of the old raids back and make them once again challenging and sort of level them up to your level to give you the option to go run those old dungeons with a bunch of your friends at semi, you know, the similar level of what you would do it when it was current. And now you have even more content. So if you only look forward, the problem is that you run into a zero-sum game, because every single time you release something new, you lose everything else. Like everything old is lost. So let's go let's look at Shadowlands. Shadowlands launched with 4 zones, 5 zones, and if you include them more, all of those stories, all of those covenants, everything. Then Korthia came out, and as soon as Korthia came out, all 4 of the original zones were completely lost. Suddenly, no longer important. The only place that you need to be now is in Korthia. The old zones, only really for leveling or for those people that didn't diligently farm when it was current. So Korthia is one zone that replaces 4 zones. If we do a scale-to-scale comparison and we say, right, how much content did we gain versus how much content did we lose, I think you would argue we lost far more content than what we gained. That's the problem with World of Warcraft. They only look forward and they keep forgetting about the past. So every time something new comes out, they lose more than what they actually gain. And they need to change that mindset and say, okay, no, wait a second. How about we start looking at how do we just gain? Let's not lose anything. Let's gain something. So let's keep the old zones updated whilst also bringing out this new zone, because it's all still part of the same story. You know, it's not like our old story is just done now. There's still story that can be told there. This world is still our world, and we have to treat this world as if it is always alive and well, and you want to progress through it, right? How they have so much old content that people can enjoy, and yet they treat them like scrap. True. I've still never been to Korthia. You're not missing anything. It's like a giant tent of secrets. This will probably bring out player housing if they can put your garrison or a giant turtle and sell it for like $50 store mount. Maybe. I fucking hope not. But then again, I've already figured out how Blizzard can make all the money in the world. And they do not even need to... They do not even need to add store mounts. Like, Blizzard could remove all of the store mounts tomorrow and just use my system, and they would make more money than you can ever fucking imagine. You guys are going to hate me when I say this, because this is... If there's anyone from Blizzard watching this, they're probably going to use this, because I promise you, they are going to make a fucking killing. $11 years and I've never even tried paid battles. I mean, paid battles doesn't really matter, does it? Like, does anyone give a fuck about paid battles? I don't know. Maybe there's people that give a fuck about paid battles. I'd be well fucking surprised if there was, though. Player housing is boring as fuck. I'm so glad we don't have player housing. King Julian, shut the fuck up. What are you talking about? What would change in your way of playing the fucking game, King Julian, if player housing was added tomorrow to World of Warcraft? Like, what would change? Paid battles, as long as I can be over-leveled for them. Once it's level 25 as level 5, I'm shitty. I don't think I have a single pet that's level fucking 10 even. I mean, this is a genuine question. What would change if you don't... So... my thing, but it's something I don't even care about. But dude, that's exactly my fucking point. Nothing would change for you. So why in the fuck are you glad you don't have it? It's like me. I hate PvP in World of Warcraft. I couldn't give 2 fucks about PvP in World of Warcraft. I don't care though, because this is how I deal with PvP in World of Warcraft. Oh look, there's a dungeon. That's how I deal with the PvP in World of Warcraft. Oh, look, I'm not doing the PvP in World of Warcraft. It's so fucking simple. So my problem with your argument, and the reason this pisses me off, is because there's so many brain-dead cunts in the World of Warcraft universe that thinks exactly the same way you do. It's like, oh my god, I'm not gonna do it, so they should not even add it. It's like, dude, if you're not gonna do it, then why the fuck do you even care if they're gonna add it? It would be different if they added it and it wasn't to your satisfaction. Then I could argue, okay, they did add it and you're not happy with how they added it. You want something different, but you still want to do it. You're just not happy with how it is right now. But what you're saying is, because I am not going to interact with this, I don't want them to put it in the game in the first fucking place. What a stupid way to fucking argue about stuff. Some people like to customize their characters. Some like to customize a house. It's a desire that comes from the same place. Yeah, no, it is a me mentality. It's the kind of mentality, but this is what you get from brain dead WoW players, because these are people that sort of look at the game as a Blizzard tells me what to do and I need to do it, which means that as soon as it exists in the game, it means that I need to do it, and I will do it because it's part of my list of things that I need to complete because I'm fucking addicted to the game. So now when Blizzard does add player housing, all of these fucking addicts feel like, oh my god, now I'm forced to do my housing, bro. Oh my god, I don't have time to do all this housing fucking chores. It's like, dude, just don't do it if you don't want to do it. No, but it's in the game, I have to do it. Blizzard is my boss. They're my master, right? I'm the slave to this fucking company. If I don't do this, Bobby Kotick isn't going to let me suck his dick. It's like, dude, no, it exists in the game for those people that want to fucking do it. If you don't want to do it, just don't do it. It's as simple as that. I still don't understand how WoW players can be so brain dead at times. It's not WoW players, it's people. That is a popular opinion among Mythic Plus crowd, but I'd like to see Mythic Plus revamped to remove timers for anything under plus 15. Anything over 15 is where you get achievements and challenge mode appearances. This leaves the gearing part of Mythic Plus to be less punishing and pressured. Raiders don't get timers and downgraded raids if they wipe. I don't think you should fuck with the Mythic Plus system, just because the Mythic Plus players are, like, seriously sensitive about their fucking system. I wouldn't touch the Mythic Plus system with a fucking pole, bro. Because every single time I've said anything about Mythic Plus, all of the Mythic Plus Andy's like, oh my, they just get they fucking lose their minds, and it's like, oh, never mind, never fucking mind. All right, I wanted to make it better for you, but sure, just keep doing your fucking thing, bro. Be unhappy. If that's how you want to be fucking unhappy. I actually lost a friend because I said something about Mythic Plus that they disagreed with. I fucking kid you not. They got into my DMs and they were like, I can't believe you just fucking said that. You're fucking brain dead. Never speak to me again. And I was like, dude, what the fuck? Like, about what? So I can tell you now, the Mythic Plus crowd is fucking brain dead, bro. What was your favorite expansion? Wrath of the Lich King, bro. 100%. Alderson, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. 2 months part of the DJ Nation. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mythic Plus at the moment is a toxic cesspool if you queue solo. I think it's always been a toxic cesspool. But I don't think that's just a WoW thing. I think that's a modern day thing. I was watching this episode. I'll show you guys. I don't know if you guys know what trigonometry is, right? But it's a show that I watch quite often. And they were talking to Bull Burr, and they were sort of asking Bull, what exactly, like, why does he think the world is as fucked as it is, you know? Like, what exactly does he think is wrong with people? Like, why are people losing their mind so much? And both of the guys on trigonometry, they're from the UK, right? And they were doing a tour of the US. And they were sort of talking to many people in the US. And they sort of asked Bull, why is it that Americans seem to be just completely at fucking odds with each other? Everyone wants to murder everyone else. And Bull Burr actually said, they don't. If you go out into the real world, you know, you don't go online, you just go out into the real world, people aren't just screaming and yelling at each other, you know? People aren't just fucking killing each other because, oh my God, you're a Republican, oh my God, you're a Democrat. Most people don't give a fuck, right? They're just living their lives. It's when you go onto the internet, that's where things get rabid and just fucking brain dead. And I think that's the issue. Because in World of Warcraft, you are operating from this complete guise, right? You are not who you need to be. You're not a real person in World of Warcraft. You're whoever the fuck you choose to be. So you can be a cunt. And it doesn't even matter. Like, dude. Oh my god, I have to show you guys this. This was just beyond funny. I actually tweeted this out.
I tried to remember.
I'll let you guys read this tweet for a minute and then tell me what you think is wrong with this fucking tweet, with this message. This is a comment, by the way, on one of my videos. Hardcore players should be the ones who want housing more to make them seem like the real champion Azeroth, because they're now an actual citizen and have a home in the world and aren't just some wandering merc. You could probably do that, right? Rage, how you doing? If only all people are tough talking smack behind a screen in their safe environment, but never talk shit. You can't back down. True, Rage. Very fucking true. Then Overwatch kind of die. Yeah, but what do you think is wrong with this guy's reply to my video? Like, just off the cuff, throw out the first thought that you can think of. What would you say is wrong with this reply on a fundamental fucking level? Yeah. I am not an expert and just jumped through the video after a few seconds. But how it is that one of the most known, most successful companies out there is clueless. Notice the name on the video. Akalon explains why Blizzard is clueless. Okay? I explain why. But I didn't watch the video. I just skipped through the video. And now I'm asking the question that you are explaining in the video, right? You are explaining this to us, but I'm still asking the question here because I think you should explain it to me a fucking again in text. Atolo, thank you so much for the Prime sub, dude. Welcome to the DJ Nation. Really appreciate it. Thank you, brother. And then he says, one of the most known, most successful companies out there is clueless. Well, you know, there's a bunch of companies that existed in the past that no longer exist today, but they were at one point very well known and very successful, especially when it comes to Overwatch. Now, it's interesting that he uses Overwatch. Do you even know how big that game was when it came out? Yeah, how big is it now? There's a lot of games that blow up at the beginning. When it first launches, and then people realize, oh, this is shit, and then they stop playing because the company that is running the game is fucking clueless. And for me, BRs are hot garbage. This is one of those me people, right? Because battle royales, because I don't like battle royales because I'm a fucking cunt, they're just garbage, right? I didn't play a single one since they decided to show up. So he thinks battle royales, this is why this is the problem with the world today. And people like Orkan should actually not be in the world. I'm not saying that he should die. I'm just saying that he should probably shut the fuck up. First and foremost, he didn't watch the video. Then he asks the question that the video actually answers. So if he watched the video, he wouldn't have the question in the first place. But then he goes on to say, I think battle royales are hot garbage since I have never played them. I weep for the state of the education system worldwide. G'day, I found you on YouTube reacting to 40k vids. I posted a video on your Discord about 40k and the first founding legions. I think they're perfect for people getting into 40k. Atolo, thanks for the recommendation. I will definitely watch it. I have so many videos that I have to react to when it comes to 40k. Like, the 40k crowd is fucking mental when it comes to the amount of content that you guys have. There's just so much content. I don't know if I'm ever gonna be able to get through all of it. It just seems like this universe grows faster than what I can learn from it. And if he's going to argue, he might want to check his grammar. I don't even mind grammar because, you know, there's many people that is very intelligent but that isn't English, and I don't mind that they can't speak English well. What I do mind is when you're an absolute fucking moron and you admit as much in your fucking reply to me. Call that most of the wild population? King Julian, who's calling what most of the wild population? What are you talking about? Smokey, how you doing, brother? I would argue, guys, that you shouldn't get too worked up about King Julian. He's most likely fucking drunk again, which basically just means he's saying shit that he doesn't even fucking believe. But, you know, it's basically, it's how he deals with the world around him. So maybe just ignore him for now. He is just drunk. And when he's drunk, he says stupid shit. It's funny most of the time, but sometimes he says things that triggers the fuck out of me. And then I have to get triggered because that's my brand. I get triggered. I like getting triggered. It helps me work through my fucking anger issues. I'm not an expert, Akko, but I think in order to get the best idea from a video, you should probably watch the whole video. I would argue that's probably a good thing to do, right? But since we no longer live in that world, I excuse most people from that. Because most people get their news these days from Twitter, right? And literally just from the headline. So the headline tells them that, oh my god, X-Man did X bad. And then X-Man did X bad regardless of what the article actually states. Because it's just easier, right? Most people are fucking morons. And the problem is that places like Twitter have given morons a voice. You know, these would be... So I think all we're getting to see these days is... If we go back like 200 years or even 50 years, every village had its idiot, right? Like, there was always this one guy in the village that everyone would just sort of avoid because the guy's a fucking moron. The issue is that places like Twitter have allowed for all of the village idiots to find each other. And now they formed like a little band of idiots and they're just saying stupid shit. And because they're now a group, they're quite dangerous. So a lot of ordinary people don't want to push back. Like, you hear the most fucked up things sometimes on Twitter. People will say things that you just go, that doesn't make sense. Whatever the fuck you just said there doesn't make sense on any level. And then you'll see people just go along with it. Like, people will just say nothing. Even if they don't disagree, they don't agree. They won't say anything because they're afraid of the backlash because all the idiots will attack if they see anything. What was it? It was a video. It was actually not a video. Let's see if I can find this because that was funny as shit, bro. It was on. It was also on fucking Twitter. I'll see if I can find this for you guys. Lone Courier, how you doing, brother? Your streams are way too early before work for me, but I'm loving fucking thing. Thank you very much, dude. Really appreciate it. I'm very happy to have you here. I do apologize for the early streams, but South African time fucks everyone else up. But if I go on American time, it fucks me up. Even Broken Clock is right twice a day. Even an idiot can say something smart. The problem is the idiots don't say anything smart, right? I'm just trying to look here. I just want to find this fucking idiot's message. He may have blocked me. Oh, here we go. So this Vatrak guy. Okay, so I want to make sure you guys understand what the fuck is going on here, right? So this girl, if you can like if you can see this, right? This girl is a live streamer on Twitch. She made one of her tags VTuber like me, which I feel is an affront to us VTubers out there. How dare she use the VTuber tag? We don't appreciate being used like that. But anyways, so I don't even have a problem with the fact that she used the VTuber tag, because who gives a fuck, right? Let those weirdos be weirdos and shit. But the problem for me is just what happens on Twitch every single fucking day. You recently had a girl, and I can't even show this, but you recently had a girl that had sex live on Twitch, bro. She had sex live on fucking Twitch. And you see it. She's sort of hunkered over her desk, looking into the camera, and you see her boyfriend behind her just fucking going at it, bro. And she's clearly having a good time while she's doing it. And she got, I think, a 3-day or a 7-day ban. That's it. For having sex live on Twitch. She got a 7-day ban. I think it's 7 days, might actually be 3 days, but it's like, what the fuck, right? How in the hell does that even happen? But anyways, so I tweeted out to this article. I said, the future of Twitch is softcore porn for all the morons that don't know Pornhub is free. I genuinely believe this. I genuinely think if you go on Twitch because you want to watch some girl ride on, what the fuck is that? An inflatable banana? Dude, you could literally go on Pornhub and see a girl ride a dick for free. You don't have to sub. You don't have to wade through horrible personality, because most of these girls have no fucking personality whatsoever, right? They can barely string a fucking sentence together. How do I know? I've seen it. And I don't want to throw shit. I don't want to throw shade at all, but one of the biggest, shall we call, quote unquote, titty streamers out there, I've been to their stream. I think in 5 minutes, she said like 4 words. Like maybe. Like people in chat would write stuff and then she would go like, oh, that's funny. She doesn't even read what the fuck chat is saying. She just goes, oh, that's funny. And then she just sits there and she's like, fucking duck lips, you know, just fucking chilling out, right? Because all the money's flowing in, the titties is doing all the fucking work. It's ridiculous. These girls have no personality, but, you know, you could go on Pornhub and then it doesn't even matter. Like, the girl, there's no pretense there. When I go onto Pornhub and I click on a video, the girl instantly fucking skirt off, get on the dick, start riding, and I'm like, oh yeah, boy, this is why I'm here for. She's not pretending to have a personality. I already know she doesn't have a personality. She's just there to ride a bit of dick. And it's all fucking good. No one fucking cares. No one got hurt in the production of that video. Unless, of course, she wanted to get hurt, in which case she did get hurt, but she did like it, so it doesn't matter. The Twitch thing, to me, is like a bunch of teenagers that just discovered a Friday night 12 o'clock film on one of the popular fucking channels, right? It's not actually porn, but it's the best you can do. So I tweeted that out. And of course, the white knighting had to start quite early. So Vatrak here steps in immediately. Quinn literally said that wearing sexy clothes means you are basically asking to be raped. I don't think Quinn literally said that, but this is one of those people that use literally when they mean not literally. I do not believe that Quinn said that, but never mind. And that women are only good for making babies. If Quinn said that, pretty sure it's a joke, but even if it isn't a joke, it's just fucking words. Quinn didn't literally rape someone, nor did Quinn actually force women to have babies against their will. Quinn said a bunch of words. It might be stupid words, but it's still just words, right? Words don't harm anyone. And if you are harmed by words, you're a fucking pussy. Okay? And only got a 2-week ban when he's been banned at least a dozen times already. 2 weeks. The girl that had sex got banned for 7 days. In the world of fairness, I'm going to ask everyone in chat this. In the world of fairness, where we go, the crime and the punishment need to fit each other. which one would you argue is worse? A girl having literal sex on a platform that isn't a porn site, at least it says it isn't a porn site, or a guy that says a bunch of stupid shit? Which one would you say is the worst, chat? You are a pussy, yes, King Julian. Sounds like OFC. Pornhub needs stuff like an unboxing video, but there's no clothes on the person. They would probably fucking do it as well. Like, you could probably do that. There is actually apparently a guy that makes Minecraft videos on Pornhub. Like, it's not porn videos. It's just him playing Minecraft on Pornhub. He uploads it to Pornhub. But I would argue that the girl having sex on camera is far worse than the person saying stupid shit. If Gwen obviously said this. I don't know if Gwen said this, but I would argue the girl having sex on camera probably fucking worse. The guy then goes on to ask if us incels are okay. Now, first and foremost, that is a terrible insult to throw at anyone. Are you incels okay? Like, why even is that a fucking thing that you are... Incel is the equivalent of calling someone a Nazi these days. It means absolutely fuck all, but it makes you seem like you're woke as shit. Because it's a useless fucking... It's a useless insult. And also, and I think I should make this clear, any woman that is worth having would agree with my take. There are very few decent women out there that would agree that it's okay for a woman to have sex on fucking camera. On Twitch, on a place like Twitch that isn't a porn site. I don't judge people that go on Pornhub. I fucking support their right to do it. I love the fact that they do. But that's because Pornhub is meant for it. I think if someone has sex in a fucking mall, that would be a problem for me. Because the mall isn't your forum to have sex in. You shouldn't be doing it. So I would say that this doesn't make me an incel. This makes me normal. My take is the normal one. It's the intelligent one. It's the one that most people should fucking have. If you have the take that Vatrak has here, you're a fucking cunt and a moron at the same time. And then he comes up with what I can only argue is where brain dead and retardation meet. Okay, this is where Vatrak is currently. So Vatrak says the following. All of the most popular streamers on Twitch are male, and they all benefit from preferential treatment. Dude, you have a girl that literally had sex on Twitch with a 7-day ban. You have Quinn that said a bunch of stupid shit that got a 2-week ban. Where the fuck is the preferential treatment here? Genuine question. Who in that scenario got preferential treatment, chat? I'm not going to answer. I'm going to throw it to you. In that scenario, who got preferential treatment? I'll give you another example. There was a guy on Twitch that took his goldfish, right, out of the bowl to show to chat. It was like for a few seconds. Yeah, he had it for a few seconds just to show chat what the goldfish looked like, and then he threw it back. Stupid thing to do because fish kind of don't want to be out of the water, but, you know, he wanted to show chat, and that was it. He got banned permanently. He got a perma ban. Alinity threw her fucking cat over her head. Again, stupid thing to do. Cats do land on their feet, so probably not the worst. Like, everyone made it out to be a much bigger deal than what it actually was. But she threw her cat, okay? In terms of which one is worse, Alinity got a 3-day ban. The guy got banned for life for taking his goldfish out of the bowl for a couple of seconds and then putting the goldfish back. Not throwing the goldfish back, right? He didn't remove the goldfish from the bowl, walk to the other side of the living room, and then fucking chucked it back into the water. He literally lifted it up, showed chat, and then put the goldfish back. Alinity took her cat and fucking launched it over her head. She got banned for 3 days. The guy got banned for always. I'm asking you, Who has preferential treatment? Yeah. It's not the guys. Men are absolutely the most popular streamers on the platform, and there is a reason for it. People choose who they want to watch based on the entertainment value. The vast majority of girls on Twitch get naked or half naked and then says fucking nothing. In 2 hours, they will say maybe 2 words. That is not entertainment. There is a reason why there is a cap on their growth. And yeah, sadly, for some reason, the viewers choose to watch guys. Maybe they find them more funny. Maybe there's just more... Well, actually, we know this. There are more men on Twitch that watch Twitch than there are women, which means that more men are gonna watch, fucking shocker, other men. I believe that if it was parity, so if you had 50% male, 50% woman watching the platform, you would most likely have female streamers just as large as male streamers on the platform, because a lot of girls would actually watch other girls. That would happen. But that's not what happens. Twitch is vastly male dominated. It's always been male dominated, and while there are more women coming in every single day, it's still male dominated. And it's not because Twitch is a fucking masculine or toxic masculine place, or it's a sexist place. That's just what happened. YouTube is far more male than it is female. Far more male than it is female. It just seems like the majority of women don't really care about watching videos online and don't really care about watching streams online. It seems like that's just a decision that men and women make. I don't know why they make those decisions that way. Maybe they're just different. Maybe they just like different things. But that's just how it seems. So this Vatrak guy is what I would consider to be a poster child for a failed education, the inability to critically think about anything in front of them, and this Vatrak guy would in the past have been considered the village idiot. Now Vatrak has a platform and he has found the other village idiots, and they're the ones commenting and bullshitting their way through life, sounding intelligent because he does manage to string a couple of sentences together. But there is, when you start digging into this, there is literally zero intelligence behind anything he fucking says. Here's the question though: how fair would it be in the reverse situation? A woman streamer did this and got a 3 to 7 day ban. A male streamer did it. Do you think he would get 3 to 7 or perma? If a guy had sex on stream, probably perma ban. Holy, I don't know if men are better at everything than women. I wouldn't go that far, but I do think you have a point in terms of men can absolutely get away with more. So girls tend to have to watch what they say a lot more, and you can blame whatever you want for that. I don't want to get into the blame game, but it is a natural, it's just natural. It's what's happening currently in society, and maybe we can change that in the future. And if we can change it, we absolutely should change it. But I don't know if it's changeable. But I know for a fact, all of my girlfriends, they usually watch what they say. If they don't like something, they'll find a nicer way of saying that they don't like it. Now, while that is great for not causing shit, it's not always very entertaining. People want to watch the guy that says, oh my god, this is a fucking retard, because that's what's funny. Seeing this guy fucking mold out about the retardation of whatever. People want to see that. So maybe that is why guys are more successful on Twitch, is because they have that freedom to be as crass and crude as they want to be without sort of getting any sort of pushback from it. Whereas I will be honest, something that is kind of sad to see sometimes, if a girl is crude, so if you meet a girl that like swears a lot and sort of says crude and crass things, people will just automatically judge her far harsher than what they will judge a guy for doing and saying the exact same things. And it's not fair. It shouldn't happen, but that seems to be the way life goes. And before people go, oh my god, yeah, but that's just a sure sign of society being biased against women. Women judge other women far harsher than what men judge other women. So shut the fuck up. If you think that society is toxic and if you think that society is misogynistic, then girls, you need to sort yourselves out. Because I will tell you right now, I have never seen any guy judge a woman quite as fucking harshly as what a woman will judge another woman as. Guys tend to be far more fucking relaxed about the things that women may do that isn't quite normal or fit the normal mold than what other girls will be. Other girls will be fucking catty as shit if they find a girl that is doing something that they feel is not okay. So, Slice Cube, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that, bro. Welcome. Yes, it's natural. Can't change that. We should push for equality. Because of trial and error. Dude, I don't know if, Holy, you can't say may not better. I don't agree with that statement. Because I think we're different. I don't like the better. Because better at what? In my view, it's far more a partnership thing than what it is. Because there are things that men are just absolutely fucking terrible at. We kind of need the women folk to fill those gaps. The same way that women need us to fill the gaps that they aren't good at. So I prefer to look at it as we are different. Not that we are, like, one is better than the other. Because I don't know if you can ever prove that objectively. I think objectively, very similar, just different. It's why one of my favorite sayings is whenever people say, I found my better half, right? Like that better half thing. I like that word. I like that concept because that's exactly what you did, right? You found your better half. You found the part of you that is good at the things that you're not good at, you know? And they found the part of them that is good at the things that they're not good at, and together, hopefully, if you're lucky, you're all like you're a decently function whole by the end of it, right? So yeah, I kind of like that saying. Which men could be as good as good a parental element as much as women. That's the one thing women will always be better at. True, but it's also just built into them, right? Much more than it is to guys. I feel like I think men are getting better at that. I think a lot of men are taking fatherhood much more seriously than what we used to. So I do think we are getting better in that regard, but it is sort of more of a men have to make that active choice to be a good parent and to be a present parent. Where I think for women it is far more natural, right? Because you carry that child for 9 months. That child is so much a part of who you are. The child is you, in a way, for much of its early life. So it's just natural. You're gonna have that instinctive drive to protect and parent this young human. Amaranth to this clown? Probably. Blasphemous. Probably. But I mean, Amaranth, in terms of if you compare Amaranth to other men, Amaranth is nowhere near, right? To other male streamers. Amaranth is nowhere near the level of success that other male streamers have. And that's what this VAT track is trying to assert here. Is that, the men get preferential treatment, that's why they're the biggest streamers. It's like, well, actually, maybe not. Maybe it's just how the fucking system works. Because the truth is that men don't get preferential treatment, especially not on Twitch, when a girl can have sex, actual literal sex on Twitch, and only get a 7-day ban, and a guy says something and gets a 2-week ban. That, to me, is not exactly preferential treatment. Lone Courier, I also think that a lot of guys just sort of I also think for a lot of guys that it's just kind of a... Should I watch this from the beginning, Nixty, or should I watch it from the timestamp that you've given? Grandorius, the point probably more that we were making is
I want to
that
make another video on this.
you do sadly get a lot of fucking men that completely negate their responsibilities as fathers. And I don't just mean the people that walk away and sort of go fuck other people, right? Because that's like a gross, like that's like an extreme version of neglecting your responsibilities as a father. I'm talking about fathers, just general fathers. I know in my own family, there are some of the men in my own family that I would consider terrible parents. These guys had no idea what their kids were ever up to at any given point in time. They spent all of their time working. When they weren't working, they were on the golf, the golf course, playing golf with their buddies or out barbecuing with their buddies. They basically, their children saw them for a couple of minutes every evening, just saying hello, right? And that's it. That's the relationship that they had with their kids. That to me is a fucking terrible father. Because yes, the guy is doing at least one thing right, and that is providing for his family. But in terms of giving his kids an actual role model to look up to, teaching his sons to be men and be good men, he's failing wholly on that. So I actually think we have a lot of single mothers in this world that isn't technically classed as single mothers, but that is kind of doing the job of both parents, because one of the parents is barely fucking visible in the child's life. And there's actually a lot more men, I think, out there than what most people know that is exactly like this. I'm not saying all. There are very good dads out there, and I know quite a few of them. I would say my dad is somewhere in the middle of that, right? My dad is a workaholic and he works a lot, but he was also very present in our lives. Even after the divorce, he was always very present. You could always go to him if you needed something. He wouldn't always give you what you needed, but you could go to him, right? So I would say my dad is probably somewhere in the middle of that equation. But I know very bad dads and I know very good dads, and I think on average there are far more bad dads than what there are bad moms. Just because it is easier for a guy to sort of shrug off that responsibility and be like, wow, this is not my fucking circus, not my monkeys, right? Because at the end of the day, once you've come, your job is pretty much over, right? Like your responsibility ends there unless you pick up the responsibility to continue. Blasphemous Crow, thanks for saying hi, bro. Take care of yourself, brother. Men judge men just as harsh, if not harsher, than the way women judge women, Akko. And while, yes, men have an ego, we tend to judge other men just because we can. Tara, I would actually argue that's not true. I don't think so. Men are far more direct. In all of my interactions growing up and even nowadays, a man is very direct. So if you do something to me that pisses me off, there is a very good chance that I'm going to fucking punch you in the mouth, right? And we're going to have a brawl. We're going to have a bit of a fucking... we're going to throw some fists. And we're going to sort our shit out. Whereas what I've seen from women in the past and to this present day, if a woman slights another woman, the woman that got slighted goes for character assassination. And it is fucking brutal. Like, she will spread false stories about that girl. She will fucking ruin that girl's life. And we're not talking about sort of... Because punching is fine. You can punch each other and both of you bleed a bit and, you know, maybe you're sore for a couple of days, but you get over it, right? You get over it and you move on. Whereas you don't come back from character assassinations and the level to which women will fuck each other up. So I don't think men judge other men more harshly than what women judge other women. I think men are, on average, more accepting of just bullshit, right? So you can sort of tolerate a lot more before you go into this oh my god what moment, where I feel like I just based on the amount of pressure that I see a lot of women being under for things that makes no fucking sense whatsoever. I'll give you guys a silly example, but it's an example that makes sense to me. The other day on Reddit, I come across this post from a girl that complains about having to wear makeup all the time and how unfair it is that women are held to these ridiculous beauty standards when sometimes all you want to do is go out with a hoodie and sweatpants and you don't want to dress up and you don't want to do your makeup. And I remember reading that article and thinking to myself, who the fuck came up with it? Because in the article she blames men for these ridiculous beauty standards. I'm like, what guy came up with this? We didn't come up with these fucking beauty standards. You did. We didn't do this. Like, do you know how few guys actually gives a fuck about you wearing makeup? In fact, I know far more guys that prefer girls not wearing makeup. That's one of the most, like, the biggest arguments I ever hear from people in relationships is the girl complaining that her boyfriend doesn't want her to wear as much makeup. It's like, we didn't make these rules. You made them. Now you're suffering under them and you're blaming us for them. But we didn't do this. Like, if you ask me, what do I prefer? Every single fucking time. Every time. I prefer the girl with no makeup, in a hoodie, wearing sweatpants. Every time. Unless she's wearing Daisy Dukes and cowboy boots, in which case that's what I prefer. But outside of Daisy Dukes and cowboy boots, a hoodie and sweatpants is fine. No makeup, it's fine. We don't care. Most guys do not give a fuck. You want to know why we don't give a fuck? Because you have titties. You have titties, which is like the ultimate who gives a fuck about makeup fucking trump card. If a guy ever goes, oh my god, you're not wearing makeup, you show him your titties and he forgets about the fact that you ever didn't wear fucking makeup. I promise you, we care far less about you not wearing makeup than you think we do. Because you have titties. And that trumps everything else. It's just facts. So girls make up these ridiculous standards for themselves, then complain that they can't live up to the standards that they have set for themselves. And then that exact same girl that is complaining about the fact that she has to wear makeup because men set up these ridiculous beauty standards will be the exact same girl that gossips about the girl that looks a little bit pale because she's not wearing her makeup that day. It's like, oh my god, you are complaining about the problem that you created, then perpetuating the problem that you fucking created, only so that you can complain later about the problem that you created. And at no point in this entire fucking endeavor did any man ever complain about this fucking problem. Because it's not a problem for us. We don't actually give a fuck. It is ridiculous to me, bro. Cute summer dress too. I'm not saying that I don't like a cute summer dress. I'm just saying that you can wear a hoodie and sweatpants and still look fucking hot. To be fair, though, I have a lot of opinions about Andrew Tate as well. And I weep for the fact that Andrew Tate is supposed to be the speaker for conservative men. I hate the fact that young conservative guys are looking at someone like Andrew Tate and thinking this is what we should emulate. This is how we should be. Because what the fuck? There are many good role models in this world. Andrew Tate should not be one of them. Better without fake up. That too, the US dating market is really fucked in major cities. I think it's everywhere though. Wait 1 hour for them to do their makeup. I don't mind. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I'm not one of those guys that hate makeup. If a girl does her makeup and she looks absolutely stunning, I love that and I appreciate the fuck out of that because I know how much effort she put in to look that beautiful. And I will tell her, hey, you look absolutely fucking stunning. I'm not one of those guys that actually cares about it, but I also don't care if she's not wearing it, right? I'm not the kind of guy that's going to go, wait, you're not wearing makeup? I'm not going out with you. Hey, what the fuck, right? Andrew Tate was a scummy scam artist, sleazing in on all the lonely young men. I think that's my issue. He seems a bit scumbag to me, and he seems like a scam artist. He seems like the kind of guy that he found a space in the market that is wholly unexploited. And he's moving in to exploit it. Because I do not believe that Andrew Tate should be the poster child for how you model yourself after. I don't think so. And it's sad that a lot of young men are looking up to someone like Andrew Tate and going, oh, this is who I should be. When in reality, that's probably not who you should be. But never mind. Back in the 40s and 50s, it was considered a sin if you were not dressed up and presentable for men. I believe it's not men in general, but a generational trait passed down that is being placed on us at early ages by family. Maybe, but the people I see perpetuating it far more than, are women. He's a scumbag, treating people like shit, and self-entitled narcissist, all about him. I'm going to be honest with you, I haven't seen much of Andrew Tate. I think I heard him speak for like 2 minutes, and I was like, this guy's stupid as fuck. I don't know why people listen to him. So I'm not entirely sure about his views. I don't care in any way, shape, or form. The guy did not strike me as an intellectual powerhouse. Let's put it that way. And I tend to prefer to listen to people that I view as my intellectual superiors. And I do not view Andrew Tate as my intellectual superior. It's literally selling bullshit in cryptocurrency. Oh, yeah. If someone sells cryptocurrency, scam artist is the way to go. Dude, I'm sorry, but is there anyone in this chat that actually still believes in crypto? That still thinks crypto is the future? Hold up, I need to see if I can get chat back on OBS. This is a new issue, and I'm not sure if they're actually dealing with it. Here we go. Oh my god, what? They're not fucking... Okay, this is not what I need to know. How is there no fucking articles about this yet? Because the problem right now, guys, is I have to keep my OBS open, you know, to actually see that the stream is still doing well. But then I also have to open the web browser so that I can see chat, so I can actually talk to you guys. So I have to constantly fucking switch between the two because, yeah, the new OBS just removed the chat shit, which is crazy fucking annoying. Anytime, let's do past 24 hours. Is this just the problem that's affecting me at the moment? Dude, I'm not entirely fucking sure. Because there's no articles about this. I'll show you guys what I'm fucking dealing with, right? So, this is what my OBS looks like right now. Metal fan from Hell, how you doing, brother? There used to be a chat box on this side. But it's gone. And if I go to docs, there's no doc for chat. So where the fuck did chat go? Yeah, but where? I mean, I should be able to see it. And I'm not seeing it. Maybe this. Oh my fuck. Why did they move it? And why can't I fucking... Oh my god. It won't dock. Actually, it just don't... There. No. Chat, I fixed it. Well, actually, you guys helped. Thank you. I appreciate this. Now chat is back. I don't have to switch between the fucking bullshit anymore. So happy. So happy. Hold up, everything is fucked. I need to change a couple of things still. Alright, there we go. Laceria, how are you doing? Okay, I finally fixed my issues. Alright, chat, we're good now. We can live again. Okay, wait, I want to see this video. There's a video that Nixty shared. The YouTube issues get worse. I wonder what issue they're referring to here. The YouTube issues get worse. Dude, there's been a lot of complaints about YouTube. I feel like a lot of complaints about YouTube, a lot of complaints about Twitch. And I don't always understand all of the complaints because I'm just over here doing my thing. So what are we talking about?
I wanted to make another video on this topic because some things have changed in the background since the last time. And I've met with my YouTube rep in the meantime to kind of talk about some of the issues that I brought up in my video and to talk in general about feedback for YouTube and various other things that have been going on because the whole internet seems to have been rallying against YouTube on their own platform in the last week because of all the videos that have been coming out, and it's become sort of a trend to talk about it and kind of get your gripes out of the way, which I think is great. I think that that's how change gets made because otherwise it just kind of gets lost and then no one ever talks about it again. As we see with a lot of these topics, they trend very quickly and then they die off very quickly. So I wanted to kind of keep pressure on in a little bit of a way, but also explain some context for some things that have happened since then, because we did the videos initially because of Corey's video and I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, it's actually quite ironic, right? But also a little poetic. You're making videos about how YouTube is full of shit on YouTube that is supposedly full of shit.
Sure that his message was heard, and also to bring up some other issues that I think YouTube had and to give some sort of feedback in that regard. And since then, Mark uploaded a video called the Try Not to Get Age Restricted Challenge, which was a game that he recorded like months ago, but now just so happened to fit right into the stuff that was going on. So it was very, it was perfect timing for that. And then I had an eye tracker video that I was trying to get out and tried to get greenlit for a while that was proving troublesome, which I knew it would, but that I also did that video then as well and also called it the Try Not to Get Age Restricted Challenge, just to kind of like poke some buttons and like kick a hornet's nest at a, you know.
Dude, what the fuck are these guys doing? I upload a lot of videos, right? I do really upload a lot. I imagine I upload more than most content creators. You're talking about 3 to 4 videos on the Clips channel every single day. You're talking about a video on the Skeptic Org channel every single day. You're talking about a video on the main channel every 2 to 3 days. You're talking about a couple of videos every single day on the Reactalon channel. I upload a lot of videos, and I'm not running into any of this shit. Whether it be gaming, whether it be copyright issues, whether it be demonetization issues, I'm not running into any of these problems. So what the fuck are these guys playing? Are they playing like Pawn Star Shooter or Dildo Catcher? Or what games are they playing that these games get age restricted?
Way and kind of like test the systems in a way. And I will say, since that video went up, okay, I'll give context on the video because I did in the last one, but in case you don't know, I recorded the eye tracker video, obviously with the intent of kind of like pushing the boundaries of what the system was going to allow. That wasn't the whole point of the video in the first place. I just wanted to...
No, wait, I'm completely fucking lost. I have to listen to the first video. This is the first video 5 days ago. Let's listen to this first and then...
So I just got back from LA, and right before I left...
I'm sorry I interrupted us watching that one, but this guy is speaking about a whole bunch of stuff, and I have no fucking clue what we're talking about. So let's watch this, and then we'll see. Does Warhammer reactions get age restricted too? I haven't received a single age restriction yet on my videos, though.
On my way to the airport, the main man, Corey Kenshin, dropped an absolute banger of a video.
YouTube, you guys either play favorites, you are racist, or it's a mix of the two. These are the three options, YouTube.
He levied some pretty serious accusations against YouTube, and I wanted to talk about it a little bit in this video because I kind of have a lot of thoughts around these types of subjects when it comes to YouTube in general. The stuff that Corey talked about was very specific to his use case about what was going on with his channel. And he accused YouTube of playing favorites and possibly being racist against black creators and other creators of color when they upload their content. Let's face it, I come from a place of immense privilege being a white man on the internet, so I can't speak for the racist side of things, but he brought up some pretty good points that are kind of hard not to think about in that regard, because he brought up a bunch of receipts as well, talking about his instances with the YouTube rep that he had. And just to kind of break it down for you, he uploaded The Mortuary Assistant, and his video got age restricted because of a certain section got to do with self-harm and dealing with the themes of suicide and everything. If you've watched my series on The Mortuary Assistant, you know what scene that is. And he got frustrated by it because it got age restricted, and then he started searching around other YouTubers to see if theirs was age restricted, and it wasn't.
No one else's was age restricted. So I appealed the restriction. Hey guys, I'm not sure why mine got age restricted. Could you look into this? Appeal rejected.
But I should clarify this, that I talked to Corey a little bit about this. I was texting him after his video went out to talk about it, because I really liked his video, and I'm really glad that he did it and brought up a lot of these points. But he said that he checked my video as one of the first ones he went to see if it got age restricted. And
how big the problem, in my opinion, when people just say, how you doing, by the way, bro? When people just go, oh my God, it's racist. It's usually not fucking racist. I also don't like the fact that he went here and said, I obviously come from a place of incredible privilege as a white man. It's like, wait, hold up. Not all white people come from a place of incredible privilege. You get white people that is born into abject poverty that have to pull themselves out of that poverty by the fucking blood on their forehead, right? They have to work themselves to death to get out of that. That's not a place of privilege. That's a place of, I worked my fucking ass off to get there. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, when you say shit like that, it's just, you are clumping all white people together and saying, oh my God, yeah, obviously, that's where I am. And it's like, no, obviously not. That's where you might come from. Maybe you had a very privileged upbringing. Maybe your dad was the fucking richest person in the world, right? And he bought you your first PC when you were 2 years old, and you started making YouTube videos, and your dad paid for all the editors, and that's why you just became this massive star, is because of all of the privilege that your dad afforded you. But I'm sorry, there are many people that do not have that background, that didn't get to where they are because of some fucking privilege bullshit. They got there because they just really fucking worked their ass off to get there. So I don't like that, and I also don't like, because it could be racism, although I doubt that, because YouTube is very sort of quote-unquote anti-racist. Susan does a whole shtick about how, you know, they constantly want to promote more black creators, they want to get more black creators into the top creators on YouTube. So I don't know if it's racism. That's why I think Holy said stop playing the race card, because it's easy, right? It's so easy to go, oh my God, why is my video getting age restricted? It must be racism. So, well, it could be a number of things, right? It could be because those things usually get flagged by the algorithm. So it could be that in that moment that scene was taking place, you said something. And because of the thing you said while that scene was playing, the algorithm decided, yeah, no, we're going to race restrict this. Oh, age restrict this, not race. That would be racist. If they race restricted something, that would actually be racism, right? But we're going to age restrict this because of the shit that you said. I'm not just automatic. I'm not saying it can't be racism. It could absolutely be racism. But just to say that, oh, yeah, it must be because of racism, that is a bit of a, like, that's a very quick jump from, oh, this could just be a problem with the system itself that a lot of creators are sort of running into, to, no, this is absolutely just because of my race, right? Can I just, for fuck's sake, let me just ban this person. There we go.
At the time, it wasn't, but my video has been age restricted since the 15th of August. Corey's scenario that happened was that his video got age restricted. He looked around. Some other YouTubers didn't have age restrictions on their content either. And he went to some other channels like Markiplier's to see if theirs got restricted as well, because like a big creator who's seen very favorably in YouTube's eyes, and had like a very popular video about Mortuary Assistant as well, wasn't age restricted. So he felt a bit targeted as a result of that, which fair enough. This happens all the time, and I'll get to that in a minute as well. But he went back to his YouTube rep and was like, hey, why is mine age restricted when Mark's isn't and it has the exact same scene in it? And then suddenly his got greenlit. It was fine. They took the age restriction off and everything went about their business. And then
I mean, you're saying, and suddenly, okay, I'm gonna be very honest with you all. I know a little bit about how this works in the back end because I have, let's call it a friend. It's not really a friend, but it is someone that works at YouTube. So the original flags all happen via the algorithm. There's no human intervention whatsoever. Then, if you report, so if you appeal an age restriction or a demonetization or a copyright flag or anything like that, again, that goes to an algorithm. It is a system that looks at it. And all the system looks at, this is literally all that happens. They look at, the system looks at whether the original algorithm followed all the right steps. That's literally it. It literally just goes, right, the algorithm identified this was there, then it identified this was there, then it, okay, it's fine. This is age restricted because the algorithm didn't fuck up. Sometimes there will be representatives that look at it, but again, those representatives aren't looking at your video. They're looking at the process through which the algorithm flagged your content. And through that, they decide whether or not it is legitimate. If you want a human to take a look at it, there are two ways to do it. One is if you're big enough, you get a YouTube rep and you actually go to your YouTube rep and you be like, what the fuck, bro? Or you go to YouTube, to Twitter, and you tag YouTube support in Twitter, right? The YouTube support are usually the ones that will then take your claim and pass it on to an actual human. And that usually means that it gets reversed. At least, I would say 8 out of 10 cases of people having their videos removed or their videos being blocked usually end up getting their videos unblocked once they go to Twitter to talk to YouTube support there. And YouTube support is pretty good, right? So the system, Mads, the problem with it, you can say it's a shit system, but you have to understand every single second on YouTube, there are, I think it's something like 4,000 or 400,000 hours of video is uploaded every second to YouTube. No company has enough money to employ enough people to look at every single one of those videos and every single minute of that content. It's just not possible. So they have to rely on algorithms and systems to sort of filter most of the problems, because a lot of the time the systems and algorithms are quite on point. I mean, whenever there is an extra problem, so if a creator truly feels that they've been wronged, they can go to Twitter and be like, hey, what the fuck? And then it'll get fixed. The other video will explain the other side. There is a lot more things happening. Well, we'll watch. I'm just saying, so far, I'm not entirely sure what is going on here, right? Or I'm not entirely sure if this is just a massive issue, but we'll see. Maybe it is a massive issue.
And he started to get pretty mad about it, which I completely understand, because why is that the scenario? Why is that the order of operations?
Now, my YouTube rep, he was excited. He was, oh, great, this is awesome. Look, Corey, they took the age restriction off. I said, why? I expected them to triple down and give Markiplier an age restriction too. But they looked at Mark's video and they used that to verify my innocence.
And then sent a pretty scathing email to his YouTube rep, which, fair play to you. I'm very proud of you, Corey, for doing that, because it takes a lot to stand up to these types of things that are happening whenever they do happen, because it's a big system, and a lot of times
you have to listen to the phrasing here, Okay, so the way he phrases it is they justified my innocence based on Markiplier's video. In that scenario, with that phrasing, yes, absolutely racist. But that's not the only way to phrase that. As I just explained, the algorithm caught something that it shouldn't have caught. That happens all the fucking time. I've had videos in the past that gets demonetized, and then I have to make a fuss because it's fucking demonetized, but it shouldn't be because I didn't do anything. I had a video, I think 7 months ago, I had a video that got demonetized for literally no fucking reason. It's a WoW video. It uses... Actually, I don't think there was any sort of B-roll on it whatsoever. So unless someone can say that me talking about a video game is not allowed to make money, it should have been making money. But it got demonetized. I appealed the demonetization. It literally, within like 4 hours, it came back, no, this is demonetized. And then I just opened a support ticket. I literally just, in a support ticket, I went, look, this video is being fucking demonetized, but it is literally me talking about World of Warcraft. Why is this video being demonetized? And I think like maybe a day or so later, the video got monetized. So clearly, I could say there, oh my God, no. When a human being finally watched the video, they were like, oh, wait, what the fuck? This is fine, right? The video had to do with with WoW races. It was speculation about the WoW races, and I think that's what the algorithm caught. The algorithm thought that I was talking about race issues, right? Because in that, I was talking about the Night Elves and how racist they are and how they slaughtered the orcs and shit like that. So the algorithm obviously went, oh my God, this guy is talking about fucking genocide and crap. We should fucking demonetize this. When in reality, you know, I'm talking about something that actually happened in a game. And it's not real life people. It's just game world. But once a human being got to see it, they were like, oh, this is absolutely fine. No problem with this whatsoever. So his phrasing there is very unfortunate because it does paint it in a horrible picture when really it shouldn't. It can be a lot of other things.
Left to feel very dumb in regards to what's going on at YouTube, like we just don't understand the system. And then this happens and you're like, why? What the hell is going on? Why did it suddenly get greenlit when it only was because I mentioned it? And then they turned around and age restricted him again and age restricted Mark's video.
And what do you know? They re-age restricted the video.
Okay, this is where I would say kind of weird. Like, after you unrestrict it, now you go back and you re-restrict it, but now you also restrict everyone else. This is messy. This, I would say, is incredibly fucking messy, right? Terra, yeah, if I have time, I'm always happy to talk to people. I just never have the fucking time to do so. But you can DM me, and I can see if I can fit you in. Sure. Unless you're willing to talk live, in which case, yeah, sure. I'm always happy to talk because then it's content, and I don't mind that at all. Still losing your income, or is it retro? No. You lose that income. That 1.5 days is gone. You never get that back. This, I would say, just signifies a massive problem within YouTube, that they can't even agree on what should and should not be age restricted. But that just, I mean, in this regard, I would say YouTube is just fucking weird.
They re-age restricted the video. I say, no way did they do that. I go to Markiplier's video now, and now his video is age restricted. They got caught with their pants down.
And I don't know if that's when mine got age restricted as well. I think Corey actually uploaded his after mine, so maybe not. But at the same time, it highlights a huge problem on the platform. And I want to talk a little bit about that, not just Corey's case, but my sort of experiences with it as well. Because the amount of times, and I have very good evidence of this as well, because I have a girlfriend who does the exact same job as me in the other room. And a lot of times we upload the same games. And this has happened a couple of times now where we'll both upload the same game. Her video will get flagged or claimed or something like that. And mine will be totally fine. And then she's wondering why mine is clear. And I'm also like, yeah, that's so weird. Why is mine suddenly fine? Like,
fuck, guys. The YouTube algorithm is racist and sexist and a little misogynistic. Can you fucking believe that, bro? Like, you can't make this shit up, man.
That they just not flag me because I'm a bigger creator. And then sometimes a couple of days will go by and then I'll get flagged for it. But it's like, why did hers get flagged instantly and mine didn't? Because she got flagged for the mortuary assistant as well, got age restricted for the same scene. And it took days before mine did. When you think, if it's supposed to be that obvious that it's in the system and these types of scenes are happening and they get auto-flagged by this system, shouldn't it be consistent across everybody's? I don't want special treatment because I'm a bigger YouTuber. I don't want special treatment because I've been on the platform for a while.
No. What are you talking? You don't want it, but you're obviously gonna get it. I'm sorry. This is like Bill Gates saying, hey, I don't want to be treated special just because I have billions of dollars. It's like, bro, what you want and what you're actually getting isn't the same thing. Not all of us have the ability to go on MSNBC or CNN and spout some bullshit for like half an hour. Most of us will never be invited on to say, hey, fuck this, right? Most of us will never get there. So you could say that you don't want special treatment, but you, especially since he's a bigger content creator, of course he's going to get special treatment. That's just how it works. Why? Because YouTube is going to take care of their bigger creators, because those are the ones that's bringing in the fucking cash, right? They're the ones that's bringing in the big bucks. So of course he's going to get special treatment. I don't know. That's a bullshit line. I don't want special treatment, but thank you for sucking my dick. It's like, dude, come on. Stop lying. Just Jesus.
Or maybe my content has been a bit more palatable to a lot of people and I don't like rock the boat. I mean, I swear a lot of my content, and that's been something in the past where I'm like, is my stuff getting restricted because of that? But for the most part, my content is totally fine. And I think because of that, then they come to me and they're like, no, we're not going to flag you because you're fine. You normally are green in the system. Which is a massive problem as well, because I have the benefit of, there's been a couple of times when this has happened to me and Evelyn, where we go to our YouTube rep and say, why is this age restricted? Why did this get flagged? Why am I ad limited on my videos? And then they'll come back and be like, let me look into it. They go to the policy team, come back saying, sorry, it was a false flag. And then everything gets greenlit again. And now this has nothing got to do with my YouTube rep. I have nothing against him. I actually really, really love my YouTube rep. He's amazing. He always has my back and really fights for me whenever I ask him to.
Yeah, I don't get that. Like, I want to be privileged too. Fuck. I don't have a YouTube rep that's going to fight for me. That sucks dick, man.
He's as transparent as he can be with the information that he has all the time. So this is nothing against him. He's just my point of contact to get to YouTube's policy team. And I don't think even he has all the answers most of the time. So I don't want if anybody at YouTube is watching this, please don't say anything to them in regards to this, because they are phenomenal and I'm really glad that I have them. But at the same time, I keep thinking about what it's like if you don't have a YouTube rep to talk to this stuff about.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of smaller creators out there that get stuff flagged for the same reasons, and then they don't have anybody to talk to, and it just stays flagged for a long time. And what happens because of that is when your stuff gets like a yellow symbol on it, you get demonetized, or you get ad limited suitability, or you get claimed, or anything like that. It just kills your search rankings, because YouTube don't want to promote something that can go out to people that's claimed or has some sort of sensitive material or something in it. So you just don't end up in people's recommendations. You don't end up in suggested videos. You don't get pushed to as many people as you would if you were greenlit in the system. So there's a lot of creators out there who are probably getting hit with stuff that...
I'll be honest with you. I think there's far more to the YouTube algorithm than what anyone really knows. And I think there's far more to the YouTube algorithm than what even the people that work at YouTube know. I'll give you guys an example. I have often, and maybe this is just sort of like a grandiose sort of narcissistic take, but I have often looked at other content creators and the content that they create. And then I look at my thumbnails and shit, and I'm like, dude, how is that video of someone that's similar size to me? I don't look at people that's larger than me. I look at people that's on the similar size than me. How is their video getting 50, 60, 70,000 views in the first day, and my video, very similar, same sort of fucking title, same sort of thumbnail, not same thumbnail, but similar, my video is getting almost no views? Or maybe my video is just getting like 5,000 or 6,000 views. And I've often thought, could it be that I maybe say things that's a little bit more problematic because I fucking do, right? I don't toe the line as well as a lot of other content creators probably do. Could it be that the algorithm is sort of set up in such a way that my videos shouldn't be pushed as much? Now, I don't think that is the case, but it is possible because no one really knows what goes on in that algorithm. So it could be that the algorithm decides things based on who you are and based on your past, right? So based on your track record, the algorithm automatically downgrades your videos. Another thing that usually, like, this is actually the biggest thing that gets me. You'll hear about a lot of creators that will put out a video. The video does okay, right? They get, say, 10,000 views. But then a month later, the video takes off and just suddenly the video gets like 100,000 views. Do you know how little like it happens so often to a lot of creators? I can count the amount of times that that's happened to me on one hand. And I'm talking about videos that, according to everything that YouTube says, should be doing fucking phenomenally. I had a video recently where the click-through rate on the video was 14.5%. Now, to put this into context for you, Jake Paul and PewDiePie and those people, when they were at their peak, that's the kind of click-through ratings that they would get. That's the kind of click-through rates that they would get. It means that 14.5% of every single person that sees the video clicks on the video. YouTube wants that. The higher your click-through rate, the more views you'll get. The average view duration on the video is well over 50%, which is quite good on YouTube. And then the video gets 8,000 views. It's like, bro, according to the analytics, this video is fucking killing it. This video should be getting hundreds of thousands of views. Where's my fucking views? Like, why am I not getting views? And then I look at impressions, and the impressions is super low. So the video will have like 5,000-6,000 views, but my impressions, it's only shown the video to like 60,000-70,000 people. It's like, dude, you say you want click-through rate and average view duration, but now that you have a high click-through rate and a pretty high average view duration, you're not showing my video to fucking anyone. So what does it help that I have this incredible fucking click-through rate if you're not actually showing my video to people? What the fuck? Right? So I've looked at things like that and I've thought, there's a part of me that goes, what the fuck? Like, why is everyone else growing? It feels like people have like contacts at YouTube and those people put them on the fast track and I'm here on the fucking slow track just grinding away hoping, right? YouTube clips have been fucking fire for a while now. Yeah, the clips are exploding, but that's because of 40K. I thank the Emperor for that, right? It is the Emperor that is driving that algorithm. Most likely the algorithm is really a neural network and those learn and take history into consideration. I do think history must be taken into consideration because my clips channel and basically all of my other channels are doing far better than my main channel. Far better than my main channel. And I think it's because the main channel, I made a lot of mistakes in my main channel, I'm not going to lie. I am the poster child for things not to do on your main channel. I've made so many stupid videos that probably should never have been made on the main channel. And I think all of that just fucked things up. The Emperor truly does protect Warren. That is true.
Shouldn't be. And one of my instances was that I can't remember the video off the top of my head right now, but I got it flagged. Then I went to my YouTube rep about it, and they put it into the system and were like, yeah, that's weird. Why did that happen? And then it came back and it was greenlit, and they were like, we don't know what happened, but what might have been the cause is that something in the auto captions had like underscores in it. And whenever YouTube want to censor swear words, it puts underscores into the auto-generated captions. So it might have thought that I was swearing where I wasn't swearing and auto-flagged the video, which is a massive issue whenever you upload a video and most of your views come within the 24-hour period that it's uploaded. And then maybe it hits the algorithm later and takes off. But a lot of...
Okay, so all of this that he's saying now, I actually agree with. It's a mess on YouTube right now. A good example of this would be, I'll show you guys the video exactly. Let me just find it quickly. It was on the Clips channel. Dude, this still boggles my mind to this fucking day. The only reason I'm not doing this on screen is because I'm not allowed to show how much I earn every month. That is apparently against YouTube's rules. YouTube doesn't want you plebs to see how little money I make. Okay, so this video, this one, the Emperor of Man video, this video was copyright striked or copyright claimed until I think 3,000 views. Like the first 3,000 views, I had a copyright strike on this video. I got the video from Luton09. It's Luton's video. I'm pretty sure his video isn't copyright striked. When I uploaded the video, it had no copyright. It completed all the checks and it said the video is absolutely fine. I monetized the video. I put the ads into the video where I wanted the ads to be. Everything was still fine. Then it takes you to a page that tells you whether there's a copyright strike, whether the video is safe for ads, and both of those had check marks saying no copyright strikes, ads is fine. I scheduled the video to go live. The video goes live. 5 minutes later, I get an email saying, copyright strike on one of your videos. I come back, it's this fucking video. It got copyright claimed after it went live, after all the checks were completed, after the system had been fully fucking checked and the system said this is fine, it got copyright flagged. I then sort of went, okay, where are these copyright flags? And it gives me 2 moments in the video that was claimed by what's the fucking oh my god, Endemic Sounds claimed 2 parts of the video. Now, I am subscribed to Endemic Sounds. I pay a subscription to Endemic Sounds because I often use some of their music in my own videos. So, and you have to be subscribed to them. The reason you subscribe to them is so that they don't claim your videos, but the algorithm says these videos were fucking claimed by Endemic Sounds. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? So I appeal the copyright and nothing happens. Nothing happens. I think like 2 hours later, it gets dropped. Just suddenly the video goes green. Now you're fine. You can continue on your merry fucking way. It's like, dude, how? I know that Endemic Sounds didn't get to check it that quickly because usually when you appeal a copyright strike, it takes much, much longer for you to actually get your video back. Like it takes almost 20, 30 days sometimes to get your video back because they obviously get a lot of people saying, no, this isn't actually supposed to be copyrighted. But it happened in 2 hours and I was just like, okay, fuck. Clearly the algorithm was having a bad hair day or some shit.
My views come in that first 24-hour period or 48 hours. And if something like that happens immediately, it crushes the video. It can't really take off again as much as it probably once could. And there's just a whole mess of issues around it in regards to that. So that inconsistency with uploading and that kind of check system that's going on is really bothersome. And sometimes I'll upload a video. Today, I'm trying to get an eye tracker video done that had like some nudity in it, but we were trying really hard to like censor it as best we could so that it was like you can't actually see anything in the video. And it kept getting restricted immediately every time I uploaded it, no matter how many censors we were putting onto it. And I was like, Jesus. Fine, there's a lot of implied stuff in it. I get it. It's a very like risque kind of video, and I knew that before even recording the video. But we kept uploading it, and I was like, you know what? At one point, I'll just try an appeal on it to see what they say. Maybe they'll tell me exactly what actually is getting flagged, because I have no idea. I don't know if it's some of the implied nudity, some of the stuff we're covering up with pictures, some of the stuff that's pixelated. There's some male like top body nudity in it, which that double standard has existed for a while, where that's totally fine, showing male nipples, but anything else then is deemed way too sensitive, which is a whole...
Yeah, but male boobies nowhere near as good as female boobies. Everyone knows that. You're right, but probably not. It might have been them, just someone saying it was them. That also happens. Anyone can copyright claim literally anything on YouTube. That's the other bullshit thing about YouTube system. You don't even need to prove to YouTube that you own the content that you're about to copyright claim. You can literally click on someone's video and just go copyright claim. That's it. That's all you have to do. I mean, it's up to the fucking content creator to be like, dude, what the? No, you don't fucking own this. I own this. YouTube, that's the law. But Cortex, the law states that anyone that owns the copyright is allowed to claim copyright. The law never stated that any fucking piece of shit can claim whatever the fuck they want, and then you have to prove that you actually do own this, right? YouTube can absolutely fix that purely by saying, right, if you want to copyright claim something, you have to first prove that you own the copyright to this. And that shouldn't be hard, because in order to copyright something, you have to have a document that states that you did, in fact, copyright whatever the fuck you copyrighted, right? And yes, female boobs is epic. I do agree.
Whole other topic for a different discussion. But I was like, okay, maybe it's that. But then all of a sudden, the appeal came back and the video was greenlit. And I don't know why. I don't know why suddenly it's fine, because somebody looked at it and was like, actually, yeah, this video is fine.
Aragos, I don't know if that's true. At least not in South Africa. In South Africa, there's like a couple of ways that people get around this. Because in South Africa, for copyright, you need to be able to prove that you wrote the thing that you're saying you wrote. So if you just, let's say, typed a document on your PC, right? Or let's go back a bit to the days of typewriting, right? So you had a typewriter and you typed a play. Technically speaking, if someone else stole that play, retyped it, and said that it was theirs, you would have no recourse. There would be no way for you to prove that it was indeed yours. So what people used to do, and even nowadays, even with PCs, what people will do is they'll print it out and then they'll mail it to themselves. So they have the document and they will mail it to themselves, and they will keep that closed envelope with the date and everything. That is your proof that you wrote this thing. Because if anyone else comes out and says, well, actually, I wrote it, you can go, no, here's the entirety of this document sealed and delivered to me on this date. This is the date that I wrote this, okay? Because you have to be able to prove that you did this. Just saying that I have this and here's the original document, unless you can prove unequivocally that you did indeed write this and that it is indeed yours, the law will just be like, no, that's not enough. Where's the proof that you wrote this? Because you could have just stolen it, copyrighted it, or copied it over, and now you're claiming it's yours. So yeah.
Why is it getting flagged? So it's this imbalance between the system flagging stuff versus like a manual reviewer flagging it. And a lot of times I don't know which is doing it. I don't know which is which.
DMCA is not really the international standard. Because DMCA is literally a document that Congress came up with in 1998. It is the American standard. It's just that YouTube adheres to it because YouTube is an American-based company, so all other countries have to adhere to it as well. But there was last year, actually, the EU actually tightened their laws around copyright, and YouTube had to respond to said laws. Last year, there was like a major sort of panic by people going, oh my God, it's going to get even worse now because the EU tightened their laws. If DMCA was the international standard, then no other country would need to tighten their laws. No, DMCA is literally, it refers to the American document, but it's not international. Every country has their own laws and their own rules around things like that. For example, China has almost no laws around that shit. In China, if you want to copyright something, just fucking go for it. They have barely any IP rights, barely any fucking copyright rights. You can do pretty much just whatever the hell you want.
I don't know who's actually checking this stuff or what's checking this stuff, why it's getting flagged. And that, I think, is the biggest issue with all of this, is that lack of communication and transparency. And willingness to know what we're getting flagged for. And that's been an issue for a really long time on the platform. Because not only can that happen, but the reverse can happen as well, where I get something flagged, then it gets greenlit by somebody at YouTube, supposedly, and then suddenly I upload the video, and then 5 days later, I'm like, okay, it's clear, great. Now I'm happy because I know that that video is fine because someone manually reviewed it. And then a couple of days go by, and then it gets flagged again, and I can't appeal it. That's a really big problem for anybody doing this kind of job. And again, I come from a place of huge privilege where I have the ability to actually talk to them about it. Can you imagine if you don't have...
Yeah, my noir is correct there, Aragast. You are sort of grossly mistaken. DMCA is the accepted protocol for YouTube. If I in South Africa wanted to sue someone else and I said, hey, by the way, DMCA, a South African judge would literally be like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's not a lawyer. Get the hell out, right? South Africa has its own copyright laws with its own restrictions. Now, is it true that a lot of it is standardized? Yes, because otherwise artists wouldn't actually release their work in a country that doesn't have at least basic protections. But in many cases, so in South Africa, for example, a lot of the copyright law is a lot more strict in terms of how do you prove that your work is actually copyrighted. And that is, at least in the case of South Africa, it is due to the fact that our laws are incredibly outdated. So I think the copyright law in South Africa is actually before 1998. So it is quite an outdated law. And it's not really ever been looked up or tried to change it, because they don't really run into many issues. So it's not really an issue for them, or at least not a priority. But again, every country does have small changes in how they deal with copyright and how copyright is applied and what copyright works and what copyright doesn't. DMCA is the standard on YouTube because YouTube is an American company. But even then, YouTube has different standards for different countries if those countries have different rules around their copyright.
Have that ability. What are you going to do about your content?
They have to obey it, Aragast, because YouTube is an American company. So if you file a DMCA takedown, then YouTube has to, because they have to adhere to American law. So DMCA is the baseline that YouTube operates under. But that's just for YouTube. That's not necessarily for anything else. There are countries where you're going to file your DMCA off of YouTube, and that country might reject it. Not many, but there are. Anyways, I'm not going to argue about this anymore. That is just literally how it works.
Sitting there with it in limbo, wondering if the next thing you upload is actually going to get flagged as well, and you're second guessing everything. And that sort of like second guessing of stuff has really killed my sort of creativity when it comes to content, or like it just pulls me out of it. Whenever I'm recording something and I'm thinking, man, is this going to get flagged? Do I have to edit this out? And all of these filters going through my brain just kind of like pulls me out of the moment and pulls me out of my own content, where I just want to sit here and have fun and record stuff. And I know these systems are in place for good reasons, like to keep children safe, to keep pornographic content off the platform. Like for the reasons that they're implemented, they're very good reasons for them being there, and I completely understand that and don't want them to go away. I just wish it was more consistent and a bit more transparent as to what's going on, because right now it feels like you get flagged for some sort of stuff and they won't tell you what it is because either they don't know or they don't want to tell you, because then it'll like poke holes in the system. And I guess this is a good jumping off point to the next point, which is that there's a big issue.
I'll just end on what he just said there. The reason it's inconsistent is because it's done by algorithm. The algorithm isn't perfect. They're constantly updating and changing the algorithm. And as so often happens, we literally just had that on YouTube. I don't know if you guys know about this, but the shorts were broken for quite a while, where your shorts could explode, but your shorts didn't actually translate to long form videos. So people that wanted to use shorts in order to get many subscribers and then sort of switch to long form content as a supplement, it just didn't work. Their mainstream videos would get no views and their shorts would get millions of views. And it was a very weird thing. And then it turns out that the shorts algorithm completely fucking broke. And it just broke the normal algorithm. that's the problem with algorithms, right? You make one change that you think, oh, this is just a small change. We're just going to make this better. And then suddenly it breaks the whole fucking thing. And it was like shorts were completely disconnected from the rest of YouTube for almost 2 months that it took them to fix this. So I would say that so far into this video, 11 minutes into this video, I agree with all of these criticisms of YouTube. I just don't know how you will ever fix that. Because at the scale that YouTube operates, it is impossible for them to have human intervention at every level, which means they have to rely on machine learning for most, if not all of it. And that is going to cause shit. There's just nothing you can fucking do about it. Because as intelligent and as smart as humans are, we're still so far behind when it comes to actual machine learning and understanding how these things are actually supposed to work. The algorithm is a shitty place of code with no intelligence to it. We can see Google algorithm censoring photos of a happy dog sleeping in the sun as potentially sexually explicit because it has same fur tone as some tan blonde by the pool. Yeah, but that's the issue, right? You are sort of asking YouTube to fix their algorithms when really they don't even probably know how to most of the time.
Issue with users flagging videos these days as well. And I'm speaking all of this anecdotally because I don't have any like crazy proof of this. It's just kind of what I go through and what I see others go through and the stories that I hear from them. Is that users can flag videos, and if you get mass reported for something, I think then YouTube pays attention to it and does something about it. And a recent example of this was that the Corridor Digital people got their channel hacked, and they got mass reported by people watching the video to be like, hey, your channel's hacked, or we want this taken down, or something like that. And then their whole channel was removed from YouTube. So it made me think, what happens if you're not hacked and people report you en masse like that as well? Do YouTube actually check it and then be like, no, that's fine, we'll keep it? Or
I don't
is it
know.
automated where the system will just take your channel down anyway if you just get mass flagged?
Was what? This video? I got Nixty asked me to look at this. I didn't know that this was even a thing until like maybe half an hour ago or some shit. Regards to that, I would say a lot of people misunderstand the quote-unquote censorship that YouTube applies. It's not censorship. I am fairly certain if you asked YouTube honestly, do you want to create an algorithm that checks every single video to make sure that it is absolutely safe and doesn't include anything that might be considered problematic? The vast majority of YouTube people would probably tell you no. It would be so much fucking better if we could just let people upload content and we didn't have to worry about it, because we are spending obscene amounts of money keeping all of this shit running and making sure that it runs. The issue is advertising. Everyone seems to go, oh my God, the fucking censorship. It's advertisers. The advertisers like Pepsi or Coke don't want their fucking ads showing up on a video that shows nudity. They don't want that. YouTube wants their money. I want their money because I want to get paid. So what ends up happening is YouTube has to build something that stops those ads showing up on those videos. That's an algorithm. That means that's going to be some form of censorship. I think YouTube does better than most when it comes to the censorship. They mess up a lot as well, but I do think in general they do better than most. Big because of old YouTube where nothing or mostly nothing was censored or machine learned out of existence, and now the government on into it. I don't know if I would say it's the government. It might be, but I don't know if I would just automatically say that it is the government.
For something. Because what if somebody uploads something and other people don't like it and then it gets mass reported? Like, I don't know the systems in place for users flagging videos like that. Or if somebody finds something unsavory or they didn't find it funny or something like that, can't they just abuse the system then to get something they don't like addressed?
I'm sure they could.
I could be talking out of my ass on this one.
No, I'm sure they could, but this is the equivalent of real life. In real life, technically speaking, a bunch of people could get together that dislike you, phone the police and report you for drug smuggling or some shit, right? They could technically do that. And the police would respond if enough people phoned to tell them, hey, this guy is a drug smuggler or a human trafficker or some shit. You may not be, but enough people could get together. The argument here is very fucking sort of flimsy, because it would require enough people to have a fucking issue with you to the point where YouTube actually pays attention. So you are making videos and there are a million people that hate you so much that they're willing to report your video. It may happen at times, but it's probably far rarer than most people would argue, or that would ever really fucking happen. Swatting is another thing. One of the things that I think I'm okay with when it comes to swatting is I live in South Africa. So if someone tried to swat me, chances are the police isn't even gonna show up. And if they do show up, I don't think we have SWAT teams. So they'll probably just show up and be like, hey, what's going on here? And I'll be like, nothing, I'm playing video games. Like, oh, okay, never mind.
And it could not actually be like that. And there could be way more systems in place to protect people from that. But again, I don't know. And the fact that I don't know in these scenarios, and I'm guessing, is a massive problem. We should know. Especially as people on this platform that are like all these massive creators that are bringing in so much revenue for YouTube, and the fact that we don't know exactly how you address these types of things, I think is a really big problem. Because this happened a while ago as well, between Charlie and Mark as well. And again, people keep saying this. Poor Mark keeps getting dragged into all of this stuff, but it's a very good use case scenario because in YouTube's eyes, it seems like Mark can do no wrong these days. And I don't know why, but it seems like I've gotten stuff flagged before where Mark hasn't. And I think because me and Mark are of similar size and like make similar content, that to me was really bizarre. The only difference is that Mark has made like YouTube original shows with them. And I'm wondering if he was put into a different system so those shows wouldn't get flagged for some of the stuff that was in them. So now other stuff kind of gets a bit more leeway on it. Again, I don't know. I could be talking out of my ass and I don't want to put instances in place that aren't actually happening. But it's kind of hard not think about these things from this perspective. And I would love to be able to talk to someone at YouTube about this more in depth and see exactly, like, get some actual honesty out of it instead of being talked to in riddles. But this happened with Mark.
The problem with wanting YouTube to be honest about how the algorithm works or how the reporting system works is it is a dual-edged blade. The second all of the content creators know how the algorithm works, there will be those who hack the algorithm, right? They will find the weaknesses of the algorithm and they will exploit it in order to get around it. So YouTube keeps it actively vague to ensure that no one really knows what is and isn't allowed. So hopefully everyone adheres to the rules equally. The mass reporting thing, if YouTube comes out and says, well, actually, the limit is 100,000. So if 100,000 people report your video, we take action and we ban you. Then suddenly Reddit and 4chan comes together and they're like, oh, we have 100,000 people. Let's target this creator and everyone mass report the guy. We're just going to mass report him and we're going to get his channel banned. Just for funsies, right? Just for the lols. And this guy ends up banging his head against the wall because he just got his fucking channel deleted. So it is sort of like, damned if you do, damned if you don't. I would love to get more honesty about how the algorithm actually chooses videos, because there are a lot of videos where I look at the analytics and I'm like, dude, this video should do a hell of a lot better than what it is. Why isn't this video popping off? Because according to the analytics, I am doing everything correct, but it's just not popping off. And then there's videos that do terrible in the analytics, but it pops off. It just does incredibly well. It's like, dude, what the fuck is up with this algorithm? But at the same time, you know that YouTube is never going to share that shit. Not with anyone.
And Charlie before, where Charlie uploaded a video with the same clip that Mark reacted to years ago, and Charlie's video got a strike. It wasn't just like a claim. Jesus. I think he legitimately got a strike on his channel, which is like the 3 strikes and you're out rule.
Yeah.
And Mark didn't. So Mark made a video about it being like, where's my strike? And instead of addressing the problem and being like, oh yeah, we're inconsistent and that sucks and we're sorry, they just give Mark a strike. It's like, that's not the solution. That's not what we were...
Aragos, the things that you're saying makes no sense when you understand how it actually works. Because that... Like I said, I happen to have some inside source at YouTube, so I know actually what the data shows on this. The just let popular videos be popular actually was a horrible system for creators because, yes, a lot of creators received a lot of subscribers almost overnight, right? And they got millions of views on their videos. But as it turns out, many of those subscribers that they got never actually watched another video. They seen one video and they sort of subscribed to it, but they wouldn't watch any of the other videos. And slowly but surely, those videos started to trickle down. The algorithm now actually leads to more views for more creators overall. So it is actually a far more equal system now where a lot more creators can get discovered and can get views. So I don't actually agree with that at all, because what you would have ended up with in your system is 200 creators getting all the views and no one else really creating videos because they're not getting views. You would have basically had YouTube that is Twitch. That's it. That's literally all you would have had. You should continue to perform. Okay, that's a fucking stupid take. Let's see. Let's see how you should continue to perform or else get replaced. Because this is literally Twitch would have been what YouTube would have been what Twitch is now. Let's go here. Okay, so you're a new content creator. You just started playing League of Legends. You're going to be a big League of Legends streamer one day. But right now, you don't have many viewers, right? You've just fucking started. You just started, right? So the algorithm only picks people that is... only the best people get picked by the algorithm. You have to go down, right? Because you're on 0 viewers. You are a small streamer, small YouTuber. You don't have any subscribers. You have no views. There's so many people that have so many more views than you. So we're still starting to lag a little, but we are going. Hold up, we'll get to you soon. I don't think any of you have ever gone this far down the list. And if you have, you're lying. Like, if you say that you've scrolled this far down to actually look for something to watch, you're a fucking liar. We're not even on 0 yet, and my internet is fucking lagging. Like, everything is lagging right now. We're not at you yet. You haven't shown up yet. We'll get there soon. Don't worry. Their start from people they know or by joining a group of streamers. Yeah, I am. How you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. If you're one of these streamers, I'm not even gonna keep going because we're never gonna fucking get there. It's lagging so much. If you're one of these streamers, you can quit streaming now. You can give up. Unless you go to YouTube with their superior algorithm and you get discovered there and start funneling viewers to your Twitch stream, you will never be discovered. You will stream for 2 viewers for the rest of your fucking life, and that is it. So, Aragast, in the system that you think is a good system, this is what would happen. No one that started after the first year of YouTube's inception would ever get discovered, because there are already established people getting millions of views. The algorithm that you want only pushes videos that actually get views. So all of the people that have subscribers are the ones getting the views. So their videos are the ones getting pushed, and those people that have 0 subscribers aren't getting pushed at all because they have 0 subscribers, and the algorithm is only pushing views that actually get views. So you are fucked in your scenario. No one is ever getting discovered ever again. I don't think that is a system that anyone would want.
Talking about, and that's not the solution here either. We're not saying everybody should be flagged now because
you have to get creative with your lol. Okay. What should Perfa PvP do in order to get discovered? Like, what creative thing can Perfa PvP do in order to get discovered? Considering the fact that Perfa PvP is so far down this fucking list that they can show up naked with their titties in a tussle and no one would even fucking see it, except for the 2 people that is currently watching, one of which is probably a mod, right? No one would even fucking know. It doesn't matter how creative you are. It doesn't matter what the fuck you're doing. No one is physically seeing the shit that you're doing. Like, physically, there's no one seeing it, so no one knows. It's the same argument if a tree falls in a forest, does it make a fucking sound? Well, does it? Considering then that sound is only registered if there are ears that vibrate enough so that you can hear it, it doesn't make a sound because there's no ears around to actually vibrate so that it turns into a sound. It's just a wave at that point, and it doesn't sound like anything because there's no ears to actually turn that wave into a sound. This person, Perva PvP, doesn't matter what they do, they will never be discovered unless they go to the superior platform and get discovered there. So your argument sort of suggests you can somehow get people to see you, even though people can't fucking see you. Make Machinima. Okay, so make Machinimas go to YouTube. Because playing a weird... I literally just explained to you. If you play a weird champion, no one's gonna fucking know about it because you're down here. You're down here. So no one's gonna know that you're playing a weird champion. You want to make machinimas, so that means you're going to YouTube with the superior algorithm that you want to change to be more like the Twitch algorithm, which means that your machinimas are also not going to get noticed because your machinimas is in the exact space that your Twitch stream is now, meaning no one is fucking seeing it. So making machinimas wouldn't work. Have a persona and so on. Again, no one's going to see your persona, so it doesn't matter. What you are saying is no matter what you do, you will never do better than CNN is. Don't be CNN, have your own style. Dude, no, that's literally not what I'm saying. I'm saying in your fucking world, CNN is the only company that is allowed to broadcast, and you're telling people just broadcast, forehead. Just be interesting. Yeah, I want to be interesting, and I have a really cool idea for how I can do the news, but I'm not allowed to fucking broadcast so that people can actually see me. Therefore, it doesn't really matter, right? I'm sitting in my bedroom being very interesting with the news, but I'm not allowed to let people see it. But somehow, unless people see it, I can't be seen. But I can't be seen until people see it. But people can't see it because I'm not allowed to show people until people see it. It's like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? It's never going to work that way. The algorithm right now is a hell of a lot better than the algorithm used to be. Anyways, done with that.
Because we're talking about it. It should be, maybe everyone should be flagged for the same things all the time, so it's consistent across everybody's channels, and no one is being prioritized. No one's getting favoritism, or is the system just missing things, which is also a big problem. Like, what is actually going on? We don't know. And that's really disheartening to upload content. Like, there's sometimes when I'm like, I don't know if I should upload that because I don't know if it'll actually like go into the system. I don't know if it'll do well. I don't know if YouTube will actually serve this up to people. I don't know if it'll get flagged. I don't, like, all these things going through my head. And then it's just like, well, I just don't want to upload it now because it just killed the fun in uploading my own content. And that's why I make content, is just for the fun of it, just to like get out of my own head.
I mean, if it was just for the fun of it, you wouldn't care, right? If it gets flagged, if it gets demonetized, you wouldn't give a shit because you were just doing it for the fun. You are doing it for the money. You're doing it for the growth. You're doing it for the fame, which is why you care about those things, because you want as many people to see it because that pays you. And that's fine. You can absolutely admit that. I actually respect the fact that that's why you're doing it, because that's why everyone is doing everything. If anyone ever tells you just do it because it's your passion, you should really not trust them, because the job that they're doing because it pays them. They're not doing it out of the charity of their hearts. But the fact, it's part of a job. Everyone fucking has that. Like, no one can just rock up at the office with their dick out. There are rules, there's regulations, there's protocol that has to be taken into account, right? You can't just answer the phone at your office and be like, "Sup, bitch?" Right? Your boss is going to lose his shit because you're talking to the clients and being like, "Sup, cunt, how you doing?" Right? You can't do that. You're not allowed to do that at the office. You have to think about what you're saying. You can't just go like, oh yeah, no, I know that you want to buy our printer ink, but really our printer ink is shit. No, you have to think about what you're saying, right? You can't just be like, oh yeah, we actually have an inferior product. You'd be better off buying it next door. You can't do that. You have to think about what you're doing. And that's part of the job. It is part of the job. When you're making content, you have to think, is this content going to be broadcastable? Am I going to get demonetized if I make this content? That's just part of the job. I don't know if you can ever get around that.
Piece of escapism to have fun with everybody at home. But the fact that like this year I've had to second guess absolutely everything I'm doing down to like titles and thumbnails because that's the new meta with everything. It's like you have to think of a title first and then think of a really slapping thumbnail that like clickbaits people into your video instead of just having it be like, hey, I'm uploading an hour of this video that's a game and it's fun. And I just want to do it casually and like sit back, relax, and actually have my stuff served to the same people that it was always served to before. And now suddenly it's just vastly different. I don't get it. And it's hard to talk about this stuff as well because I'm not trying to come at this from a perspective of like, oh, woe is me, my videos should be doing better. That's not the case. If I upload something that people just aren't interested in, that's totally fine. I absolutely get it. Like I uploaded that Watcher video recently about the camera system for like a bigger universe that I'm building for Iris and like the egos and everything. And I get that that's jarring and it comes out of nowhere and it's not really anything that people can latch onto yet because the whole world hasn't been built yet. So I get if something like that does a little differently because people just don't know what to expect with it and just aren't that interested in it. But when I'm uploading like similar videos to some of my peers and then it gets like punished for that because of something I did slightly differently than them, that's a really big issue to me because
the problem with all of his arguments now, and the reason I absolutely fundamentally disagree with him, is he's saying, I don't want to make clickbait titles and I don't want to make clickbait thumbnails just so that I can get views. Why can't I just make the video, upload it, and everyone sees it? Well, the clickbait isn't YouTube. It's not YouTube that said, hey, you should absolutely do clickbait, otherwise we're not showing people your videos. The clickbait is us. We, the viewers. We are the ones that push the clickbait. Why? Because when I'm looking at my homepage here, there are certain videos on this homepage that I will absolutely click on purely based on the fact that the thumbnail sells me on wanting to watch this. If your thumbnail is complete dog shit, I'm probably not going to fucking click on your thumbnail. Because it's dog shit. I have all of these videos that want my fucking time. I have to choose one of them. Because that's all I have time for. I have time to watch one video. I don't really. I have time for many videos, but, you know, in normal circumstances, you can watch one video. So really, what he's saying is he wants his viewers to be stupid and robotic and just watch his content, no matter what the thumbnail is. They should just all watch his videos all the time. And say, well, I'm sure they want to, and I'm sure they do for the most part, but they need to be able to see the video. In order to see the video, they kind of need you to make a thumbnail that makes them go, oh, wait, what's this? Let's go, right? I'm not even watching him. I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about. Growfile, how you doing, bro?
everyone should be treated fairly on the platform if we're all going to rise again, because this is coming from a perspective of like being a white dude on YouTube. And this comes back to Corey's video again, where he said he'll come back from a massive break, have huge videos, do massive numbers, and it's always super impressive to see. And then suddenly YouTube will come out of nowhere and start flagging videos from like 8 months ago when he wasn't uploading.
And every single time I start to get an uptick in traction, an uptick in activity, here comes YouTube coming through. Hey, let's get him for that video from 2019. Yeah, you see this, Corey? No, this is bad. It wasn't bad the 9 months that I was off the platform. It was only bad when I got back and I was #1 trending.
So why? Why are they getting flagged now when he's back and not when he's uploaded them or not when he's on his break? It's suddenly like now I'm gaining traction and attention again, and then YouTube punish him for it. Is it users flagging videos who maybe don't like him? Is it racists? Is it people at YouTube doing it? Nobody knows. So all he can do is like jump to his own conclusions based on the experience that he's been having. And that ends up in the video that he has. And that's why I'm making this video. And I saw that Ludwig made one as well, and Charlie made one, and Mark's probably going to make a video on this too, talking about those experiences as well. And I just hate how inconsistent everything is these days. As people who upload to this platform, that
Jimbo, no, usually you just get an email with a very generic, your video's been flagged and we've done whatever, right? I can logically think, I don't have the answers to this, but I can logically think why, when you start trending, some of your videos might get flagged after the fact. Because it has happened to me as well. There's been videos where, especially on the main channel, I'll go through a period of massive views, right? My videos just get double or triple the views that they usually get. And then suddenly I'll get this fucking like 3 or 4 notifications of videos that gets flagged, but these videos were uploaded 3 years ago. I'm like, what the fuck? Those videos were fine, you know, then, and they've been fine for the last three years, but now suddenly it's a problem. And usually those flags are legit. I just want to point that out. A lot of the time, those flags are for songs that I used back in the day before I knew how the fuck the system worked. And those songs got copyrighted in the meantime. And now it's catching it. And the only logical thing I can think of here is that you were... like, as soon as you start exploding, the algorithm is probably programmed to start looking at you a lot more closely than what it would if you're just sort of coaxing along, right? If you're barely getting any views, the algorithm is sort of just checking nonchalantly just to make sure that you're not breaking any rules and being egregious with it. But if you start exploding, you're a bit more under the microscope. And so the algorithm really starts checking, wait, is everything fine here? Is this going to lead to another apocalypse? You know, could this guy be caught for some kind of video, something that he said or something that he did that is going to make mainstream fucking media? And that's just going to pull YouTube down again with some bullshit. So that's what I logically think. I don't know exactly if that would work, because there's also a lot of problems probably with that line of thinking. Like, why would you design an algorithm to start looking at people more closely when they blow up? Why not just design the algorithm to just look at people when they upload videos and make sure that those videos are fine? But it could be that, because it's happened to me in the past as well, and it's always when my channel is in an upswing, not when my channel is just sort of coaxing along.
I've been doing it, I'll be doing it 10 years in December. I know what consistency looks like. I know what it's like to upload that often over long periods of time, and to suddenly have things shift and be so chaotic and so inconsistent is really jarring from my perspective. And I don't really know what to do about it, other than the fact that I just kind of don't want to upload videos right now. I mean, I have a couple of brand deals that I'm committed to, that I told people I would do, and like contracts and everything that I will do. But at the same time, after that, I'm like, I don't even know if I want to upload, because the ecosystem that's on YouTube right now is so bland and boring to upload to. Like, as an example as well, some of my videos were like really underperforming when I took like a week off. And I was like, well, I don't know why these are underperforming, because again, I know what my consistency looks like. I know what my average is. And then I upload these videos after taking time off, and it's like, are you punishing me for taking time away from my channel?
Yeah, I am sorry. YouTube keeps saying, like, all the time, YouTube will say, no, we don't punish people for taking time off. But it is absolutely true. If you haven't uploaded for a couple of days and you come back and you upload a video, your video does markedly worse. Like, just, it's marked. You can see that this video is not performing the way that it should be. And in this, I would actually agree with him. The current YouTube meta is just dog shit. You know how I used to start all of my videos? Like, those of you that's brand new would probably not know this. But on the main channel, the way that I used to start my videos, like the intro of my videos was, "Sup, fuckers, Akalon here, welcome back." That's what I used to do. I'm not allowed to do that anymore. Because if you go sub fuckers, if you say fuckers in the first 30 seconds, the YouTube algorithm goes, what are you doing? You can't do this. That's unacceptable. So you have to change it. And now we're on sub, ladies and gentlemen. How you doing? Right? And that's a small thing. But that is a thing that really takes away from being able to be a little bit edgy, be a little bit cocky sometimes, do things that might push the envelope a little. And yeah, these days as a YouTuber, you do have to constantly go, okay, this is what I want to do, but this is what I will do just to make sure that I don't get flagged and that I don't lose like all my money this time around. So I do agree with that. I think the YouTube ecosystem have become incredibly boring and sort of very cyclical. We're in a, like YouTube have almost become this place where last year at the end of the year, clips became a huge thing and everyone was doing clips. Now React content is a huge thing and everyone's doing React content. You know, Andrew Tate was a huge deal. Everyone was reacting to Andrew Tate. It's not like you have different ecosystems on YouTube anymore and everyone is sort of like, there's so many different ecosystems of things just blowing up. It's like everyone goes to this and then everyone does this until everyone is sick of it. And then everyone goes to this and then everyone does this until everyone is sick of this. And it's just, there's no originality anymore. Everyone's just doing the thing that everyone is doing right now. And it gets really fucking boring after a while.
Surely not. And if you're not, then why are these underperforming compared to like the average of what I'm normally doing when they're the types of games that people are interested in? It's not just something out of nowhere that people wouldn't want to watch. And then it's like, were my title and thumbnail not good enough for what the current meta is, which is that like click-through rate, like getting people into the video immediately. And I feel like that ecosystem right now is all about like, what is the massive idea?
That is actually my biggest problem. Sorry, I keep pausing, but that is actually my biggest problem with the click-through rate meta that YouTube have right now. Because how many times have you guys done this? I know I do this a lot, where one of my favorite creators will upload a video. I'll see the video and I'll be like, oh, I need to watch that. I don't have time right now, but I'll watch it tonight. Do you guys do that often? Is that something that happens quite often to you? Where you'll see a video and you'll just be like, okay, I can't watch this now, but I do want to watch this. So I'm going to watch this soon, just not right away. All right, Nixty says yes. Argos, I'm pretty sure it's yes for everyone, but never mind. Like 3 tabs open with vids I want to watch. Do you know that that hurts the channel that you're not watching at that moment? So just doing this, right? So I'm on this page and now I go, fuck it. And I do this and then I do this again. Just hurt all of those channels. All of those channels that was just on that main page, all of them lost click-through rate just now. Because according to the YouTube algorithm, it served that video to me, right? So I saw the video, but I decided not to click on the video. So according to the algorithm, that must not be a good video. Now, I'm just one person, so I have barely any effect. But if 100,000 people do that, that has a massive effect on that video. Because for the algorithm, it's like, oh my God, 100,000 people didn't click on this video? Ooh, seems like people don't really want to watch that video. We'll probably not show more people that video just in case. It is a terrible fucking meta. Because it kind of makes it so that you can get fucked even if viewers like your content. You can get fucked. Now, here is where things get fucking wild, chat. Like, seriously wild. Let's say you come to my channel, right? You see one of my videos pop up on your feed. And you're like, oh, I really need to watch that. I don't have time right now, but I need to watch that. Now, a couple of days go by and you kind of forgot about it, right? You forgot about the fact that I uploaded a new video. And another video comes up. And again, it's just before a meeting. You're like, fuck, I forgot. I need to watch that video. I'll watch it. I'm going to watch that. I just need to go to my meeting quickly. And you move along and, you know, you forget about it again. And then another video shows up. And again, you don't click on it. The algorithm goes, oh, he's probably done watching Akalon. We won't show him any more Akalon for a few months. And we'll show Akalon again after like 6-7 months. We're not going to show him anymore because we don't want to show him content that he doesn't want to watch. And then you're gone for 6 months. So unless you actually go to my channel to watch my videos, the algorithm will not show you any more videos for a period of time. I'm saying 6 months. It could be shorter. It could be longer. It really doesn't. No one really knows. I'm saying 6 months because whenever I stop watching someone's content, they'll disappear from my feed for a while. And then usually they'll come back about 6 months later. I'll start saying, oh my God, this is weird, right? They're back again. And then I usually start, like this, a good example of this is Sorted Food. I used to watch Sorted Food quite a lot last year. And then early this year, I stopped watching their videos. It's not that it came bad. I was just sort of over their videos. And recently, Sorted Food have started showing up a lot in my feed again. And they were actually gone from my feed for quite a while. Sam the Cooking Guy is another one that I actually stopped watching for almost 6-7 months. And he's just started showing up in my feed again. So it's sort of like the algorithm punishes you when you upload, but it also punishes you when you're not uploading, which makes it really fucking weird. Not gonna lie, I go to your Clips channel daily to see if you have new 40k stuff. I do appreciate that. That is some fucking degenerate shit. I appreciate that.
Yeah, like how much money am I giving away in a video? Like I did this in this video and you'll never believe what happened. It's that kind of like clickbaiting into videos instead of just being like, hey, I just want to upload a video game. Here's part 1 and not have to worry about like, how do I clickbait people into it? And that, I mean, I get it because that's just my style of YouTube. That's just the way I like doing it. I come from a place of just more casualness and like the genuine side of YouTube instead of trying to like do huge numbers. That's never been like my thing. So I get that at some point that kind of stuff was going to take over. And it's always kind of been on the platform anyway. But for me, it's just kind of like, it's kind of killing the fun of the platform. It's not why I do YouTube. So I'm like, why am I funneling into this system that's just not that fun to do right now? So I'm glad Corey made that video.
DeSoto, how you doing, brother? A bit the spiderweb of the suggestions. So this creator you watch also views, and this friends also watches X, so that may influence the feeds too. Yeah, well, that is already known. So if you hit like on a video, this is why hitting like on videos is such a good thing for creators and why so many creators ask you to hit the like button, because the algorithm for the likes on videos is different to the algorithm for the views on videos. That algorithm basically goes, you liked this video, but you also watch other videos. So other people that also watch the other videos may actually like the video that you just liked. So we are going to show those people the videos that you liked in the hopes of sort of introducing them to new content. So it's important first and foremost to get people to click on your video. That's where the clickbait comes in. Then you have to ask people to like the video because their like can actually bring new viewers to your channel, because they watch other content than just you, and other people watch the other content that they watch, and they might like that content too. So it's a giant fuck up of just trying to get as many people to watch as much content as humanly possible, and you have to sort of figure that shit out for yourself.
I'm glad that it's the same as me talking about the spam comments a while ago. That is still kind of a problem. They brought in new filters and I got to like beta test it, and it did okay, but there's still a lot of it out there. You still see channels with like fake Mr. Beast profile pictures and then N-words in their name, or they'll have pornographic pictures as their profile picture. And like sex in their name. And it's like, why is that stuff fine? But I have to jump through a million hoops just to upload a video. And that other stuff is way more easy to catch than any of the stuff that I'm doing is. Like all of that stuff just kind of ruins the fun of it. And I don't blame Corey for taking breaks as often as he does, because why wouldn't you if you're not having as much fun? Because Corey comes from the same school of YouTube that I do, which is like you just start off in your room and you play it and you just want to have fun with your audience and entertain and make as many jokes as possible and just get through a game and make it the most entertaining experience you can. And right now it feels like that's not the prime goal of content, because everybody has to have like a crazy idea first and then the content kind of forms around it. And in some ways that's great. In some ways that's increased the productivity on the platform and the production quality on the platform. And like you get more information now in 10 minutes than you ever did. You can't just sit back and upload an unedited 10-minute video like you could back in the day. And that's better. I do like that stuff has to be a bit more involved. You have to try a little harder. You have to edit your videos a bit better. You have to keep people's attention a bit more. That stuff's great. I just think the extreme end of that is a bit concerning for where the platform is going.
I can agree with that.
I'm curious to see what other people think in the comments.
That.
I'm curious what other YouTubers think. Am I alone in this? Is this just my experience for what I'm doing?
No, fuck.
But
Dude, the amount of videos that I upload, do you know how fucking much I would love just being able to upload the video? Like, oh my lord, I would be so happy. Like, I'll give you guys an example of this again, because I literally just did it today. So here you go, right? I made this video today. Now, if you include research, this video took about, let's say, about 6.5 hours. Now, if you include all of the research, so all of the books that I've read over the course of my life in World of Warcraft and everything else, then it's probably taken like a couple of months to make, right? But I'm not including that. I'm just including the active research that I did going into the video. Now, this is the raw and unedited video. That's for patrons and YouTube members and stuff. So if you are a patron and a YouTube member, that video is available for you. It's completely unedited, raw, nothing else. No music, nothing. The upload process was so simple. I literally just uploaded it, made the thumbnail, and I was done. I can't actually make this video public because no one's going to fucking watch it because it's bad, right? It is horrible. There's like a portion before the video starts where I'm just sitting there and I'm getting ready, and then I go, "Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Accolon here. Welcome back to each and every one of you." And I have a script in front of me that I'm reading from, and, you know, it's sort of like a whole fucking deal. So it's not going to be a good viewing experience. I would love if that was all I had to do, right? Just up the video and be done with it. That's not going to work. So tomorrow morning, I'm going to pull that into the editor, and I'm going to spend the next 3-4 hours actually editing the video, making sure that the music is good, that the sound's good, and that there's no silent spots and all the rest of it. It's going to take me about 3 hours. And then I would love if I could cut out those 3 hours, because I upload so many videos that it would make my life fucking easy if I could just do that. You can't, though. So sadly, you can't. I'm liking the raw and unedited videos, though. So if you guys enjoy shit like that, go watch that.
thought I'd make a video about this kind of stuff anyway to kind of like back up Corey too, because I'll always have his back. He's one of the more genuine people on the platform. So nice, doesn't swear, makes the most fun content he can for his audience, and I really respect and appreciate that. And even though I started like before him, and he talks about how I inspired him a lot of the times, he's really inspiring me these days to like try harder with my content. So shout out to Corey. He's one of the best YouTubers on the platform. So that's why I want to back him up on this and talk about it as well. Because it's just a confusing time to kind of be on the platform where, I don't know, it's just kind of exhausting to have to overthink your content this much when it was just so much more fun before. But again, open to discussion. I don't have all the answers. I don't claim to either. I'm speaking from my own experience in these regards. So I'm very curious to see what everybody else thinks. Other YouTubers, other creators, other like people in the comments, anything at all. But I do think that this is a discussion worth having when it comes to YouTube about the inconsistencies with their systems and how many different variations and variables there are in it for uploading content, because it's starting to get really confusing and really annoying to do when I upload a video that's like my Stray video. I wanted to get that up on time when the game came out, had to wait till the next day because YouTube's systems were checking to see if it was okay. Took 9 hours to check it when sometimes it takes 20 minutes. And I have no idea why. And they
that is actually also a real problem. I wish I could understand why some videos take longer than others to check. Like, I will do a 2-hour Luton video, and it will check it in like 20 minutes. 20 minutes is done checking, you're good to go. Then I'll do a 20-minute fucking League of Legends video, like that video I did about League of Legends, why League of Legends sucks. 4 hours. 4 hours of fucking checking. It's like, bro, that video is 20 minutes long. Like, what is going on? Like, why can you check a 2-hour video in 20 minutes, but a 20-minute video takes you 4 hours to check? I don't understand this. I think sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it checks it within like 5 minutes. Oh my God, the algorithm really sometimes wants to work and other times just wants to fucking leave.
Couldn't tell me why either. Just their solution was like, maybe try re-uploading the video. But you can't re-upload the same video and have that one still checked because you'll upload it and then YouTube will be like, this is the same video, so we're not uploading it. Like, what am I supposed to do? Anyway, that's going to do it for this video. Curious to see what you guys think, and I'll see you in the next one. Thanks.
Yeah, I think my final thoughts is I agree with some things, I disagree with other things, which makes it a box standard position that I have on most human beings. I agree with some things they say, I disagree with a lot of other things they say. Overall, I to go back to the beginning of the video, I don't necessarily think that this is a race problem. I think this is a YouTube problem, because there are plenty of scenarios, and I mean, he showcases those very scenarios in his own life, where he states that some of his videos gets demonetized, but then Markiplier is fine, right? And then his girlfriend, who is also white, gets some of her videos demonetized, but his videos is fine. So clearly, the problem is happening to white men, white women, black men, and everyone else in between equally, or at least what looks to be equal. So it's clearly not a race problem, as was sort of suggested at the beginning of the video. It is most likely just an incompetence problem or a problem of YouTube's algorithms having become so complex that they're now starting to work against themselves. So you have algorithms fighting algorithms and it's a whole fucking mess. I would not... Yeah, I don't necessarily agree that this is a quote-unquote race problem. But outside of that, I think he touched on a lot of points. And, I mean, YouTube can always do better. But I think the one thing that we can agree on is this is nowhere near as interesting as Warhammer. I'd rather watch Warhammer shit than watch the bullshit of YouTube. Yeah, so let's instead... I'm not going to watch the second part of this because, well... I don't really care anymore. It's all good. Like, I agree. It's fine. Let me watch let me find some Warhammer stuff to watch. Where's my history? All right. What? Oh shit. Actually, fuck you.
Obviously.
Fuck you, chat. I want to watch this first. Then we'll do some Warhammer. But first, we have to see why Twitch is in serious trouble. According to Balila, Twitch is about to die. Do you guys agree? Do you think Twitch is about to die? Do you think this is the end? Is this the last stream we will ever have on Twitch? Is it over now?
Welcome back. So today, I think I've got some pretty important stuff that you are very likely going to feel in your actual day-to-day of, well, consuming content on the internet. So let's get into things. Today, I'm going to be talking about Twitch, because while the likes of Mixer have obviously fell by the wayside, the big old war between YouTube and Twitch is raging. It's raging strong, but there's a difference. While Amazon and Google are absolutely humongous companies, YouTube is a mature, well-monetized product that's been doing its thing for a long time. Whereas Twitch, seemingly, are not making enough money, and it seems like that is beginning to make Twitch desperate. And it's causing them to make some fairly interesting moves.
Yeah, but Twitch is, in every single way, just as established as fucking YouTube. How long have Twitch been around since the Justin TV days? Can someone... I can fucking check this myself. ...2006. When was YouTube founded? 2005. Okay, so I'm sorry. I'm fucking sorry. YouTube is 1 year older than Twitch. Okay, 1 year old, 1954. YouTube is 1 year older than Twitch. Twitch has no excuse when it comes to, oh, you know, we're just a little baby. The problem with Twitch is that while YouTube was actively spending money trying to come up with ways to make their platform better, trying to come up with algorithms and shit that make their platform better, that increases the viewer experience, Twitch was doubling down on, well, basically first come, first serve, right? Twitch basically fell into this place where if you are a very large content creator on Twitch, you have a great time. If you are a very small content creator on Twitch, you have a crap time. And the issue with that is saturation. Now, I know this is going to sound weird to people, but every single streamer has a shelf life. Very few people will watch the same streamer for a decade, for a full decade, or even sometimes for a full year. You might go through moments where, actually, I'll use an example in my own life. I go through cycles of Soda Poppin'. There will be times where I watch Soda Poppin' and I watch him religiously. Like every day I tune in to watch Soda Poppin'. And then, usually after a couple of months, I'll be like, I'll watch someone else. It's not that I dislike Soda Poppin', it's just that I actually want to watch someone else for a change. And then maybe a few months later, I'll go back to Soda Poppin'. So there's this saturation thing. The whole point of the algorithm on YouTube is to present viewers with new people to watch. And that's what Twitch doesn't have. In Twitch, it's sort of like the circle jerk of you watch people in this very small category, and everyone is exactly the same. And they're all usually friends because that's how you learnt about them. Because Asmongold one day raided Soda Poppin', you found Soda Poppin'. And then Soda Poppin' maybe raided someone else and you found them. And then that person raided Acevand, and then you found Acevand. And Acevand again raided Asmongold, so you're back at Asmongold. And you're just watching everyone in this little bubble. And those people are growing, but everyone else, the people that you might actually enjoy, you're not even seeing them because they're not in that bubble, and so they're going by the wayside. So now what happens is people get bored. Snubby, how you doing, brother? People get bored. It's like, I'm not going to watch Twitch anymore because, you know, I'm not really in the mood for any of the streamers there, and I'm just going to leave. There's millions of streamers. I think the last time I checked, there was like 9 million streamers on Twitch. So there's 9 million people that you can go watch on Twitch at any given point in time. The problem is you don't know half of them, right? You have no one in that, you have no one outside of the people that you watch in your little bubble. And Twitch also doesn't have the ability to present those people to you, and Twitch does have that. I'm gonna tell you now, this video about Twitch is gonna fucking trigger me because I can fix Twitch in 2 minutes. I promise you, I will. If Twitch just jumped into a Discord call with me, I will fix Twitch and all of their money problems in 2 minutes. And it is so fucking simple. Unicorn Poop, how you doing? It really is so fucking simple. Hold on, my phone's ringing. Hello? Holy shit, dude. First and foremost, the lady struggles to the lady struggles to say my name, right? And she's like, no, I wish it was Twitch. I would actually fix Twitch, and then they could pay me some of that fucking money. No, the lady first and foremost struggles to say my name. She's like, hi, is this Stefanis? And I have to wait for her to say my fucking name. And then she goes, I'm phoning you from something TNC consumer something group. Do you have time for a few seconds or minutes or some shit? I'm like, no, please lose my number. Stop fucking calling me. I have people literally watching me right now. I'm working. Leave me alone. This is happening every day now. Like every day I get calls from fucking spam numbers asking me cunt questions. Who the fuck answers questions like that? Who are the idiots that get phoned by a motherfucking company that wants to do consumer insights and then goes, yeah, sure, I'll answer your questions. What do you want to know? Oh, yeah, I like buying toasters very much, especially when they're grey. Get fucked. Why? The only reason these people would keep calling is because it works. Some cunt somewhere answers the phone and is just too fucking happy to be speaking to another human being. Because otherwise, this shit would have died out long ago. But somehow, it keeps fucking happening. And it drives me nuts because there's no way in South Africa to actually get your name removed from these goddamn lists. Once you're on this list, and I don't even know how the fuck I got on it, but once you're on this list, you're on this list forever. Every company in the country will fucking phone you every fucking day to sell you some bullshit or to get you to answer some goddamn questions. And it's like, leave me the fuck alone. Every time you phone me, I make a mental note never to buy your fucking product because you bothered me. I don't want to be bothered. Leave me the fuck alone. Anyway, sorry about that. So how do I fix Twitch? It is actually rather fucking simple. You go down to the clips, right? And Twitch has clips. Then you take those clips and you make a website. We can call the website TwitchBot, just for funsies, right? We'll call it TwitchBot. It is a website where if you're on your phone, you get given a clip, and then if you swipe up, it's never been done before, so probably this is a prototype, but I think it could work. If you swipe up, you get another clip. And then you can swipe up again, and there's another clip. And again, and you can just do this, right? And it's just random clips from random people. Some you follow, some you don't. And it just never-ending stream of clips. And we're calling it TwitchBot because it sounds like TikTok, but TikTok's a stupid name. So I don't want to use TikTok. That's a stupid name. We'll use TwitchBot. And that's it. That's the thing. And then as you're scrolling, like maybe say every third or fourth scroll is an ad for something that you want to sell. But you can also scroll past that ad, right? So if you like the ad, you can watch the ad. But if you don't want, you can just scroll past it. I think that would fix Twitch. Because it would give them the ability to sell their ads, which is the one thing that they keep bothering fucking viewers with. And it's just getting worse, by the way. Or, and it will actually lead to more people being discovered on the platform. More people would be discovered if they started doing this. Wait, is there actually ads playing right now? Are you fucking lying? You guys are lying, right? You're trolling me. Is there actually ads playing right now on the fucking stream? Oh yeah, there is. Lol. Okay, that is good timing. But okay, so I would argue that would fix Twitch. And considering the fact that it already exists, all sarcasm aside, it already exists on YouTube. Instagram does this, TikTok does this, and they all make bank on those ads and on that premise. Twitch has all the clips of some of the funniest moments. Like there are some proper clips out there. I have seen some of these clips that some of the content creators make, and it's by you guys, which makes it even better because Twitch has to do nothing. For TikTok, for YouTube Shorts, and for Instagram, a content creator like myself has to physically sit down and make that clip, which means there's a limit to the amount of clips that can be delivered. But if Twitch did it, it's their viewers that's making the fucking clips. It's not the content creator. It's not my time. You guys clip shit already. I say something that's funny and you go, haha, that's funny. I'm going to clip that. So it's user-generated content. You could not think of a better way to fucking make money, and yet Twitch somehow has not figured this out yet. They still don't fucking get it.
We're actually at a situation where, per Senpai Gaming, we actually have bidding wars happening between Twitch and YouTube, where YouTube are literally just more willing to pay money to...
Wait, sources and primer. It's time to talk about Twitch. While Mixer and Co. fell by the wayside, the streaming platform war is only getting more intense. With YouTube poaching yet more Twitch talent with large exclusivity deals, they, per Senpai Gaming, often end up in situations where YouTube simply outbids Twitch. Twitch had better get competitive then, and that's where things get strange. Twitch clearly needs to earn more money, and that won't be good for any of us, unlike this platform. What's new? Twitch have dropped exclusivity from their partner contract, except for simulcasting on web-based platforms like Facebook and YouTube. However, short-form streaming like TikTok and Instagram Live is allowed. For partners now free to spread onto YouTube. Okay, this we already know. It's not even like often that Twitch or YouTube outbids Twitch. It's every single time. I told you guys, I've spoken to someone that actually got offered a partnership with Twitch. Ludwig made a video about this. It wasn't even close. Like, the amount of money that YouTube offered Ludwig to go to YouTube exclusively, Twitch couldn't even come close to matching it. They didn't even try. Twitch was just like, all right, good luck, bro. We wish you all the luck in the world. Thanks for playing. Twitch doesn't have the money to compete with YouTube, which is what makes this fucking scary. But that also bothers me about YouTube streaming, but we'll get to that in a second.
To acquire talent. But it goes beyond that. Twitch are changing up their platform, they are changing up their rules. So Twitch clearly needs to earn more money, and that is not going to be good for either of us. Unlike this platform. Brilliant. Today's sponsor. They're the best way to improve your prospects and to develop yourself, especially in lucrative and fascinating fields. It's all via their fantastic site and app, and the first 200 to click my link will get 20% off. Now, compared to how I learned, say, computer science in university, their approach is so much more approachable. It's fun, it's interactive, and after I've been playing around with AI art tools recently, I realized that Brilliant's Introduction to Neural Networks course is the ideal way to learn.
Savin Raven, thank you so much for the primes. I really appreciate that. Welcome back. 16 months actually in the DJ Nation. I really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
How it actually works. And everything is done through fun, interactive quizzes focused around interesting problems. Stuff you can relate to. It is so refreshing, and I mean, I don't know about you, but I've got so many gaps in my knowledge. I kind of feel like I've fallen off the wagon a bit, to be honest.
Yeah, but still
too busy to develop myself,
saving.
And that's something that I regret. But Brilliant has got me learning things again. With their approach, you don't just sponge in facts. No, you actually have topics. Click. So if you're thinking about your career, well, I think they're the best way to get started in high-paying
NVIDIA, how you doing,
fields
bro?
like artificial intelligence and computer science, rather than a boring old textbook. So I love what they do, and whether you want to learn for yourself or perhaps spark the journey of a younger mind, you can visit brilliant.org/Bellular News today. And the first 200 to click my link will get 20% off their annual subscription. So there you go, Brilliant. Honestly, awesome company on an awesome mission. Check them out down below. Let's get back to the news. So the most new thing that's happened that actually...
Why did Ballier have a dad shirt on there? I'm sorry, I view shirts with buttons. I see them as dad shirts. Because I have not seen... It's been a long time since I've seen anyone wear a button shirt. Like a tee, especially short sleeve. I bet you can find everything in there on YouTube for free. Yeah, probably, right.
Actually does tie into very concerning leaks from a short while ago, is that Twitch have actually dropped the exclusivity clause of their partner contract. That's quite interesting. Technically, that's a contract that I have violated because I'm actually a Twitch partner from many years ago, but we do our live show here on YouTube. So, funny enough, that's good.
That's not actually true. You didn't violate anything because the only exclusivity. So Devin Nash actually had a disagreement with Destiny on this. The Twitch partnership contract simply states that when you stream to Twitch, you are not allowed to stream anywhere else. Okay, that's it. It never states that anything else you do must also be on Twitch. You are absolutely allowed to stream to YouTube. You just can't stream to YouTube and Twitch at the same time. And in the past, you couldn't stream to Twitch and YouTube within 24 hours of each other, or at least one to the other. But technically speaking, Balila isn't breaking any rules. He is allowed to stream on YouTube as long as he doesn't stream to YouTube and Twitch at the same time.
For me, but what you're not allowed to do is simultaneously stream on Twitch and...
Seven Raven, are you watching Taliesin right now? You should tell Taliesin that I have so many viewers that watch both me and him. There are actually a lot of fans of Taliesin that watch me too. I don't know why he's always so like surprised at the fact that my viewers would watch him. I think there's like a lot of his viewers that wouldn't watch me. They probably hate me quite a lot. But I get enough pushback from the morons in my stream to accept that some of them do watch other people. No, I actually like Taliesin. I think we disagree on a lot of things, but I don't mind the disagreements whatsoever.
another web-based streaming platform like Facebook or, of course, YouTube, but there is an exception for TikTok and Instagram live streaming if people want to do that. So this is overall a fairly interesting situation, and it's got a few second-order effects. On the face of it, that's good. It's less restrictive. And that very much means that Twitch people who likely already have an established presence on YouTube because of highlight channels or clip channels,
Nixie, take care of yourself. Thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate it.
YouTube if they want, and they can do so without massively alienating or without literally destroying the revenue streams that they've already created over on Twitch. I also have got to wonder if by doing this, Twitch are going to try to perhaps stem that tide of the YouTube exclusivity stuff, right? Like maybe if creators think they can just dip over onto the YouTube side, maybe that could like dampen down that talent acquisition space.
I mean, Twitch is YouTube is absolutely going to probably offer much less for streamers to move over to YouTube, especially considering there is no more exclusivity. There's no more reason for YouTube to buy that exclusivity from content creators because they don't have to be. So it is probably, although not for the biggest content creators, I'm pretty sure YouTube is still going to offer fuck tons of money for, like, how much money do you guys think Asmongold will be offered by YouTube to stream on YouTube? Because I'm pretty sure YouTube would offer Asmongold a pretty decent penny. If they could, at least. I'm fairly certain that you know, YouTube's wallet would be wide open for someone like Asmongold. Asmongold would probably not take it, but again, it is an option. But now with the exclusivity being dropped, someone that is smaller than Asmongold will probably not get as much, if at all. So yeah, I do think it's going to impact the prices at least a little.
Space for a bit. It's also the case that if people are to wander over to YouTube but still keep their Twitch, well, that means that all those subs are still going to be bringing Twitch in money. But still, overall, you obviously can't stream both at the same time, so while a streamer could move over and start streaming on YouTube some days, Twitch and other days, it really doesn't make that much sense. So it's a bit of a bizarre thing. What it will do, I think, is make more people feel like they can move off Twitch. And I think they've opened themselves up to something that's going to be dangerous for them in the long run here. And that is that it seems things are only going to get worse on Twitch insofar as their business goes, right? And if things are only going to get worse and the barrier to switching platform has reduced, there's a high chance that's going to erode Twitch's streamer base or make new people think that they can just start streaming on YouTube and that is going to be a better place to do it. And one of the reasons why this is all quite scary for some people is the leaks. So these leaks came out, they're very interesting, and one part of what was leaked was no more exclusivity. The other parts are a new tier system, a new revenue split, and incentives for more ads. Now, the incentives we've seen, the new revenue split is the major thing we've got to talk about, and obviously the exclusivity we've seen as well. Now, that rev change is really, really rough. There are actually plenty of Twitch creators that are on a 50-50 contract, but changing that from 70-30 to 50-50, I think is clearly a situation where Twitch are willing to lose users, but think that they will actually at the end.
Prince Melina, how you doing? Sorry guys, I was literally just busy disabling. I completely forgot to disable that ad manager bullshit, and I literally just remembered. So hopefully you guys won't be getting any more ads in the videos, but I do think it only activates, as I said, the day before yesterday. You can't, I don't think it's going to disable it for this stream. So I think you're still going to get served with ads in this stream every hour on the hour. And I do fucking apologize for that because I completely fucking forgot. But hopefully you don't. So if in how many minutes? If in 40 minutes from now, you guys don't get any more ads anymore, please tell me. If you do get ads, please tell me so that I know, because I don't, according to them, you can't stop it in the middle of a stream, but let's fucking see, right?
Come out on top financially. I think that would be a very short-term kind of decision that overall would just obliterate them in the marketplace, because YouTube, for all member-related things, is 70-30, right? 50-50, 70-30. Which one would you choose? I think anyone in their right mind would choose 70-30.
Yeah, but there is the other side of the coin there. Twitch subs or Twitch streamers get far more subs than YouTube streamers. Far more. And the numbers aren't even close. Dr. Disrespect took quite a decent financial hit. Most of the other streamers that I know personally that went from Twitch to YouTube took a massive hit. Anywhere from, I think, 30 to, let's say, 70% in terms of revenue that they lost as a result of moving to YouTube. Because Twitch has that culture where people, if they watch you, they are going to subscribe to you, whereas YouTube doesn't have that culture. Most people on YouTube believe that it's free, right? Content is free because that's how it's always been on YouTube. It's the ads that pay for it. So getting people to sub to you or to become members on YouTube is a lot harder than getting people to become subs on Twitch. On Twitch, you just have to be live. People will automatically sub if they can afford it. YouTube, it's kind of like you have to coax them into becoming members.
So I think that this is another thing that's going to be pretty damn bad. And as Twitch is caught in a cycle where they have to more deeply monetize a smaller amount of people, well, that's only going to get worse. And I feel like there's a chance it could spiral. Now, YouTube by no means is at its inflection point as a game streaming platform. But what about 2 or 3 years' time? I mean, YouTube certainly has significantly less stream-related drama than Twitch does. And to dive a little bit more deeply into this, we've got to talk about how much streamers earn. So this is posted by Zach Busey, who works just a hell of a lot of what he does is within the streamer space. So the first half of 2022 had 15 million channels go live at least once. 11.1% were affiliates, only 0.03% were partners. Now, if you include...
Dude, that is scary. That should tell you just how fucked you are if you're trying to start a YouTube channel in 2022, Twitch channel in 2022. You're competing against 15 million other people. 11.1% of those people are affiliates. Now, to be an affiliate on Twitch, you need 3 viewers. That's it. 3 viewers, and I think 50 followers. Okay, so it is a very low bar. In order to be a partner, you need a minimum of 65 viewers for like X amount of time, right? It takes a while, but you do eventually get that. I got my partnership last year. The average of 6+ viewers is top 21%. An average of 26+ viewers is top 5%. And an average of 250+ viewers is top 1%. Dude, people on Twitch are not making money. And I can tell you for myself, if I only relied on Twitch money, I would have to have a job, like a proper full-time job, because Twitch would pay nowhere near enough. I make about anywhere from $500 to $700 a month. That's not enough to live off of. Not if all I'm doing is Twitch. Luckily, I don't just do Twitch. I do YouTube as well. So that really comes in handy. But it does sort of put into perspective the vast majority of viewers, because even at 250 viewers, you are not making bank. And you can't do this as a full-time thing. At 250 viewers, you're probably making anywhere from $1,000 to $1,500 a month. That's still not enough to live off of. So the vast majority of viewers on Twitch do not make enough to live on Twitch. They can't make enough to actually support themselves. So it is fucking tough.
Only
I'm in the
affiliates and
top
partners.
5%.
If you had an average of 6+ viewers, you're in the top 21% of streamers. An average of 26+ viewers makes you top 5%, and if you have 250+ viewers, you are in the top 1%.
I wish I was in the top 1%.
Right? The top 1% is 250+ viewers. Now, think about...
Samurai, because of you guys. The only reason I haven't gone full-blown just YouTube is because I really like my Twitch community. It's not the money, because the money, I could probably stream on YouTube full-time and I probably make the same amount, if not more. But that would mean that I don't get this. I don't get to hang out with you guys. I don't get to talk to you guys. And what would be the fucking point of that thing? Because this is a fun part of my life. This is actually one of the more fun parts of this job. Making videos is stressful. There's a lot of shit that goes into a video. Hitting the live button, that shit's easy, right? Because I'm already doing the thing that I like. I'm just now doing it with other people. That makes it a lot more fun. Would you keep recommending lower tier crap instead of you?
all of this, and then think about a change to a 50-50 split.
I'm getting 50-50.
Obviously, we can look at where they're getting their money from. Any 70-30 contract?
No, you're not over on YouTube. 7. Today is a bit lower viewer. Like we don't have as many viewers as we usually have. But we streamed on that might be because I didn't let people know on Discord, right? That is probably one of the fucking reasons. That is my fault. My bad. My bad, chat. My fucking bad. I was wondering where the fuck everyone was. Let's let people know at least we're live. I was wondering where the fuck people were. We only have like 70 viewers. I think we peaked at like 75 viewers so far. But today is a bit lower than average. But average we get between like 90 and 100, 120 viewers, something like that. Maria, how you doing? On YouTube yesterday, I think we had 28 viewers. So clearly not everyone on Twitch is on YouTube too. And that makes sense. A lot of people love watching Twitch, but they really can't be fucking arsed watching YouTube. And I understand that. I accept that. Lucid, how you doing, brother? You are aware your stream link is broken. Where all your links are gathered? Yeah, it got broken a while ago. I just haven't fixed it yet. Is it still there, though? What stream link? I thought I removed it. You're talking about... What, this one? Yeah, I'm aware. I don't know why it's broken. I'll find another link for you guys in there. I'll have to look for another link in there. But I hopefully I will find one.
Are not going to be good for Twitch, so they will obviously want to change that, and per those leaks,
Only the stream links. What stream links? What do you mean? Actually, it just took me there. Hold up. Let me just see what the fuck. Where does this take me? The hell is this? Links. I don't know what links is. This was supposed to be streamer links. I think it closed down. I think streamer links actually closed down. That's why it's not doing anything. All right, I'll have to find what's another good linking platform. There must be other platforms where you can just put all of your links in, right? Many links? Is that a thing? I don't know. Many links. I don't know if that's a thing itself. Okay, no. Is this a thing? Yeah, it is a thing. I'll have to go check if this is a good thing, but we'll figure it out. Linktree, that's the one. Candy, thank you. Thank you. I knew it was something with links, but I couldn't fucking remember. And then I thought it was probably many links, because that makes sense. You have many links, let's just many link. But yeah, Linktree, that's the one. That's the one. All right, I'll set up a Linktree at some point. Not gonna do it now. Fuck that. That's a lot of effort. You guys can just deal with the broken links now. Yeah. You know where to fucking find me. Just type Acolon and some shit, and it'll show up.
we at least know this is something that has been discussed internally at the company. And if you think about Twitch, or just a lot of what we do in general, you think about notable examples, well, you've got to remember the survivorship bias. It's massively impactful here. So Twitch was hacked in 2021. You may remember this.
Yeah.
And a whole bunch of creator payout data got leaked. It was quite something. And many people were, of course, earning many millions, but this is what was pointed out, I believe.
Your bird. Thank you so much. What's up, dude? Really appreciate that. 2 months, part of the DJ Nation. Really appreciate you, brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I believe this is from Washington Post analysis at the time, where they, collated some of what people in the know said. 25% of the top 10,000 highest paid Twitch streamers don't make minimum wage.
Yep.
And based on the handful of months in 2021, 25% may underestimate the actual figure. If you take what the 8,000th streamer on the list made since 2019, it's $29,396. Divide that by 2, you get basically $14,700, which is below the annual minimum
That's quite
wage
horrible, right?
of $15,000, and that itself may even be a charitable estimate. So you can see,
That's bad.
you know, you're 8,000th in the world.
How many millions do I make? Dude, I don't make millions. Monday is a national holiday in the US. We should stream on Monday then. No, I don't make millions. What was my... Well, you can work out my current earnings for yourself. I have 298 subscribers. That's what I had last month. Just times that by 2.5. That's how much I made for last month. Plus, I think I got like $100 donation. So, yeah. That's what I made last month. It's actually less than that. I can tell you exactly how much I made. I'm not allowed to show you, but I can tell you exactly how much I made. I don't actually view that as like privileged information or whatever. I don't give a fuck about how much I make, because I think you can find that anyways. Last month I made $435.01. In case you wanted to know that. The 1 cent is obviously important. That's what puts me. That's what puts me in the top earning brackets. Why make billions if you can make tens of dollars? Exactly. Hey, if I could make billions, I would absolutely fucking take that. candy. I'm not gonna say no to a couple of $1 billion. You guys need to start donating so I can be a billionaire too.
You would think that really would mean you've climbed to the top of the hill. No. So obviously, Twitch are making a hell of a lot of money from a relatively small number of streamers playing ads and getting subs.
They're actually
Actually,
they're not making that much money. This I got from Devin Nash as well. Now remember, Devin Nash works physically with the behind the scenes for Twitch. He is one of the people selling ads to Twitch, and he manages a lot of the streamers. Twitch actually, from subscribers, makes almost no money. So for top subscribers, the top streamers that Pilot is speaking about here, they have a 70-30 split. Twitch, in order to pay out that money, in order to do all the conversions and all of the fees that they have to pay from the different countries that these subscriptions are flowing into, when you deduct all of the money that's left, Twitch makes less than 1 cent per subscriber on the big content creators that have the 70-30 split. Less than 1 cent. In other words, almost no money. That is literally how bad Twitch's system is. Because the subscribers, it's just not making any money. I don't know how YouTube gets around that. I don't know exactly what YouTube does in this regard, but yeah, Prime probably doesn't help much either in this regard, right? But it does seem to be a fucking mess, to say the very least.
any changes in the deal will be pretty important there. Now, advertising is, of course, massive for these platforms. Indeed, it is the main way that YouTube monetizes itself. Often YouTube have tried to do other things, and they haven't really worked out that well. But the thing for YouTube is, well, they're Google. Google is an advertisement company, ultimately, when you think about where its revenue goes. And between AdSense, AdWords, they have got, well, at this stage, actually, pretty much decades of experience in the ads market. It is what they are extremely good at. Ads are massive for Twitch. And if you're a viewer of Twitch streams like me, you probably get frustrated at ads all the time. Well, now it's time to talk about the new ad system that Twitch have implemented. So they announced they're moving to a 55% split for ads, which is actually on par with...
Actually, no. I would like to say they didn't announce that they're moving to a 55 split on ads. That's not true. It's kind of true, but it's not really true. So what Twitch did is they came up with a new incentive program. So Twitch has this is the thing that I just opted out of. Twitch has this ad manager, which you can basically say, serve this many minutes of ads, this many times per hour. That's how the system works. And it will then just automatically run those ads. The problem that I had with the system right from the fucking get-go is that's not how streams work. Like, I have no problem running an ad when I get up to go make a cup of coffee or when I get up to go take a leak. I have no problem running an ad then, because what else am I going to do? I'm not at my screen. But if I'm in the middle of watching a video, the last thing I need is a bunch of ads going out to my viewers. Now, Twitch, basically, to coax streamers into using this new ad manager, they came up with these systems where they tell you, listen here, if you opt into the ad manager, so if you start using the ad manager, in other words, we can ensure that you're playing as many ads as possible, we'll give you a 55% split, but we'll also guarantee that you make X amount of money per month, regardless of how many ads we showed. So for me, it was something like $150, I think, that they would guarantee. If I played 3 minutes of ads every hour, they would guarantee $150 at the end of the month that I would get paid for the ads. And because I wasn't fucking thinking, I clicked on the link because I thought the link was going to take me to where they explain this better. And I was just on the ad thing and it got enabled and I didn't even think that I have to disable it. And that's why it ran for the last 2 days, but it should be disabled now. So you guys shouldn't get any more fucking stupid ads. They really should just have a button for ads and on, ads off. I mean, they do have a button that lets you choose when you want to run ads, The problem is that if you don't run ads, then every single new viewer that comes into your stream gets served with all the ads that you refuse to show your viewers.
With YouTube, in terms of what they pay us for adverts. But the thing is, they've implemented this in a peculiar way, as basically a cash reward for almost doing a bounty. They're
Pre-rolls are
overtly
shit.
withholding
Yes.
creator money, basically saying, jump through our hoops, bitch. That's essentially what they're doing, right? So, just so you're aware, on YouTube, if I publish a video or do a live stream, YouTube will give the, my cut of the amount of money that has been generated from my video. I get 55%, they get 45%. No matter what, that's how it works. No ifs, no ands, no buts, no asterisks. On Twitch, though, it's very different. And on Twitch, I think I may be realizing one of the ways that they are trying to offer exclusivity to maybe make people feel a bit safer, but trying to implement systems that tie people down. So this
I get
is
what
the
he's
ad
coming
incentive
from,
program,
but-
right? You will basically get an incentive if you meet some thresholds. So run 2 minutes of ads per hour, stream 40 hours this month, and this is Twitch's example, you'll get $100. 3 minutes of ads, $300. 4 minutes of ads, 40 hours streamed in the month, $500. I mean, hey, you could look
4
at that and
minutes
say,
of ads
okay,
is a
that's
lot
pretty
per
sweet,
hour.
if you don't think too hard about it and you don't think about what they're actually doing. Now, here is an example I found from just somebody who was sharing their own data, as you can see there.
Jesus.
1 minute of ads per hour, stream 113 hours this month, $761.
Okay, I should just point out that each of these are based on what you did the previous month. So for me, it was $150 if I stream at least 30 hours. I think 32 hours. So I had to do 32 hours of streaming and I would get $150 because it's based on the amount of viewers that you have, what you did the previous month, and then what they're going to pay you now in a guaranteed sense. So clearly the person that shared this is someone that streams a fuck ton per month. And that's why their incentive is so fucking high. But I feel like this is incredibly unhealthy. Because what ends up happening now is you are effectively incentivizing just stupid amounts of stream hours. You're incentivizing people to basically stream their life away because they don't want to miss out on the fucking $2,000, right?
That doubles for 2 minutes, and it's $2,038 incentive for running 3 minutes of ads per hour for 113 hours this month. Now, 113 hours is quite a lot. And the thing is, if you are going to try to actually do a really interesting, engaging stream, you're going to have time out doing research, time out even working on your stream, like literally working on your stream to
No,
make
that's
it better
not
for
true.
your viewers.
There's a lot of streamers that
Maybe
do
some
none of
sponsor
that.
stuff, some business. You got to handle your tax. You've got to do all the other things. Believe me, I thought it would basically be easy, be paid to play video games before I got stuck into this whole shindig. Let me tell you, it ain't that easy. But
No,
what's
that's true.
really
It's
bad
a lot of
here,
shit that
let's
goes
just
into
say
it.
this individual did run 3 minutes of ads per hour for 113 hours. Well, if they did that for less than, less hours, they would not earn the incentive. But the thing is, that incentive is the 55-45 split. That incentive is money that they have earned. And Twitch is saying, unless you jump through this hoop, we're not going to give you this cut of the revenue that you have generated. That would be like YouTube saying, hey, we want you to generate maybe 200,000 watch hours this month. And if you do, we will give you this amount of money. Or ultimately, that would be YouTube withholding revenue that we're earned. So it's bizarre. There are examples from high-profile streamers of this really paying. There are also examples of these being frankly ludicrous. But for me, the overall point is that this just feels like they are really You know, they're just, you know, like you get a damp towel, you try to remove the water, you just wring it really tight. That is what it feels like they're doing. But of course, that's not all. We've also, I think, got to talk a little bit about some of the desperation that's happened with Twitch. At least this is a funny story, right? So they started offering a thing called a boost, where you could basically give the person you're watching 10,000 impressions. That would basically just mean, throw us some money and we will give this person a little sponsored spot or a featured spot on a more visible area of Twitch. And that maybe will generate some viewership for them. So they were basically saying, hey, we have a discoverability problem and we are going to try to sell you the solution, rather than working on discoverability in order to make their platform overall more healthy and successful. And again, if you look at YouTube, one thing
didn't
that
they
YouTube does
stop
extremely
that though?
well
I don't think they
is
stuck with that.
Discoverability. I've been doing this for almost a decade. I know how the algorithm works across multiple niches, multiple channels. The discoverability is basically the foundation of so many people's careers.
True.
And it just does not exist in that same way over on Twitch. Which partially is fair enough, because I think there are reasons why it's inherently a bit harder within the streamer space.
But like I already said at the beginning of this fucking stream, or at the beginning of this video, if Twitch just started to monetize their clips, they would have all the discoverability that you could possibly fucking ask for. Plus, they would be swimming in cash. For those of you, so Growfile, you said there that it seems like it's going downhill faster and faster. There's a reason for it. Do you think Amazon gives a fuck about Twitch? The answer is no. Twitch have not turned a profit for Amazon since its inception. Since Amazon bought Twitch, Twitch have not made any money for Amazon. In fact, Amazon keeps paying into Twitch. Twitch is a fucking money sink. Now, the same was true for YouTube. The difference is Google knew that YouTube was a ticking time bomb of cash for them. YouTube, for the first more than a decade, I think for the first 15 years or something of YouTube's existence, YouTube wasn't making jack shit. They turned their first profit, I think, in 2019 or 2018, is when YouTube first turned a profit for the first time in its existence. But that's because Google wants to sell ads, and they knew that YouTube was the perfect place to sell ads on. Amazon wants to use Twitch in order to get more people to use Amazon, right? That's the only reason Twitch exists, is to try and get more people on Amazon. That is why all Twitch streamers can become Amazon affiliates, and they want you to actually put products that you use as links into your stream so that it can funnel people to Amazon, so that they can get more people on Amazon. Someone earlier said that they're probably losing money on the Amazon Prime thing as well. No, they're not really, because if you have Amazon Prime, you're going to be far more likely to buy all of your goods through Amazon because you're already paying for Amazon Prime. And that's what Amazon wants. So the second Twitch becomes too much of a liability, the second Amazon realizes, hey, we could make more money just not having Twitch, that's the day that Twitch dies, and Amazon wouldn't even be fucking shy about it. It's not like Amazon can be like, we'll give you guys a month to move on. They will literally just announce overnight, never mind, screw this. Same with Microsoft. Microsoft really tried to get Mixer to make money. Mixer couldn't make money, and Microsoft just went, yeah, fuck it. We don't need this shit. Let's just let it go. We're not going to waste our time with this anymore. Fuck it.
Now, this boost thing ended up falling by the wayside because people quickly realized, hang on a second, what if a channel streams some porn and then we all boost that channel, then Twitch will have porn on their front page. Yeah, that happened. It was pretty damn hilarious, and Twitch stopped the program. But then they did launch another experiment called Boost Trains. Basically it's like a new sub-train thing that will give enhanced visibility. I think it's significantly better, but again, it is Twitch trying to monetize some of...
The fuck is a boost train? Why have I never had a boost train? You motherfuckers! Where's my boost train? I don't know what the fuck that is. Jesus. I should really pay attention to what the fuck happens on the business side of this fucking platform. I have no idea. When he just said boost trades and it's a better idea, I have no idea what the fuck that is. Your boost trades are not 800%, so no. Well, fuck you, bro. It maybe would have been 800% if you guys actually boosted my fucking channel once in a while. No, what I want to check here, there was something I wanted to check. Oh, Balila said something about porn being on the front page of Twitch. I don't know what to tell him, but it kind of already is. Like, it's not porn per se, but it's kind of porn. You know, it's softcore porn. It's porn for people that don't know Pornhub exists. That's basically what the Just Chatting stream is for, right? That's what Just Chatting is for. It's for the people that is kind of porn, but not quite porn, because they don't yet know that porn is actually a thing and that you can get it for free on Pornhub. I think, by the way, based on everything that I've seen, that girl that had sex live on stream and then got a 7-day ban, I think that is the future of Twitch. I do believe that Twitch is going to go hard on the more quote-unquote softcore side of things. That's why Just Chatting streamers that sit in hot tubs and basically show their booties all the time is getting more and more prevalent, and Twitch is actually bending over backwards to make that a thing, is exactly for that. Twitch wants to be, they don't want to be Chatterbait, right? Because that is full-blown, like, too far for Amazon, that does sort of pretend to be a family-friendly kind of place. But I think they want to be the in-between. So not quite Chatterbait, but kind of almost. So sort of like the burlesque Chatterbait, if that makes sense. That's what I think Twitch wants to be. Why? Because those streamers make fucking bank. And the nerds and virgins that watch those streamers do not care if those streamers offer them 4 million ads. Like, literally, Amaranth could be sitting there in her pool, right? Playing 50 minutes of ads every hour. And for that 10 minutes that Amaranth is in her pool, those viewers would be like, oh, right? Just for 10 minutes and then go back to the ads and shit. That's just how these people work. So Twitch knows the bar is so low there, they could sell all of their ads to all of the fucking virgins there and still make bank. The Goofy Gooba, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. I think that's where Twitch is going. YouTube will be the premier game streaming platform and Just Chatting platform, and Twitch will be the new OnlyFans Lite, shall we call it?
The discoverability issue. And I'll cover the number later, but about 70% of discoverability is from sources external to Twitch. Suffice to say, on YouTube, it is not like that whatsoever.
No.
The next thing, then, is staff.
My external discoverability on YouTube is Sloan. How you doing, brother? My external discoverability, this is discoverability that happens anywhere but on YouTube, is less than 1%. And that's kind of high for YouTube. So yeah, YouTube does not rely on anyone else to give them discoverability. Zix, how you doing, brother? I hope OnlyFans releases a mobile app better than Twitch. Dude, anyone can, you can release a fucking mobile app better than Twitch. Found out from you, YouTube, and has been watching your vids. The Goofy Gooba, very happy to have you here, bro. Welcome to the channel. Just disgusting if they do that. Not that I hate porn, but it reeks of desperation for profit. Dude, it's Amazon. Amazon released New World. In what universe do they smack of not being desperate for cash? Dude, Amazon will do. Jeff Bezos is a bitch for cash, bro.
Leaving the company. Right, so key departures that have happened recently enough include their CEO, their COO, their CCO, their head of creator development, who you may recognize, DJ Weed. I remember watching his StarCraft podcasts, well, literally a decade ago. And this is what he said afterward. We went down the Silicon Valley route, hiring from Facebook, from Twitter. Many new employees had little understanding of gaming or live streaming and were unwilling to learn what this community was, why it was special.
Dude, didn't I say this yesterday? Didn't I fucking say this yesterday during the gaming discussion? It's why all of the AAA games suck monkey dick these days. Because they do the exact same thing. It's sort of like a circle jerk for hiring. Oh, you used to work at Facebook. That means you must be cool, right? You can come work at us. We're Blizzard Entertainment. We make video games. The dude that's walking in from Facebook Gaming never fucking played a game in his life, but now he's working at Blizzard Entertainment. After this, he's going to go work for EA for a bit, and then for Ubisoft, then right back to Facebook Gaming before he joins Google again, and then he fucks off right back to Twitch. None of these people have a clue about gamers, who we are, what we like, what we do. So they just go, well, this should work. It worked on Facebook. Because your fucking grandma is on Facebook and she doesn't know what the fuck gaming is. It doesn't work for us because we're gamers. We are different. Literally, that's the problem. It's become this little bubble where everyone is a fucking moron, and the morons just getting moved around from platform to platform, and they don't have a clue. They don't have a fucking clue what's good and what isn't. Yeah, grandma will never leave Facebook. I was surprised the other day when I saw Mark Zuckerberg on Joe Rogan, and I thought to myself, wait, Facebook is still a thing? That was wild to me, dude. Like, when I realized that Facebook is still a thing, it just hit me. It's not like I thought Facebook was gone, but when I saw him on Joe Rogan and they were talking about Facebook, I was like, dude, Facebook is still a thing. I can't believe that Facebook is there. I haven't been on Facebook in fucking years, dude. Years. You see the new Horus Lubrico model that was revealed last night? It's pretty good. I have not, Swanky. Dude, MySpace is still a thing? Dude, no one uses MySpace. Like, MySpace didn't even go the Silicon Valley route. They went, I don't know what route they fucking went into, but it's not a thing. It might exist still, like technically the URL is still functional, but do you know anyone that is still on MySpace?
The customer was the content creator. If you're not passionate about the product, you're not really looking at it from the customer's lens. And so you don't have the same level of empathy. That's what somebody else said. And that, I think, overall encapsulates a lot of what is really frustrated Twitch.
Well, it's simple to understand. Okay, I'm going to ask this, chat. Let's say tomorrow, any of you wake up as the guy that needs to make the decisions at Twitch. And they come to you and they say, look, we want to serve more ads. Would any of you think, as a viewer, you know what we need to do? We need to put more ads into the streams, and we need to find more ways of getting the streamers to actually show ads. You wouldn't. As a viewer, you know how fucking boring those ads are. So why would you? You wouldn't waste your fucking time on that shit. It's the same problem I have with ads in general. Have any of you noticed the world has moved on? Back in the day, right? If we go back 20 years from now, or 20 years ago, how did you consume your content? You sat in your living room in front of your giant ass fucking TV that stands this far away from the wall because for some reason it has a giant fuck off room at the back of the TV, right? And that's how you got your content. And every 15 minutes, there would be an ad that basically just meant you got up and go make some coffee or walk around because fuck those ads. No one watched them anyways. They were just sort of boring and they were always louder than the fucking television program that you were watching for some stupid reason, but never mind. That's just how it worked, right? We have moved on since then. Now, if you want to watch something, you can watch whatever the fuck you want, whenever the fuck you want, in the comfort of your own room, on your PC, on your phone, wherever it is. You know what hasn't changed? Ads. Ads are still exactly the same as they used to be fucking 100 years ago. Nothing has changed there. Why? Because the same cunts that is making the ads are the very same people working at Amazon thinking it's a good idea to put live ads into a live stream. No one likes ads. I don't know a single person that sees an ad and thinks to themselves, I need to buy that. And if you are one of those people, you're a fucking moron. I don't do that. Whenever I see an ad, I barely register what the fuck I just saw. If I want to buy something, I will go onto Amazon or Takealot in South Africa, and I will buy what I need, right? And there, I will usually read reviews. So I see a bunch of items, I click on it, I go down to the reviews, and I see what other people said about this item. I don't buy stuff based on ads. But they haven't figured that out yet. Why? Why has everything changed except for the way that companies advertise their products? That has not reached the 21st century. That's just sort of stuck in the old ways, even though all of our entertainment mediums have moved the fuck on. I don't know if it actually still works. It probably still works, like the same way it used to work. But I think there are better ways of doing it that would work even better. And that would probably be less of a problem. So I'm going to give you an example of this. Imagine if every hour on the hour, you got silent ads on Twitch. They are completely silent. They go into the corner of the screen. Okay, so take the full screen we have here. Right on the corner there, under the video, pops up a little box that just shows you a product. Shows you the product, maybe shows you what it does, and that's it. It doesn't interfere with the stream. You can still watch the stream. You can still hear me speak. You can see me play whatever game I'm playing at the time. This ad just sort of shows you products that you might be interested in, and it happens every hour on the hour for, say, 5 minutes. Would you not be more likely to look at that item and go, oh, that's kind of cool. It's not really bothering you. It's not interfering with you. Because the reason ads don't really work for me is whenever an ad pops up, I'm so annoyed at the fact that my viewing experience have just been interrupted by this fucking ad that I don't even care about the ad at all. I don't want to see the fucking ad. Or, and this is perhaps even better, I don't mind the sponsorship shoutouts from content creators as much as I do ads. I hate ads, but when content creators do their sponsorship things, I don't mind that. I accept it. I know that they're doing it because that's how they get paid. It's fine. And some of them are actually pretty cool. Like you do get content creators that they do pretty cool fucking sponsorship shoutouts. Why not get content creators to make your fucking ads for you? Go to some of the cool content creators out there and let them make the ad for you, pay them, and then show that as your fucking ad. Show the funny people making funny ads that link to what we as viewers enjoy. That would actually work, I think. Internet historian is a good idea of someone that makes really good fucking ads.
Twitch creators where they feel like they're not being taken seriously. They feel more of a pinch from Twitch. And I think it's becoming obvious to a lot of people. I mean, I think Twitch, was it 2.3 billion in revenue they had in one of the more recent years, where I think YouTube, it was like well over 100 billion, right? So YouTube is just earning so much more money, and I think it's a situation where YouTube is more important to Google than Twitch is to Amazon. I mean, look at Amazon's other efforts within the gaming sphere. Like, yeah, New World exploded, and there is the Lost Ark that kind of exploded for a bit, does have a lot of drama now. Before that, you just had an extensive graveyard of games and years of development time just flushed down the toilet.
Yep.
But hey, I will at least say, Twitch Prime, now that is pretty damn good. And I think
needs
this is where
that.
we've got to talk a little bit about the competition.
YouTube needs a Twitch Prime substitute. Like, take YouTube Premium and just give people a free membership with YouTube Premium. Job done. More people sign up for Premium. More people get a free membership out of Premium. Easy. Like, Twitch Prime on YouTube would be fucking glorious.
A little bit, I suppose, about my own personal decision making. Because ultimately, it's not just me sitting down and thinking, do I want to stream in this platform or that program or that platform? Right? Like, we have employees. I have to sit down and I have to think, what's the best overall?
Sloan, why would you say Twitch is super important to Amazon? would be a good way to introduce people to how memberships work, since I most don't know they exist. Have YouTube Premium? Yeah, I have YouTube Premium as well, because fuck ads, right? And also you get the YouTube music stuff and crap. So it is actually pretty cool to have YouTube Premium. And yeah, the membership thing, because the way that would work is if you have a membership to a channel, you don't get to see ads on that channel, or maybe you get an extra benefit because you already don't see ads with YouTube Premium. So you could work some kind of benefit into subscribing or being a member of a channel that makes it more sort of appealing for people to get the YouTube Premiumship, and then also obviously give that membership to a channel. The tech side and infrastructure side are why Amazon bought Twitch in the first place. Amazon is literally selling the ability to make a Twitch-like website as a service on Amazon itself. Yeah, but Amazon could sell that service whether they have Twitch or not. It wouldn't really matter because they already have the know-how. So they could literally just sell Twitch and just allow other people to make Twitch on their cloud services.
Overall thing, so that I'm being responsible in leading this team of people. So, the big streaming war. The first one, I think it's obvious that Twitch is not making enough money for its parent company. And that, directionally, seems to mean that things can only go one way for creators and viewers, and that way is worse.
Yep.
I would expect more advertisements. As an example, look at the ads that, like, literally this incentive program. For a lot of people, like 3 minutes of ads an hour feels pretty big. The thing is, though, this is based on past behavior, right? So here's another one. 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. I have seen creators show their version of this where it's even more minutes of ads per hour. I believe I've seen, it was either 6 or 8. I mean, 8 minutes?
8 minutes
Wow.
is so long.
And it's not actually, it's even worse than you think it is. Because this isn't creator ran ads where the creator hits a button, right? Maybe they say, okay, I'm going to go get a cup of tea. I'll hit the ad button. Thanks for your support. I'll be back in a minute. No, this is only for auto-played ads.
Yeah.
And the other thing, of course, Twitch loves to hit you with the big unskippable. Now, look, I've used YouTube on a TV, not on my premium account. And yeah, the ads can be pretty frustrating. But more...
Although, I'm not going to lie, the longest ad I've ever seen in my life was on YouTube. On my TV, not having an ad blocker, I got an ad on YouTube. It was skippable, thank fuck. But I originally thought that the ad was the video. Because it came on, and it was 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours. And I remember sitting there watching and thinking to myself, did I click on this? I don't know. I don't know what the fuck I'm watching right now. I don't remember clicking on this because I can't even remember what the ad was for, but it was definitely not something that I would click on. And I'm watching this and I'm thinking to myself, why would I click this? This does not seem interesting to me at all. And then I realized there's the skip ad button in the corner, right? And I'm like, Jesus, that's 2.5 hours of ads? Dude, that's not even an infomercial. That's a movie with an ad. That's a product that made a fucking movie of itself. That's how important they probably believe that this fucking product is, right? That was the wildest experience I've ever had in my life. Was just this ad that is basically a YouTube video, but it really isn't. Ads also push aside the primary benefit of streaming, which is building a community that sticks around. So fucking true, bro. So fucking true.
More often than not, you can skip them in 5 seconds, and then the ad's done with. And
did you guys just get ads? You just got ads. All right, we'll wait for you guys to finish the ads. I've turned it off. You're a sub, Evan, so obviously you're not getting ads. I have turned it off, but I think it's only going to get turned off tomorrow. So hopefully by tomorrow, this shit will be gone. With the Twitch ads playing automatically. Sadly, turning it off doesn't mean shit today. And I forgot to do it yesterday when I said I would do it, but I forgot. So I'm sorry. You guys can just blame me. But I'll wait for you. I'll wait for the ads to finish before we go. Let me go pee quickly while we're waiting for the ads to finish, right? God, my legs, dude. All right. Oh, you guys, it should be finished now, right?
You're back to the
Ah,
content.
here we go.
On Twitch, doesn't really work like that. Twitch gives you far more of those lovely 30-second unskippables. I mean, how many times have you went to Twitch and basically seen the same advert for Audible and other Amazon products?
Actually, have you guys ever had a skippable ad on Twitch? Because I haven't. Like, every single time I've received an ad on Twitch, and that only really happens when I'm watching on mobile where I don't have an ad blocker, which is fucking annoying. But every single time I get an ad on mobile, I can never fucking skip it. I have to sit there and just fucking watch the thing. Bro, like, let's move the fuck on now.
Product again and again and again and again, to the point where you just want to Alt F4 your browser and do something else. So I think all of us, we're just going to feel the pinch more and more and more, and overall it is a worse advertisement experience. There's also things that are important to the baseline health of the platform. Now, YouTube by no means is a saint when it comes to copyright stuff. I think you should check out Business Casual's insane situation where, well, it's an insane situation. What I will say broadly, though, is that because YouTube almost got sued into oblivion a long time ago, they've invested a lot of money in the likes of Content ID. And look, as a creator, it can be quite frustrating if, you put one swear word in the first 30 seconds of a video and then it gets demonetized. Or, I don't know, like in this channel, if we include Grand Theft Auto trailer footage, that often will get copyright claimed. But our content gets claimed. We're told so before we've pushed the content live, giving us an opportunity to amend the problem, put the video back up. While it is friction, while it is frustrating, it, generally speaking, is a pretty damn reliable system that does its job. And broadly, while there are potential abuses that we're all aware of, it does keep people safe enough and mostly the rules are fair, even though there are notable examples of severe bullshit. Over on Twitch, though, I mean, do you remember the DMCA music debacle? I mean, wow, what would have happened if the likes of, say, Riot Games didn't come in and just offer everybody their, stream-safe music?
Now, I would just argue the DMCA thing, the music thing on Twitch was such a fucking ball ache. But at the same time, there were so many streamers that were just completely moronic about it. They just absolutely mentally challenged about the whole issue. Because you had streamers that were just like, no, I'm just going to play the music. They'll never know. It's like, bro, the music industry is not to be fucked with. Like, those guys, they're like a fucking mafia. They will come after you and they will destroy you. Like, they already can track live music plays. They don't do often, but they can. So, yeah, anyone that is... And this is not something that's gone away. I know a girl right now that still plays, like, DMCA music in her stream, every single stream. And her argument is, well, I'm too small, they would never even know that I exist. It's like, sure. Let's go with that. Let's go with that. Let's say that the algorithm doesn't know you exist. And it just exists in this world where the algorithm only looks at the big streamers because it can't possibly look at everyone. We'll see as soon as the music industry comes at you with a lot of fucking issues. Bro, we're watching legit TV shows on stream. Oh, but that was a growth thing, Sloan. So, I don't know if you guys remember, who was it? There was a streamer that were watching, they were watching MasterChef and shit. That was all to grow. And they actually pretty much admitted it. Why? Because they knew that they were watching MasterChef. They were ultimately going to get banned, right? And then that was going to turn into a massive article, and the mainstream media was going to run with it, and you're going to have Digital Foundry and all these people writing about it. So they take the 7-day ban. It's a holiday because for 7 days they can't stream. So guys, I can't stream. Sorry, I'm banned. They get back and their viewership have doubled because basically they've gotten free advertisement for the last week. Because all of these platforms know that they're going to get clicks whenever they do, whenever they cover this, and these guys know they're going to. So it was nice for most of these people.
But still,
Fox will not sue them. If Fox were to sue all of them, it would cost them so much money that it wouldn't be worth it. So all Fox will do is do a DMCA takedown and demand that the content is removed from Twitch. That's all Fox will do. And they knew it. They knew that this was just a free holiday plus massive growth at the end of it. So no, I mean, I couldn't do that because if I got banned, no one would be writing articles about me. Getting banned, I would basically have to take a break for 7 days and then just lose a bunch of money and basically come back to the same amount of viewers. So I couldn't do that, but if you're a very large streamer, you can absolutely do that. It is actually a legit growth strategy. There are people that grow based on the back of controversy. And if you do it correctly, you can explode as a result of it.
that's just another example of Twitch knowing that there's been a looming problem that's going to hit loads of their...
Swanky Tiger, okay, so if you want to play one song, if you want the rights to one song to be able to replay it, you're looking at anywhere between $100,000 and $150,000 for the rights to actually be able to replay that song. Now, you could go to, like, there's companies that will actually bundle these songs together, right? And for older songs, you could get like a bundle for say $500,000-$600,000, and that will give you the rights to make that music or play that music for a year. But for new hit songs, so let's say the newest fucking who's a big pop star? Name a pop star, chat. No, give me a fucking pop star. Who's the chick that always writes music about her boyfriend's hurting her or some shit like that? Like, all of her songs is about some boyfriend lying to her or cheating on her or some crap like that. Taylor Swift, that's the one. Yes. So let's say you want to play the newest Taylor Swift song or something on your stream. Yeah. That's probably going to be like anywhere from 100 to 150, sometimes up to, I believe, the Kanye West song. Like one of the newest Kanye West songs at some point was like almost $300,000 for the rights to play that song for a year. And it's just that song. Right? And that's what they paid just so that they could play that song, which is why whenever new songs come out, radio stations play the fuck out of that song because they have to get their money back. And by playing that song, more people listen to the ads, they can make more money, and they can pay it that way. So, no, just buying the rights to play the music is not possible, not for a streamer. You don't make enough money to fucking buy the rights to any song.
Creators are not doing anything proper to deal with the issue. Okay, it's 2022. This is a bit less of a drama now, but it was quite an important thing in 2021 and earlier on this year. There's also discoverability, which I've talked about before.
Game soundtracks create just as many problems for Twitch streamers, FYI. Like, there's a bunch of games that you can't play those games on stream at all because you will receive DMCA takedowns because the games use actual music. Now, for example, Cyberpunk got around this by adding an option to the game where you can turn all copyrighted music. So basically you turn on stream mode and it turns off all nudity and also all copyrighted music. But if you don't have those options enabled, your stream will be DMCA takedown because they purchased the rights to use the song, but they didn't purchase the rights to redistribute the song. So you're not actually allowed to listen to the song on stream, even though the song is technically in the game. Final Fantasy has a number of those as well. So in you guys know this song in the Final Fantasy cinematic. What's it called again? The Heaven song? I think it's called Heaven. That song is fully copyrighted. Even though it is in the game, if you have that moment in the game where that plays, Answers, that's the one, that is completely copyrighted. So you do actually get a copyright strike playing Answers on your stream.
Discoverability in YouTube basically just means whenever you post some content, as long as you can get enough initial followers for the algorithm to understand what sort of viewer would enjoy that content, generally does actually do a pretty damn good job of driving views to that content. A lot of people will say, my content doesn't go out to my subs. Often that's actually not really the case. There are a few exceptions, of course. But very often it's actually the fact that most of your subscribers as a YouTuber don't use the subscription feed. The vast majority of YouTube traffic is driven via what's next, via recommended, via the homepage, where, just like it's a fruit machine in the casino, you refresh the homepage, you go cha-chink, and you hope that some interesting pictures appear in front of you.
I do that so often, bro.
To watch.
I'm not gonna lie, this is basically me every night. Like, every single night, this is me. I just sit here, and the whole fucking time, I'm just refreshing. That's it. I look at my page, and I'm like, fuck. There's nothing much to watch right now. Just refresh. Is there anything new? Like, I never scroll down. Like, never. I never scroll down, even though you could scroll down, right? I don't scroll down. I just refresh until something pops up and I go, oh, look at that. Every single fucking evening, bro. That's my life. Oh, it's fun. Wait, where the fuck is that video? Here we go.
That is unfortunately how it works, but it does actually work pretty damn good, and it can get people a lot of discoverability in such a way that really just does not happen on Twitch, such that you're looking at around 30% of creators being discovered on Twitch, while the other 70% is coming from the like.
Love it when the CEO of Twitch lets us know that only 30% of creators are being discovered on Twitch, where the other 70% is coming from YouTube, TikTok, and other platforms. True. Here's your sign to create content on YouTube and on TikTok. 70% of discovery comes from outside of Twitch. Easy.
Likes of Twitter, YouTube, TikTok, etc. There's then also the issue of synergy, and I think this is somewhere where Twitch have done really well by being a niche, and they've dominated the live streaming gaming sector. But now that we've got the likes of Tim the Tatman, we've got Dr. Disrespect, and a lot of other major names, Ludwig, of course, one thing that many are beginning to see is the power of synergy. Here's a really good example. Via YouTube memberships, you can essentially run what most people would consider to be a Patreon. You can run that on YouTube. Now, you do have to take the 70-30 split, which to some people will sting, but that will allow you to do early access content, audience polls, just lots of different audience rewards. So there's a strong synergy between live streamed content, between shorts, and between your regular VOD YouTube content. Now,
Aragos, I wouldn't mention me because he's basically talking about. So it's a double-edged sword what Balil is talking about here, because what he mentions is you can have everything in the same place, which makes it really easy for viewers. Because right now there is an extra step to turning a YouTube viewer into a live stream viewer, and that is you have to get that viewer off of YouTube onto Twitch. Now, for most of you degenerate fucks, that's not hard, right? You are already degenerate. You already watch Twitch. So you were actually more than happy to find out, oh, the fat cunt streams on Twitch. Let's go watch, right? But there is a number of viewers that do not watch Twitch. I know because I know quite a few of them. I get DMs quite often from people going, oh my God, I wish you streamed more on YouTube. I don't watch Twitch at all. I wish I could say it's the older viewers, but it really isn't. There's like a shit ton of younger viewers that do not like Twitch. They prefer YouTube. So trying to convert those viewers is incredibly fucking hard. Because, yeah, they're just not going to come unless you are incredibly good at converting people. Whereas if everything is on YouTube, it's easy, right? You're on YouTube already. So why would you not watch on YouTube? You watch YouTube anyways. So there it just becomes some people don't like live streams, even though I don't understand how you could possibly not like live streams. But some people just don't like live streams and they're just not going to watch. But everyone else is probably going to turn up watching. So it removes that extra step. But here's where it's also not necessarily a good thing. Vogie, you degenerate fuck. Thanks for the prime sub, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the DJ Nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Diversification of your income. You have basically gone and you've put all of your eggs into a single basket. If that basket fails, you're fucked. So if you do anything wrong and your YouTube channel gets banned, and remember, it doesn't matter how many YouTube channels you have. If one YouTube channel gets banned, all YouTube channels get banned. Because it's all tied to one AdSense account, which means you're fucked. Let's say something happens to YouTube. What are you going to do? All of your eggs are in that basket. If it fails, it fails. So it is almost always better to try and diversify as much as possible, much like in your ordinary life. Do you put all of your money into one stock or into multiple stocks? It's always better to go into multiple stocks because even if that one company fails, you probably have enough stock in other companies to sort of make up the difference. You want to diversify. And that's what going full on in YouTube does not allow you. Yes, maybe you're going to grow much faster, and yes, maybe you could even make more money, but all of that money is reliant on that one place making enough money.
Now, there are some issues. One of the people who's been an absolute champion for us in this scene is Ludwig, who is even had direct communications with Susan Wojcicki, the CEO of YouTube. And it's not like he went on her podcast or he went to her office. She actually went to his podcast. And apparently via that, we've actually learned that YouTube is working on better ways to distinguish content on their platform. So you basically don't have live streams, shorts, and regular YouTube content kind of crowding each other in the same space. Now, of course,
Dude, they just... What? This is something we all spoke about. They are working on it. Chat, this is good news. Because I'll be honest, I approve of that. If they could come up with a way to have YouTube Live be its own platform, or even if it's not its own platform, give it its own section, completely unrelated to what YouTube proper is, and then Shorts can fuck right off. And then, of course, you have the normal YouTube platform for all the videos. That would be perfect. That would be such a huge step in the right direction for YouTube live streaming.
YouTube does have its downsides, right? You can get a thing that I sort of call notification cannibalization, where, let's just say, you want to release a video the same day that you live stream. Well, if you release that video while you're streaming, it'll get no initial momentum because people are watching your live stream. And sometimes it can just give people too many notifications and it all gets a bit messy. And then, of course, there is that very crowded experience of people's content where sometimes to know that a YouTuber you like is streaming, you almost have to just go to YouTube and if they are streaming, hope that their thing gets presented to you. That's something YouTube will absolutely have to fix. Even though in other ways the discoverability is good. As an example, if I was live streaming and you were to watch one of our Warcraft videos, my icon would be red, indicating I'm currently live, and that would allow you to hop immediately to my live stream. So the likes of that are actually quite powerful. Another problem with
Savin, don't fucking start with me. Why are you starting this debate? You know this will trigger me. Now I have to fucking respond. And we've already done this. Okay, just click the live button, bro. Just click the live button, bro. Where? Where in this entire fuck of a fucking homepage is that live channel that you are talking about? Oh, it's not there. So maybe I have to click show more? No, it's not there either. It's up here, somewhere. There we go. There's the live fucking button. That is not the way to do a live stream. And then let's click the live button, shall we? Let's see who's live right now. This is League of Legends, not too shabby. I don't know who the fuck this is. I don't even know what the fuck he's playing. This guy is doing some kind of fucking shit with financial markets. I don't know who that is, but he's doing something. This is Season 2 for... I don't know who that is. Don't know who that is. No idea who the fuck this is. Okay, so I've just been given a bunch of live streams from things I do not watch or track. But it's there. This is a miserable experience. Like, this is not how that should work. What it should do, it should be the same as Twitch. You should have your different categories and click on those categories to see who is live in those categories. So if you want to see someone that's just chatting, you click on just chatting. If you want to see people that is playing whatever game you prefer, you will see all of those people. And there you can do it based on the algorithm. So there you can go, if you click on World of Warcraft and you happen to also be subscribed to me and watch a lot of my videos, I will be first on that list regardless of viewership. Otherwise, it just shows who the fuck is at that point in time streaming that game and also who has the most viewers. Something to that, I think, would be a hell of a lot better than whatever the fuck this thing is. Because this... If I clicked on this live stream genuinely looking, so think of it from a perspective of we were genuinely looking for someone to watch live now. I don't have a single channel here that I want to watch because not a single one of these channels presents anything to me that I want to see. So I would basically go, thank you. I guess there's nothing to fucking watch. Twitch there is absolutely better than YouTube. 100%.
with YouTube in a way, and it's not necessarily their fault, but it's culture. Twitch culture, I think, is the greatest asset that Twitch have.
Sloan, the tags mean fuck all. No. YouTube themselves have admitted this. The tags mean absolutely nothing. The tags that I have in my videos are tags that just happen to be there. They were added to the channel at the start, and I just haven't really changed them. But no, you can basically remove all of the tags, and your views will still be exactly the same. It used to matter, but it doesn't matter anymore. Oh, you mean on Twitch? I don't know if it matters, but I did it as a joke. Like, as a joke, I have VTubing in there and ASMR. I don't know. People do search for those tags, and then they do matter, because if you want to see VTubers, you type in VTubers, and everyone with a VTube tag will show up. Whoop, whoop. Here we go. Or if someone wants to search for ASMR, I'm here. Right? That's basically it. But otherwise, I think they're mostly unimportant and useless. Foul Smoke, I have not. No.
Twitch make a lot of money from ads, but also from subs, from bits, all that stuff. So the whole gifted subs as a cultural thing, it exists far more profoundly in Twitch than it does over on YouTube, where, yes, YouTube does not convert as highly into revenue as Twitch does almost entirely.
Jurgen, that is true. It is up to your own, like, I would leave it up to your imagination whether or not I am a VTuber or an ASMR streamer. But if you come to the conclusion that I am not one, then you're a bigot. Because you are discriminating against the otherwise real. And I do not appreciate that kind of discrimination. The voice would be great for ASMR. Yeah, but I would also be bored out of my fucking skull doing ASMR. But I do appreciate the compliment. I think that was a compliment, but I do agree. I do appreciate it.
Entirely down to the cultural differences in the platform. Also, some specific things. As an example, YouTube's implementation of gifted memberships is quite simply not as good as Twitch's implementation of gifted subs. So YouTube does have a lot of things to fix. But overall, I look at the innovations, you could say, that YouTube are doing, and a lot of that is them playing catch up to Twitch. A lot of that is them adding new features. As an example, you can show your merchandise under a YouTube video. There's quite a few things like that. Generally, it's more features for creators to support ultimately what a lot of creators are, which is small businesses. Obviously, most of that stuff is good for YouTube as well, right? They'll make their cut. But I think it's becoming obvious that YouTube is a more mature and figured out product that basically has its revenue model sorted. Now, there are some things like, say, YouTube Shorts. They do not earn as much money as YouTube videos because they operate on a creator fund basis, where let's just say YouTube says they have $300 million and they will divide that up between shorts based on watch time across the whole platform. And it turns out that that gets sliced up to the point where the CPMs are pretty off.
To be fair, though, most ASMR these days is basically just sexual. There used to be... So there's a couple of cooking channels that I watch that is ASMR. Wins, how you doing, brother? That is ASMR. That's actually really cool because you get to hear... You get to hear how they're making the food, and it sort of gives a different experience to an otherwise just normal cooking video. But then you go on like Twitch ASMR and it's a girl fucking doing shit with her mouth, basically making it sound like she's giving you a blowjob, even though you know that her mouth is not on your cock. So I'm not entirely sure how that makes it more real, and I'm not entirely sure why that would even be hot. Like, a girl just making slurping noises whilst not actually sucking your cock doesn't magically turn it into sucking your cock. It's just a girl making slurping noises, which must be hell for someone in a restaurant with people drinking milkshakes. So I don't know why people get off on that shit, but they do. The other day I saw a girl actually take the microphone and wipe it on her boobies. And I remember thinking to myself, why is that? Like, I guess I get that this is ASMR, but what sound is that supposed to mimic? I've never, and I have been in sexual encounters before, not many, but I have been. I have never taken my ear and just sort of wiped it on a girl's breasts. Like, I've never done that. That's never been a kink of mine. To be like, oh, take your boobies and wipe it on my ear because I want to hear what that would fucking sound like. ASMR is supposed to be, right, mimicking sounds that people actually want to hear. So at least with the slurping sound, I can kind of understand it. You're sitting there back, dick in hand, imagining this girl sucking your dick, right? And you're hearing the slurping and you're thinking, oh my God, my hand feels exactly like her mouth if I even knew what a fucking mouth felt like. But with the wiping the mic on your breasts, that what thing is that? What is the thing that you're hearing there? And I would say motorboat is less about the sound and much more about the fact that your head is literally in between two boobies at that point, right? I would argue that the sound is that's very little to do with the excitement of motorboating.
Awful. So that's one example of those being rough. But even TikTok actually has seen the amount of money that it makes per view absolutely plummet in the last little while, because quite simply, that pie of money is being sliced up thinner and thinner and thinner and thinner.
Well, the thing with TikTok, with YouTube, and with Instagram, YouTube probably not so much yet, but most of those top creators don't make their money off of ads. They make their money off of sponsorships. These people get sponsored crazy amounts of money to do all sorts of fucking advertising, and they do it. So they still make their money. It's just a problem of where, or it's just a case of where do they make their money from.
Because more people are driving more views and watch time as that platform grows. So overall then, I try to think about what directionally makes the most sense. And to me, it did end up being YouTube. Now, one reason there is because most of my audience is on YouTube, because I was a YouTuber first. But the thing is, if you say want to make it on Twitch, man, I'd recommend having a YouTube presence first, or anything like that. Because going from 0 to the top 1%, so maybe to 250 plus views, whatever, that is so unlikely if you are just sitting there on Twitch.
It's not possible.
The grind, perhaps even.
It is not possible. I'm telling you this right fucking now. If you want to start a Twitch career, you want to be a big boy Twitch streamer, and you are currently sitting at less than 10 viewers, fucking quit. If you don't have a YouTube channel or an Instagram or an OnlyFans or something like that, fucking quit. You are never, and I mean this, never getting to partnership status. It's going to take you months to get to affiliate status. And you shouldn't take affiliate status, by the way, because it's a complete fucking ripoff. You are competing against people that, even the people that have 3 viewers, have infinitely more viewers than you when you only have no one, right? When the only viewer you have is your fucking bot, making sure that no one, like the people that isn't in your chat, isn't breaking your rules. There is no point in making Twitch streams or doing Twitch streams if you have no viewers and you also have no presence anywhere else. You will never get discovered. It's just as good as it's as simple as that. And I'm not trying to be a dick here. Let's look at mine. Let's see how good I'm doing for Twitch discoverability. Well, I'll ask a simple question. How many of you discovered me through Twitch? Not through YouTube. You got to my channel purely by coming to Twitch, and you just happened to discover me here. I don't think there's a single person that discovered me here, unless it was during the Final Fantasy streams, which was a completely different time, because in Final Fantasy, I was actually almost at the top of the Final Fantasy creators for the time. Cost. Okay, so let's say I have 100 viewers, right? 103 viewers. So let's go down to where you would finally discover me. May I just say this girl is really hot. Or she looks really hot. We're still going down. Still going down. We're not there yet, chat. We're not there yet. We're coming up to me. We're coming up to me. Soon. Soon TM. Here we go. That's me. That's me right there. down at 103 viewers. How many times do we have to fucking scroll down and wait for the page to refresh just to get to me? You want to know how I am getting discovered on Twitch? I am fucking not getting discovered on Twitch. That is the answer. Not now, not ever. It's not fucking happening. The only way I get discovered is through Warhammer 40k on the Clips channel, or any of the videos that I make on the Skeptic Org channel, or on the main channel, or on the Reacalon channel. I have to push that content and then hope that you guys can fucking join me here. So I love the fact that you guys did. But that really is that. 2 windows above yours, click. Dude, that's a VTuber. You have all of these other goals that's actually real goals, Overlord. And the one you want to click on is this one. I fucking judge you, bro. I fucking judge you. There's other like real life goals here, and you're going, no, fuck it, give me the fake pussy and titties. And what's more, do you even know whether or not half of the VTubers are actually girls? Because there is a good chance that a lot of these VTubers that you jack off to isn't even real females. It's guys just using a voice changer and happen to know how to make a VTuber fucking avatar. Does it matter? I don't know. Depends probably. But I would argue probably yes, a little at least.
Doing the 60 hours a month for a tiny ad incentive grind. It just ain't worth it. Gotta think about other ways to grow yourself and get yourself known faster. Basically, it's the
Doc, but where else would I be? I am literally just chatting at the minute. Where else would I be? Going anywhere else would be a lie.
snowball rolling down the hill metaphor. You need to build enough of a snowball
Lucy Pyre is cool though.
to then roll down. If you
I
know
love
what mean.
Lucy's fucking content.
I overall then, if I was to sort of end this with a bit of a thesis on things, Twitch has an obvious problem, YouTube has obvious problems. YouTube absolutely must give a premium membership, right? So if somebody has YouTube Premium, they should get a free membership each month, just like with Twitch Prime.
I agree
They
with
should
that.
definitely do that. If YouTube Premium could also give people maybe perks in games, like Amazon's Prime Gaming does, I think that would also be a good way for them to compete on that basis. All right? As for Twitch, 50-50, I think, is ridiculous, given that
Kind of
value is
probably,
coming from
yeah.
the creators. I think 50-50 is kind of ridiculous. Now, 55-45, that's industry standard when it comes to adverts, so that is fine. But ultimately, if somebody streams for X amount of time, shows X amount of ads that should generate Y or Z, whatever, just an amount of money.
I'm not
Give
fucking
them that
doing
money.
hot tub stream chat.
Don't
Fuck
say,
off.
hey, you have to complete this goal. This is like some bizarre gamified gig economy. And I wonder if they are trying to do this as a habit-forming mechanism to basically gamify the earning money bit as a way to make the whole enterprise seem a bit less
Chat, I love the fact that you guys are degenerate as fuck, but I am not doing a hot tub stream. You guys can fuck right off with that. Go watch Amaranth if you want a hot tub stream. She's hotter than me, and she already has a fucking hot tub. Although, I don't even know why they call it a hot tub, if I'm going to be fucking honest with you. Because what pisses me off is that most of them are in blow-up pools. That's not a fucking hot tub. I'm sorry, but that is not a hot tub. That is just a blow-up pool that you are now calling a hot tub. That's bullshit. Like, you have all the money. Amaranth, you're making more than $1 million fucking dollars a month on OnlyFans, which is bonkers to me, but never mind. You could afford to have a studio built with a hot tub, an actual physical fucking hot tub in it. I do not understand why you're using a blow-up fucking pool. Wait, Amaranth isn't even hot? Bro, are you fucking tripping? I'm sorry, but I don't necessarily like Amaranth's content, but to say that Amaranth isn't hot, that is just the cope, bro. Dude, Amaranth is stupidly fucking hot. Like, I don't even know what the fuck you guys are talking about. Probably because a hot tub would require permitting and shit, which costs money and time. Doesn't matter if she is in a pool or in a glass of water, the content isn't the substance there. I guess that's true. You guys think Amaranth... You think Amaranth is mid-tier? I would argue Amaranth is probably one of the hotter girls on Twitch. I think you guys just fucking... I think you guys are just jealous because you won't suck your dick.
Grim. I wonder. And that's not even touching on their historic just uselessness at content moderation, to the degree where so many people just don't even take their platform seriously, right? Like, sometimes you go onto Twitch.
Dude, okay, fuck. Just because a girl has fake booba does not make her ugly. You could say, oh my god, she is really hot, but I wish she didn't have fake booba. Okay, I can respect that. I don't necessarily agree, but I can respect that. I happen to like all booba. Fake or real doesn't really bother me. As long as it's booba, and booba is good. But that does not automatically make someone ugly. Overlord. Ariana Grande. Is Ariana Grande on Twitch? Because I would argue Ariana Grande is pretty hot. I'm not gonna deny that. She is pretty hot, but she's not a Twitch streamer.
And it's like, okay, cool, what is this? Why is this basically just softcore porn? What's going on there? Or many other things, like gambling. You just go onto Twitch and like, cool, there's all the gambling content. And I could level that criticism at YouTube too, by the way. But it just feels like Twitch have been listless. I mean, in a way, leaderless. All these top-level people going. And when these top-level people are going,
wow,
when over 300 employees
there
left
are some people in my chat that really do not have fucking taste, workforce, man. I am judging the fuck out of you guys right now.
Bad-seeming things are happening. They are just tightening the screw on monetization. Overall, I think that's probably rough for the long-term health of that platform. I would not be surprised if right now a lot...
Okay, chat. If you guys think that Amaranth isn't hot, who's hot on Twitch? What girl on Twitch would you argue is stupidly fucking hot?
The Twitch creators that you watch are planning their move to YouTube. Probably not telling you about it. Probably thinking, okay, I need to stake a claim here. I need to get ready to slowly move over in 2 or 3 years in case...
Are you calling me a gull, Karakunas? I'm offended, bro. Like, what the fuck? It's not that she's not hot, there's just hotter. Yeah, but show the hotter ones then. Show me who the fuck is hotter then.
There are more blunders in case that 50-50 split goes. They're going to be thinking, okay, 50-50 sub-split. That's not good. Should I just tell my audience to donate to me in Streamlabs instead? Or to donate to my Patreon instead? I don't know. But all of these things are risk factors for Twitch. So that is the situation as I see it. Obviously, I am on YouTube. I have streamed on Twitch in the past. More recently, I've streamed on YouTube. You could argue that I have a horse in this race in the same way that, say, Ludwig does. But ultimately, I think about the communications that Ludwig and Susan Wojcicki have had.
Fuck no, bro.
Think, wow, that actually... How it...
Asmund dressing as a girl was the weirdest experience I've ever had in my life. Mainly because it does not suit him at all. Emiru is actually pretty cute. That is very true. Evans, I can agree with that. I don't think she's hotter than Amaranth, but she is very cute. SD Peach, I do not agree with, Crastastic. I do not like SD Peach at all. I wouldn't say at all. I don't know her, but in terms of looks, I don't think she's that hot at all. But someone else, Sloan, you asked me about Ali C. G2, bro. Obviously G2.
How is it that the massive behemoth of YouTube is managing to come off more personable than Twitch? whose like DNA should be us. I don't know. Let's hope that competition drives Twitch to be better, because I do not want to be the Google man, where Google have a near monopoly in streaming.
They're
And a
gonna
near
have
monopoly
one.
in VOD. No,
Twitch is not going to get better with competition. They've already given up on the whole competition thing. The new announcement from Twitch is basically Twitch going, never mind. We're not going to be able to keep all of our content creators. Even if we tried, we're not going to be able to. So we may as well just stop the pretense. Twitch is trying to get as much money out of this platform as humanly possible before it dies. That's all Amazon probably is currently looking at. Amazon wants to make at least some return on the money that they spent on Twitch up until now before it completely dies. It's not about competition for Twitch anymore. If it was, there's so much that they could do to actually start competing with YouTube. One of which, even if we're not looking at the clips, why is Twitch not actually getting people to make videos on the platform? Twitch has the ability to upload to the platform. Like, you can actually upload videos to Twitch. They just don't, like, there's no reason to. Twitch could turn into the next YouTube. They just don't. For whatever reason, they just don't. So at the end of the day, Twitch clearly doesn't care about competing with YouTube. They just want to make as much money as possible in the short amount of time that they have left. It's not going to be competition. We are entering a world in which YouTube and Google will be the premier players in this space. And before anyone goes, oh, what about Facebook streaming? Lol. Crimson Twist, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Facebook gaming is not banging, bro. It just will never bang.
Twitch is important in this space. It was sad that Mixer went by the wayside, because Mixer meant more competition, and more competition is good. Let me know what you think about this. And again, what is your experience like as a viewer? Do you feel like it's been getting worse? To be honest, I find being a viewer on Twitch pretty frustrating. I suppose I should just get Turbo. But let me know what your experience has been. That's the most important thing here. Okay, that's it from me. Do check out Brilliant, today's sponsor. They're an awesome sponsor. They're one of the most, like, thumbs up. I will accept your sponsorship because your mission's pretty awesome and your tools are great. So check out Brilliant with that link down below. Thanks to you for watching. I'll see you next time.
All right. Let me see something here. What did the viewers say? The pre-rolls also hurt discoverability. That is true. Honestly, though, I am not a Twitch streamer, but every fiber in my body would not trust this company, in particular the early days. Some employees said some questionable things. Questionable things. Get the fuck out of here, early days. Getting gangbanged by ads feels rougher than it used to. So, chat, I want to ask you guys, what's the experience been like for you guys on Twitch lately? Do you feel like it's gotten worse, gotten better, or basically stayed the same for you? Was saying how he knew someone who used to work for Twitch who claimed they're a mess of an organization who barely know what they're doing and are destined to collapse. Then perhaps this is why YouTube doesn't feel like they really need to improve things to compete. They just have to wait. Same for sure. Pre-rolls. It's same for me. Okay, how many of you that is saying same have an ad blocker? Come on, expose yourselves. The worst, to be honest. No ad block. I have ad blocker. Yeah, I think if you have ad blocker, you basically don't realize that anything has changed, right? Because nothing has changed technically for you. If you're sub to the channel, which of course I love you guys for subbing, but if you are sub to the channel, you also don't really notice that anything has changed, at least on this channel. And I do know we have quite a few viewers that only watch me on Twitch, that don't really watch anyone else. Which again, very fucking honored about that. But if you are a viewer that doesn't have an ad blocker and you happen to watch other people, I would argue for me, my viewership experience have gotten much worse, especially when I'm on my phone. That's when I realize it, because I don't have an ad blocker on my phone. On my PC, I have an ad blocker installed, so I don't give a fuck about that crap. Digit, what did you do? What did you do, bro? I don't mind pre-rolls, but the auto mid-rolls are so fucked sometimes. The pre-rolls is actually the worst. So I know I do this. If I go onto a stream that particularly streams that I haven't watched before, and I get a pre-roll ad, I'm done. Because I don't know what to expect from this streamer, right? I've never watched them before. Now I have to sit through a minute or sometimes 2 minutes of ads so that I can see what the streamer is all about. I'm not going to do that. So for me, that's when I just usually click off and I go to one of the channels that I'm subscribed to, because at least there I know I'm not going to get any ads, or I go to streamers that I watch religiously or at least consistently that I know they're good, so I'll sit through their ads, but I'm not going to watch through anyone else's. Yeah, pre-rolls are fucking miserable. And Twitch, every decision, you know what it feels like? It feels like every decision that Twitch have made in the last 3 to 4 years have been at the detriment of the viewer. It's been to the detriment of the viewer. Whereas when you look at YouTube, it feels like almost all decisions they make, not all, but almost all of them, or the majority of their decisions, is aimed at making the experience for the viewer better, sometimes at the expense of the streamer. So there are a lot of times where YouTube will make changes to their algorithm that fucks up the content creators, because we have to adapt in sort of weird and wonderful ways to the new algorithm setting, but the algorithm is based on getting viewers to watch more content, giving viewers more content to actually watch. Whereas Twitch seems to be the opposite. But actually, not even the opposite. They seem to be fuck the streamer, but also fuck the viewers. Every decision they make is like, screw over the viewer, screw over the content creator. We're just gonna do whatever the fuck we think is good. What do you mean new viewers have to make money somehow, King Julian? What are you talking about? Some streams, I get 2-4 ads every 15 minutes. I would like to watch, but I can't unless I'm a sub. No, but King Julian, in what way would new streamers have to make? What about your sentence speaks to anything that I spoke about? Yeah, there are, I would say that there are a number of Twitch streamers that also abuse the system quite heavily. I'm talking about the Twitch streamers that purposefully play ads to force people to subscribe. And there are a number of them. And I know one specifically, Pyromancer, does this. I do not agree with that. Because basically at that point, what you're telling your audience is you are only good for money. I don't give a fuck about your viewing experience. I don't give a shit whether or not you enjoy the stream. What I care about is whether or not you're paying me. And if you aren't paying me, you can go fuck yourself. I will play the ads whenever I fucking choose, and then also happen to play the ads in the moments that you should really not fucking play an ad. It is miserable, right? It is a miserable experience, and that's not how it should work. There is this sort of movement in like a small movement, but it is a movement that exists on Twitch with people that hate lurkers. Do you actually see this a lot, especially on Twitter? Streamers will always complain about the lurkers in their chat, the people who don't sub, don't chat, just sort of sit there and chill. And I always think to myself, you do realize that every viewer, regardless of whether or not they are in fact chatting, it's always nice to have people that chat, because it would be miserable as a streamer to sit here and no one is chatting to you. It's nice to have people in chat, but if you take a look at this number, 106. That number there, Yuku, thank you so much for doing what's up. 45 months, General of the DJ Nation. I really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That number couldn't care less whether you're chatting, whether you're subscribed, or whether you've donated. It literally doesn't give a shit. That number goes up and down based on the amount of people that is physically watching your stream. That's it. That lurker attributes to that number. And that number goes up, good. That number goes down, bad, bad, bad. So I would rather have 80% of my stream be lurkers, even though that would suck because chat would be moving slowly. And that pushes me up to, say, 2,000 or 3,000 viewers. Can I just fucking... Jesus. Pushes me up to 2, 3, 4,000 viewers, which then, of course, pushes me up in the algorithm, which then eventually pushes me into one of these categories, then have 100% chatting viewers, right? So you have 100% of people that is chatting, that is subscribing, that is donating, but you only have 200 viewers. Which one would be better? For some people, and I know because I am actually quite the lurker whenever I watch streams. I don't really chat a lot in streams. I like just watching. So I am one of those people that will have the stream on my second monitor while I'm playing a game, right? I'll just chill, play the game, and the streamer... I usually watch Asmongold like this a lot, where Asmongold is doing his thing on this screen and I'm just doing my thing on this screen, right? I don't want to chat. I'm not there to chat. I'm just there to listen. That's it. That's all I care about. I just want to listen to what Asmongold says. It's nice to have a voice in my head that's saying things that isn't me speaking. So I get why people want that. And that is a legitimate way of consuming this type of content. The problem is that a lot of people don't see that. A lot of people view that as dead viewers or dead weight that should actually subscribe, or they should just fuck off. It's like, dude, that's not how this works. Everyone has their role to play. The people that's active in your stream, their role is to be active in your stream and actually make your stream fun. The people that is lurking in your stream, their role is to just be viewers and just enjoy the experience and just be there with you, and make that number go up so that you can get more people in. Sadly, a lot of streamers don't view it that way. They view themselves important enough that everyone should do what they think is best. Stream sub only then? I mean, a lot of streamers do their views sub only then, but sub only on Twitch doesn't mean what you think it means. So if I were to change my stream to sub only mode, the only thing that would accomplish is the only people that could chat would be subscribers. I don't think you can actually do a sub-only stream where only subscribers can see the stream. I don't think you can. I don't know. I've never checked, but I don't think you can. Quirky, of course. That is true. If you put 100 people together, there is always going to be some percentage, and probably the largest percentage of your show. I'll be honest with you. A while ago, Ninja, you guys know Ninja, right? Everyone knows Ninja. He made a video, or a course, I guess, where he was trying to teach people how to become big streamers. His course was basically to turn people into big boy streamers. And he said something that to me was just one of the most bonkers things I've ever heard in my life. So he said, what you need to do in order to grow. So one of the things that you can do in order to grow on your stream is to have your stream. So you can turn your chat. I'm not going to show it now because I actually have it on right now. But you can actually see who is in your chat. So you can physically see every single person that is sitting in your chat. Wait, let me wait for the ads to finish. We'll wait for the ads and then we'll continue. I'm Jams, how you doing? Don't know, Grofal, we'll see. I haven't decided yet. Right now, I'm just chilling. Shiok ads? You love them watching ads as you making money? Not much. Doc, I barely make money off of ads, bro. I really hate it. But yeah, it is on me. It is on me. Can anyone that got the ads just tell me when the ads are done? Okay, have the ads finished? All right, guys, I will take that one. That is my fault. I forgot to opt out of their fucking incentive program yesterday. And because I only did it today during the stream, because that's when I remembered, it's only going to opt me out at the, 12 o'clock tonight. So basically tomorrow. From tomorrow, we'll be opted out. So right now, the fucking Twitch is playing an ad every hour, and there's nothing I can do about it. So I do apologize for all the bullshit ads that you guys are getting. Anyways, the point that I wanted to make from the beginning, right? Or what I was busy making when the ads interrupted us. So Ninja says you should have your users in chat open so that you can see all the users that is in your chat. And then when a new user joins your chat, you can give them a shout out. So you can be like, hey, how you doing? You know, whoever, King Julian or Partyfoot, right? How you doing? And I remember listening to him and thinking to myself, dude, that is, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, that's fine for someone that is actually in there and they want to talk to you. But the person that literally just wants to lurk. They don't want to be recognized. They don't want to be talked about. They don't want to be mentioned. They just want to hang out. That's it. For them, that's an instant leave. That's like instantly going, no, fuck this. How did this guy know I was watching? That's so fucking creepy, right? So I don't know why he would even say that, because I think there's a bunch of streamers now that probably do this, and a lot of viewers that's going, what the fuck? No. Let me just get out of here quick. After one, it's kind of uncomfortable. Of course it's uncomfortable. You're just joining the stream, and suddenly someone's going, hey, bro, how you fucking doing? Say, fuck, am I now, should I say hello? Is this now an obligation? How did you know? So no, I think that's just horrible advice, right? Never do that. If you ever want to be a streamer, please don't fucking do that. Let the lurkers lurk in peace. Leave them the fuck alone. They are doing their job the way that they're supposed to be doing it, which is making your numbers go up. Don't fuck with them. Lurkers can be very iffy if you start fucking with them. That is a new strat. Pretty sure Harris Haller has... Actually, I don't think Harris Haller would ever have said that. But if he did say that, that was stupid. Gilgamesh. You bastard. Thanks for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome. 3 months in a row. DJ Nation. You banging, bro. I really appreciate that. It's so awkward because he is asking how you're doing. How's your day? Like, what the fuck? Do I need a script? Yeah, don't tread on the lurkers. Let them be lurkers. Let them have fun. Another one of the big guys that's out of touch with the rest of us. I don't think it's necessarily even out of touch. I think in that regard, it was legitimately just Ninja being told by some big company, hey, we really want to pay you an obscene amount of money to make a guide on how to be a streamer. And literally, here's what you need to know in order to be a streamer. Get yourself a camera, get yourself a PC, hit the start stream button, and that's it. There is no course that you can take in order to learn how to be a fucking streamer. There is no magic way of growing. But now you're being paid to come up with some course for 45 minutes of teaching people how to do something that can only really be taught by just fucking doing it. So, of course, now you have to come up with a bunch of bullshit things, right? So you basically have to come up with a whole bunch of crap that ordinarily no one would do, but since you're being paid to do it, you're just coming up with crappy reasons. Streamers should be able to toggle off the IC lurker's name, because if they leave and you are struggling with viewers, it might be a downer to lose that person audience. Gilgamesh, you can toggle it on and off. So again, I can't show this because I don't want to out the lurkers, but on top of your chat, right? So at the top of your chat, there is 3 little buttons. Right? It's like an ellipsis. Is it called an ellipsis? What's the 3 buttons called again? When you get 3 buttons that's vertically aligned. What's the English word for that? Is it a supercolon? Maybe. But if you click on that, you, as a streamer at least, you get users in chat. Okay? So I can click on users in chat to see all of the users that is in the chat right now. And I can sort of, do whatever the fuck with those names if I really wanted to. I actually heard a very creepy story. You can shadow ban people if you really wanted to, but I did hear a very creepy story of a viewer. This wasn't in my stream, but this happened apparently in someone else's stream, where a viewer was going through the users in chat. Because I think as a viewer, you can see it as well. You guys can check. I'm not sure. But I think as a viewer, you can see it as well. But the viewer was going through people's names, looking for all the goals, right? And then messaging these goals. He was messaging all of the goals in chat. Like, just saying, hello, I saw you in chat, and, you said something funny and shit like this. And I'm like, bro, is there any place guys won't turn into a fucking dating app? Like, why be so desperate, bro? Like, I mean, some places are just not dating apps, right? There are certain places, like, what girl gets a message from a complete random fuck and be like, oh, this is my future husband? Like, what girl? Why would you think, good idea this, that I have the right idea about how to meet girls here? I'm just gonna message every single girl in this chat until one of them replies with, oh my god, I've always wanted to kiss your dick. Right? This, the person with an anime gold pic is totally a girl. That's why you send the D pic. This is true though. I have it on good authority. Morny, how you doing, brother? But I do have it on good authority that girls love dick pics. Especially the ones that they didn't ask for. Like, I think they call them unsolicited dick pics, but that really is just a different word for yes, please. Girls love that shit. Like, she will marry you. If she's not already married, that is usually the best opening line ever. Just saying that, and if your dick looks good enough, the girl's absolutely gonna just fall over herself to reply. Probs increasing your chances? Yeah, sure, why not? I still don't quite understand why any guy would do that, though. Like, I mean, I'm not saying that I don't understand why a girl, why a guy would send a dick pic. If it's your girlfriend and she asks you to send you her dick, probably, it's fine to send it. Although these days, with the age of the internet, I would argue maybe not the right thing to do, but, do whatever the fuck needs to be done, I guess. But what I don't understand is, as a guy, do you really believe that your dick is so special that a girl will just not be able to help herself? Do you believe that your dick has the superpower to just introduce you to a girl and it just instantly bypasses her ability to think, what about his personality? Like, she sees your dick and she goes, no, obviously that's a good personality, right? Is that what you believe? Jason Broke. Bro, thank you so much for 2 months up. Did really appreciate that. Welcome to the DJ Nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I very much appreciate that, bro. Especially the veiny ones. I don't think it matters whether at that point I'm not an expert, obviously. I know I look like an expert on dicks, but I really am not one. And I'm not a girl either, but I'm gonna say it doesn't matter how good. I don't know if there is such a thing as a good-looking dick. If I can throw that out there. They all look pretty creepy to me. I've never seen a dick where I went, you know what, I'm not gay, but that is a good-looking dick. That's never happened to me. So I would argue that there is no such thing as a dick that would win a lady's heart, if you will. Like that, it will just win her over, and she'd be like, "Oh my god, I've always dreamt of putting something like that in my mouth." I don't think that's happening. I think that maybe there's guys that have success with that, and if you are one of those guys that has actually had success with that, please let us know, because you would be a god amongst men. But I don't know if that is actually a thing that has ever happened. Just the right girth? Again, don't think that's gonna matter. Most girls want to know who you are and find out your personality. King Julian, is this why you are single? You think out of 100 girls, there is bound to be at least one that would want it? I don't even think out of 100 girls even one wants that. Even out of 100 girls, even the biggest slut would probably not be okay with that. I'm talking about that girl that basically you take her out on a date, and before you've even opened the car door, she's willing to jump into bed with you. Even she would probably not want the dick pic. You know, I don't see it. Even a prostitute would probably not want the unsolicited dick pic. Maybe it is 1 in a million, which immediately brings to mind the Jim Carrey Dumb and Dumber fucking scene. So you're telling me there's a chance, right? And I'm sure there are guys like that, you know. You gotta respect the hustle, I guess. If you find one, them crackos, they would for crack. Is it best practice to dimension the image for scale? Dude, why the fuck are we talking about the best way to take a dick pic? The topic you bring up so funny. Hi, Ryker, how you doing, bro? I don't actually know what the right etiquette is for taking a dick pic. Like, do you include the balls? Do you include the like your body? Do you just take one, like a close-up of your dick? I don't know what the right way is. I would have to probably go do some research on that. I don't know where the fuck you do research on that. Like, do you just Google best way to take a dick pic? It must be a course on that, right? Maybe on Brilliant or like Skillshare. Someone has to have a course on that. It's no point sending a dimensionless one. Always hold and squeeze to make it look bigger. The right etiquette is to not even take it. Trickstar, what if you have a girlfriend that wants to see your dick? So your girlfriend is out of town and she goes, send me your dick, baby. Then the right etiquette is to do what your girlfriend is asking, which is to send your dick. Now we're on the next step, which is, okay, how do I send this dick pic? Like, what is the right way to send this dick pic? What should it look like? Should I be holding it? Should it just be flopping about? Should it be semi, fully erect? There's so many things. What about the lighting options? Are you just going to have the normal overlight? Are you going to do flash? Are you going to do no flash? Are you going to do night light? There's so many things to go into this. You really have to think about these things before you send that dick pic. Because in the wrong light, Your girlfriend might think you're smaller than what you actually are. Fully erect with shampoo on it. Jesus. That is a very specific way to see a dick pic. Girl's point of view is the best view. But that would mean your girlfriend is taking the dick pic. You take a video of you. Yeah, you can probably need the copter, right? That wouldn't be too bad. You go to a professional photographer, problem solved. Did that? Yeah, that is a next level commitment to dick pics. I don't know if many people want to go through that hassle. I do think girls have it much easier though. If you're a girl, dude, the amount of things that you can take pictures of to entice a guy is just next fucking level. Whereas, what does a guy have? Just the dick. Like, you can't really send a picture of anything else because all the other things are just like, But, dude, as a girl, there's so many things that you can take pictures of, and that guys would just love that shit. Girls' dick pic are not that easy. For some girls, it is. It feels like people are stopping to use common sense more and more in recent times, and people who think their online anonymity gives them enough degrees of separation that they are not held responsible for their actions, and that's a problem now on the internet. For some things, people should be held responsible. Metal Van Mal, what are you referring to here? Feet pic meta for guys incoming? It's not even feet pics. Okay. Just a girl's stomach. But say, if a girl literally just takes a picture of her stomach with her hips and the fucking curves of her stomach and her hips, that's hot as fuck. That is actually hot as fuck. A girl taking a picture of her back with a slight arch, hot as fuck. If you as a guy did that, unless you have like a super six pack with like V lines, probably fucking not. The girl doesn't even need to have V lines. She just like needs to have a fucking stomach. And there's going to be guys falling over themselves for that shit. Like, they just have so many more options, dude. Like, the camera just loves them automatically. 2 powers that control if to start a relationship and marriage. Grofile, you really think a guy has the power to start a relationship and to control when you get married? I do not agree with that one bit. Dude, you do not even control that. Look, you can control whether or not you want to marry this girl or whether or not you want to date this girl. But if the answer to both of those things is yes, it's not actually you that decide those things. Because usually by the time you ask her, she has already basically made that decision for you. She's given you more than enough fucking subtle hints to make sure that you are going to ask the question. And with marriage, exactly the same thing. I remember my friend, just before he asked his girlfriend to get married, dude, as the guy that wasn't in the relationship with her, I would sit in conversation with them and I'd be like, how does he not catch on that she wants to get married? Like, every second thing she would talk about would be weddings and wedding dresses, and her friend just got married and she can't wait for her fucking marriage and shit like that. And he's just sitting there completely unaware of what the fuck is happening, but she's just fucking printing that shit. She's just throwing it into his mind. And then one day he wakes up, because guys are fucking morons. One day he wakes up and he's like, you know what? I could really marry this girl. He thinks it's his idea. You know, he thinks to himself, wow, I just came up with a really good idea. Meanwhile, she has started planting this idea into his mind for the last 6 fucking months, dude, before he even asked. So even there, I don't think we control as much as we think we do. Because girls are just smarter with reading social cues and understanding social interactions. They understand how to fuck with us much better than what we understand how to fuck with them. They just know. and this goes really for good and bad stuff, to be honest. Like, I don't care who you are, you have never met any guy that can make you as angry as what your girlfriend can make you, dude. Like, if a girlfriend really wants to, she can fucking drill down to that one thing. Like, ordinarily, you're a very mellow guy, you barely get angry, but your girlfriend will find that one fucking button, dude. That one thing that pisses you off. If she's in the mood to fucking have a scrap, she'll find that thing and she'll fucking twist it until you lose your shit. And then as soon as you lose your shit, you're a fucking asshole for losing your shit. But she found it, bro. She knew how to fucking get on your nerves. They just know that shit. For us, it's more of a punch in the wind, right? You just sort of throw shit out there and you hope that one of those things fucking stick. Because you're not entirely sure exactly how to press her buttons, but you have a general fucking sense, right? You kind of know that she's a little bit iffy about her weight, so if you really wanted to hurt her, you could say something. I'm not saying you should ever do that, but if you wanted to, you could fucking like say something about her weight, and that would kind of hurt her. But she knows exactly, dude. She could write a fucking book on how to destroy you. If one of her friends came to her and said, "Can you explain to me how to fucking kick your boy in the nuts?" she would be able to write a book exactly step for step on how to fuck you up. You wouldn't be able to do that for your friends. Rafe Cratch, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. They're just better than us at this shit. They just understand this shit so much better than us. And it's kind of automatic. It's like they understand this shit from birth, bro. From fucking birth, they understand exactly how to fuck a guy up. Saving Raven, we are talking about when things go well. I'm talking about those moments where things are not going well, and you're already sort of fucking, like, you know, those moments where you're just brewing. It's just brewing. There's a fight coming, which is also usually what they control. It's very rare that you are in control of when the fights start. She wanted to have a fight long before you even realized that you're in a fucking fight. I mean, there's a reason why they don't have to give as much of a shit, right? Because as a guy, if you're going to talk to other guys, you have to be kind of careful about the things that you say. Because if you say the wrong thing, that guy is going to punch the living fuck out of you. But as a girl, you kind of know that the chance of you getting punched is very slim. So you can pretty much say whatever the fuck you want to your boyfriend. And you know that there's a line that he can't cross. So you can just push as much as you want. You can go straight over the line, say whatever the fuck you feel, say whatever the fuck you think. And your guy is just going to have to take that. Basically can do a scream at you, which isn't really that scary. Bulber had a similar viewpoint, and I agree with him 100%. It's actually why I thought about this just now. I was watching a Bulber interview earlier today, and they sort of asked him about his earlier stuff where he was like very angry the whole time. And he did sort of say in the interview, he's like, I did hate women for a while, for a long time, especially in my early career. I fucking hated women. And he would sort of just give voice to that anger that he had about women. I don't trust people, and I'm afraid that the relationship will harm me in any way, mentally or financially, or my reputation. So I first want to get to know someone like a friend before I trust someone enough for a relationship. See, I don't understand that mindset though, because who the fuck is going to be a better friend to you than your girlfriend? Because what you're saying there is sort of like the argument of my friend and my girlfriend is two separate things. Which I think that's incredibly unhealthy. If you have like friends and then you have your girlfriend isn't really a friend, she's just your girlfriend, your friends are your friends. I don't understand that. So you should be friends, but I don't think that friendship, so in other words, we should be friends for 6 months before we start fucking dating. That makes no sense to me. Like, if you like someone and you are sexually attracted to them and you do actually get along, then you should start that relationship. But that the thing is, the relationship only starts when you ask her to date you, right? That's not the end of it. That's where you start to get to know each other, where you actually become friends and you talk about shit, and you really, I think you can actually be better friends with a girlfriend than what you can be with just like a friend. Because there's stuff that you can tell your girlfriend that you can't really tell your friends, right? I'm an attractive guy. Women aren't hard to get, and I make a good living. Women are hard to replace. I can't really comment on that. I would say for me personally, girls are probably very hard to get. If I was interested in getting a girlfriend, it would probably be a fucking hard road to get one. Fat guys aren't necessarily the most successful at getting relationships, unless you're like stupidly rich, in which case you could probably get relationships, but are those the relationships you want? I don't know. Tony the Toad, what the fuck did you clip? Let's see it. Let's see what my next fucking nightmare is gonna be. Playing the game in hard mode. I don't play the game at all, so I guess I just stepped out of that. I just decided it's not fucking worth it. Okay, let's see. For a long time, especially in my... I did hate women. For a long time, especially in my early career. I did hate women. For a long time, especially in my early career. I did hate women. For a long time, especially in my early career. I did hate women. For a long time, especially in my early career. This is something that could actually fucking end careers. You fucking asshole. Jesus. Wow. Just said he's given up on a woman. He will be married in the next year. Dude, unless I meet a girl, either online, right? So say I meet a girl through content creation or Twitch streaming or some shit like that, or by some miracle, and I don't know exactly what miracle, but by some miracle, she drives into my house, but she doesn't kill me. She just drives into the wall, for example, right? And her door happens to open inside the room. And also, I'm not pissed off at the fact that she has just driven into my fucking house. How would I meet that girl? The girl that I'm going to marry in a year from now. This is my life, bro. I wake up every morning. I go to the gym. I don't meet people at the gym. I just go to the gym. I get home. I shower. I make videos. And then I go live. And then I go to sleep. And then I do the exact same thing fucking tomorrow. So at what point there would I meet someone? Because I genuinely don't even speak to people at the gym. Grofel, it depends on how hot she is. Like, if she is really hot, I don't think I would be angry. I don't think you'd be angry. Like, let's say, for example, Kate Beckinsale drove into your fucking house. Would you be angry? Would you fuck? You'd be like, oh my god, Kate Beckinsale is my fucking house. Yeah, she's single. She drives into your house and immediately gets out and she's like, oh my god, I'm so sorry. Can I go to dinner with you or some shit? I don't know. Whatever the fuck single girls say to get guys. Like, oh my god, your dick is so nice. Thanks for the picture. I don't know what the fuck she's saying, but she's there. She wants to be your girlfriend now. Would you be angry? Of course you wouldn't, right? You need to go out and try new things, Echo. You'll meet new people. Fuck that. That's a lot of work. Ah, for fuck's sake. Are you for real? It opened the fucking clip in the wrong window. Never mind. We'll just leave that. I'll share the clip afterwards, bro. Yeah, she gets out of the car and she goes, oh my god, I'm so sorry. Wow, I really like you. Wanna fuck? Would you be angry? Imagine it's Kate Beckinsale. Like, that's legit how it all happens. She drives into your house. You're like, Jesus, fuck, she's in my house. Or someone's in my house. There's a car in my house. And she gets out and she's like, oh, I'm so sorry. Oh my God, are you okay? Wow, I really like you. Want to fuck? You're not going to be angry about that. You're not going to be like, oh, what the fuck? Get out of my house, bitch. You're like, oh my God, it's Kate Beckinsale. She wants to fuck me. Just drove a car through your house, but now she wants to fuck you. She's making up for that. Like, stop fucking lying, bro. None of you would be like, nope. You are all just, you are lying. 100% lying. If Kate Beckinsale came up to me and said, you want to fuck? I'd legit think it was a spoof and turn her down. No, you wouldn't, because on the off chance that she is correct, you'd be like, yes. I'll be angry. What the fuck? Is she dumb enough to hit my fucking house? She can fuck off. Doc. Fuck off, man. No one would be angry. The only guy that would turn her down is a guy that's happily married. And your wife happens to be hotter than Kate Beckinsale, which isn't a lot of guys, by the way. A smarter guy would fuck her, then make her pay the damage. No, he wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. Like, everyone knows this. When it comes to sex, a guy's brain turns the fuck off. Like, if you know that you're about to get booty, that's not the moment to go, okay, can you solve this complex rational issue for us? No, it isn't. That is the time where you take advantage. Because you know at that point, no matter what you ask, the guy should be like, yeah, you can take all my money. Here's my fucking pen. Right? That's the secret. Would she immediately offer to pay for the damage? No. She's offering her body as payment for the fact that she drove into your fucking house. Through my wall on the floor. Dude, she fell out of a plane. I don't fucking know. Like I said, girls control sex, men control the start of a relationship or marriage. If I just jacked off minutes before, then my only interest in her is getting her to make me a sandwich. No, it's not. Like straight insurance details over steak dinner, my treat. She just offered you sex, and now you're going, no, fuck that. Let's go on the date first. Well, we fantasize about this. Why not get 100k cash for the repairs on top of the sex? Because she's not offering you 100k in damages. She's offering you booty. Maybe she gets out and she want to have sex. I can't get any more points on my license. Otherwise, I'm never going to be able to drive again. So please take the sex instead. Like, that's your choice. Yarmy booty. There you go. There you go. At least one honest fuck. A bunch of you guys are literally tripping. Like, you are literally out here just pretending. Like, oh no, I'm not actually that guy. Dudes, you're alone here. You don't have to pretend here. I get why when you're in the public eye and there's girls around, you have to pretend like you're really fucking cool because the girls need to see it. It's just us guys here. It's just us guys. This is the internet, boys. Don't worry about it. There are no goals here. You can speak plainly here. She wants to tap that and pay to fix her house? Yeah, what girl would do that, though? There's no such thing. You would take her what? Where's my fucking history? Here we go. No, watch later. There we go. With the rest of the slaves? Jesus, that got a bit dark fucking quick. Burke, what the fuck did you do? What did you do, bro? What did you do? I'm unbanning you. Don't worry about it. Literally, wouldn't give two fucks. I'm just building my house, and if some motherfucker drives into it, they either pay or I'm beating their head in. Okay. I don't believe you, but okay. Speaking of which, we could watch one of the videos I have here on my list of videos is the surprising company who secretly controls porn. And it's on my watch later list. Do you guys want to watch that? Mike Miranda, how you doing, bro? Let's see. What 40k stuff do I have on my list? Crotch, you bastard. Thanks for the $10. I'd really appreciate that.
Funny shit.
I would love to watch some funny shit, but everyone wants Warhammer because they're all a bunch of sluts for the Emperor. So I kind of have to give the people what they want, which means Warhammer, which means chat, Luton. It means Luton. Everyone knows that when we talk about Warhammer, we are talking about Luton 09. This is the 3.1 addendum, Faith and the Warp, right? Which we've watched number 3 of the Emperor of Man. We have not watched the addendum to this, which I really want to watch because the faith argument and the warp argument is quite close to the topic that I myself want to cover for Warhammer. So it's in the vein of the conversation and the theory that I have going for me at the moment. So this is the one we're going to watch, but I have to go pee first. Let's just quickly see here. There's no ads lined up to be played, is there? Fuck, I hope not. There might be ads coming soon. I need to pee, but at the same time, I should probably wait for the fucking ads. It doesn't matter if I spam it now. It's just going to spam it again in about 10 minutes or so. I think the orcs are the source of the power of the Emperor. I think there's more to the source of the... I think there's far more to it. Yeah. Okay, fuck it. Let me just go pee quickly, chat, and then we'll fucking watch this. As soon as the ads do start, though, just let me know so I can pause the video so you guys don't miss anything. And also, I fucking hate getting up after the gym, man. Lake day was yesterday, and everything is fucking sore. I hate this. My Gara was absolutely epic. I still have to get to the orc video. I have that in my watch later list, and I've had that in my watch later list for almost a month, which is the orc video from Luton. Anyways, I'll be right back. Oh, fuck my legs. All right, chat. Welcome back. Been reading a ton of Warhammer Fantasy lore lately. I still love 40k more, but there is some great lore in fantasy. Get the fuck out of here. We do not care for fantasy in this stream. We are only here for the Emperor. And by the will of the Emperor. The Emperor, as always, protects. So, I don't want to hear any of that bullshit about fantasy. They do not have the Emperor. And that really is the only thing that matters. All right, are you guys ready, or do you want to wait? Are we waiting for people? Is there still people that need to filter the fuck in, or can we start? We're watching the Emperor of Man 3.1 Addendum. I have not seen the penultimate heresy book cover. All right, you guys are ready? You're settled in? Dick and hands, boys? Let's get ready. There is one lesson a wise man would learn from the universe. It is that a brittle mind will break before it turns.
Right, hello to you all. So in the most recent Emperor video, I spoke fairly extensively about the Emperor's crusade against religious worship, the extremely uncompromising nature of his actions, but I don't think some of what I said was clearly explained, and I should have learned by now that you can never explain things clearly enough, so while something in my head makes...
Okay, Luton is so correct. I have made this mistake, and I'm assuming these are pretty old videos, so probably towards the beginning of his career or beginning years of his career. But this is something that I've learned as well. Never assume that viewers will understand what the fuck you're talking about, because you can explain something relatively well, but leave a couple of gaps in your explanation for things that you just think is kind of obvious. And there will be viewers that just like, actually, this, and this, and this. And you're like, dude, I was hoping that was fucking obvious, but never mind. I will explain this again. I have wasted so many hours talking to assholes in the comment section that go, actually...
total sense, it maybe is not so much so for those who are listening, and this is maybe a shortcoming of mine. Anyway, in some of the passages, I think some descriptions need clarifying further. Now, my ideal solution would be to go back, maybe revise a few things, but that would mean removing a video, re-editing, re-upping something. No one really wants to have to do that. So I hope instead that I can just maybe clarify a few points that were not made as well as I would have liked them to be. So maybe this will become an ongoing format for amending, to just add an addendum after maybe very lengthy videos. 40k can be pretty simple, but it can also get very complex, very philosophical, a lot of semantics. And with the best will in the world, sometimes you can miss a singular quote somewhere which can change the meaning of everything.
I would actually argue that's one of the powers, or one of the strengths of the Warhammer universe. It really is true. Almost anyone can understand Warhammer within an afternoon, I would say. Like, if you had a full afternoon, you could explain to someone what the universe of Warhammer is and what it entails. Lupetti, what did you try to link? Burke, you bastard. Thanks for the 2-1 sub, dude. How many months is that now? 12 months. Part of the DJ Nation. Really appreciate you, bro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You can explain to someone very quickly, listen here, this is what Warhammer is. You can explain all of the races, the Xenos races, the Empire, most of the factions for the Empire. You could explain to someone what the Primarchs are, what the Emperor is to some extent. You could give them a brief overview and they would absolutely understand what this is, right? And what this universe entails. But then you get to the nitty-gritty stuff. So, for example, when you start talking about the factions within the Imperium, things get more philosophical. some of the factions have very slight differences. But those differences are big enough that it makes it a different faction. Especially when you get to the Chaos Gods. That's where I think things get really weird and awkward. Because a lot of the Chaos stuff is very much an ideological difference or a point of reference difference. And that's where the beauty of this universe lies. Is the deeper you go, the more you realize there's so much more that you don't know. Like, you'll go into something. Shadow Scatic, thanks for the 2 months. I really appreciate that. 8 months in a row, part of the DJ Nation. I appreciate you. Thank you. Get into this universe and you're like, okay, I think I know everything. Then you go a little bit deeper and you're like, fuck, I don't know anything, but I think I know everything now. Then you go a little bit deeper and you're like, whoa, I did not expect this. And the deeper you go, it's like an onion. You're just getting through more and more layers, and the more layers you go through, the deeper it gets, and the more complex it actually gets. And I actually think that's one of the problems with this universe. When I started out, it just seemed like a very big universe to me. Now that I'm sort of getting more and more into the universe, it's not just big, it is incredibly complex. And the deeper you go, the more complex it gets, which is the allure of this thing.
Ever ongoing minefield of just understanding, and sometimes things you've read before will drop out of your mind. It's just this ongoing balancing act, and I always do my best to find a common focus. I also will say, if this was not clear already, when I make my videos I usually want them to have a certain feel, or perhaps lean maybe a little more one way than another, but you shouldn't interpret this as a bias. It's maybe just more of a creative choice. Lastly, I hope you guys will see that I am never closed to correcting, amending, or changing a position on something. With that said, if you come at me in the comments with something which is very clearly nonsense, I'm going to say that it is, alright? If people will have a constructive, respectful discussion with me, I'm going to do the same with you. But this doesn't mean that everybody's going to agree, and it doesn't mean that what I decide is definitively right.
You want translation to what Luton just said there? Luton, basically, that's content creator speak for some of you guys were complete and utter cunts in the comment section in the last video. So go fuck yourself. I'm just going to block you. That's it. Whenever a content creator tells you, if you come at me respectfully and open-minded and you want to have a conversation, I will have a conversation back. But if you're going to be a dick, I'm just not going to respond. That is basically them saying in my last video, you guys were fucking assholes. Just know that from this moment, so I don't even waste my time anymore with that shit. If you come into my comment section in any way, shape, or form, attacking me, if you start off with anything, so this is actually something that will absolutely get you banned from my YouTube channel instantly. That's if you start the sentence with, what the fuck are you talking about? You start the sentence with, what the fuck are you talking about? We're done talking. I just ban you from the channel, and I never have to see your bullshit again.
Either. This is one of the best things about 40k, that people can interpret things differently. For sure, some things are more certain than others. Some, you can argue, are definitely carved in stone, but others are very, very loose and open to personally subjective interpretations. And to give you maybe a sense of how much I value all this, if a mistake is too severe, I will fix it.
Be placed. Thank you so much for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 3 months, part of the DJ Nation. Thank you, brother. The fuck are you talking about? We would never do that? Yeah, right. You guys would never do that. Like, just look at this. You guys are giving me money, interrupting the video. How dare you? You guys are so fucking rude, man. I'm trying to watch the video here, and I already know what's going to happen. This video is going to go to YouTube, and all the fucking YouTube comments are going to be like, oh my god, could you stop saying thank you to the people giving you money? It's so fucking annoying when I have to hear you say thank you to the subscribers the whole time. You guys are rude. You're pissing off the YouTube viewers. They don't understand how Twitch works. They don't understand what the community is all about. So you guys have to take them into account. They're stupid. All right? They're stupid. So stop giving me money. Let's watch the video.
Rather than just saying, whatever, to hell with it. You know, in the past, when I was close to releasing the Mechanicum video, it was basically finished. And yet I realized I had to go back and fully re-edit the whole thing because I'd muddled some of the timeline, and this took me several days to fix, anything like 20 hours to get that one done. Another thing is that whenever I'm trying to write up a script or an edit, a core thing is that if it doesn't have whatever I'm talking about doesn't have some kind of reference. So for example, to be clear, my STC video, I mentioned that it was my own speculation, tried to make that very, very clear. But then this can get very complicated itself, because what constitutes a reference? Very often when I see people discussing stuff in, say, Reddit or on a forum or YouTube comments about set in stone facts in air quotes, and people get really, really fired up about these things, except when you then go and actually read and find the reference that they're basing their rant on or whatever, you often find that it's anything but a fact, and more often than not, it's something which is extremely vague and totally open to interpretation. Which is why I...
Isn't one of the strengths of the Warhammer universe, and Swanky Tiger, I don't even know what the fuck Warhammer Plus is, but isn't one of the strengths of the Warhammer universe the idea that everything is canon, but not everything is true? Because that is a quote that I have heard thrown around about Warhammer many times. It is that whole idea of, even if you've read something, it doesn't automatically make that true. It just means that, because from what I understand, almost all of the books and the right user, thank you so much for the gifted sub, did really appreciate it. Growing the DJ Nation, I appreciate you, bro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All of the books are written from the perspective of someone. Is that right or wrong? There are that are definitely true, but some come from biased point of views. It is, well, yes, but actually no. It's more of a community meme. Well, they do change an awful lot of things, and especially in a world that you have something like the Chaos Gods, it would probably be like almost nothing is set in stone, because Zeech could just fucking change something if he really wanted to, right? So I would argue, in more ways than one, a lot of things in the Warhammer universe is almost always subject to change to some extent. For now, that would be the truth, but there is also a world in which that could change immediately. Give me vague enough allows each army's players advocate for it. Yeah, plus almost all the videos that I've watched so far on Warhammer makes it sound like there is very little in this universe that is absolutely set in stone. Outside of the fact that we can absolutely state that the Emperor is real. We can absolutely state that mankind is real, right? We can state that the orcs are real, and we can state that the Necrons are real. And we can kind of agree on the way the Necrons lost their lives and were enslaved and eventually won and then enslaved the Catan. So there are things that we can agree on, but the bits and bobs, the sort of the meat of those arguments. So when you go into what exactly is the Empire, what does it look like in the Imperium of Man, there things are very sort of broad so that people can sort of make up their own minds about stuff.
I always laugh when people say things like, I don't have the reference for it, but I'm sure that I've seen this somewhere. Yeah, it's like, I'm guilty of this myself, but if you can't back it up with a reference, it's not a thing. And if that reference is more than a little shaky, don't be surprised if I or anybody else is more than happy to just dismiss or ignore it. There also has to be the question as to how we may view things which are only mentioned once in a text briefly. Do we take this as being definitive from that point on, or should it only be considered as such when it has been confirmed in other sources multiple times first? That's another personal question to answer, because much of the way we interpret everything in 40k often relies on you trusting the source, and if that source happens to be, say, some crazy hermit in a cave, a misremembered, overly romanticized version, or a figment of something's imagination, or how about just a straight up lie? You know, this doesn't happen by chance.
This picture still just gives me creepy vibes all over, man. Because it's way too intimate given the size difference here. Like, someone is about to have their hips dislocated in the setting of this fucking picture. Garthos was racist, but he's not the whole alliance. But Admiral Proudmore was too. But Jaina wasn't, and so on. It looks like Emperor is playing with his action woman. Boo, the Emperor is a creep. Yeah, well, it looks like he's a fucking creep, yeah, at least.
It's because a lot of what is written is done so with a deliberate sense of plausible deniability, so that later on, if they decide they want to change something,
Donnie,
they
how
can do
you doing,
so
bro?
without everything else becoming a total mess. And this is why I have said forever, things are only canon until they are not. Case in point, Disney Star Wars.
Luton, we were just about to be friends, bro. I just fucking started liking you, and then you bring up Star Wars from Disney. There are only 6 Star Wars films, and all the others are not Star Wars films. They are new films that just happen to have the same fucking name. I'm sorry, but there's been no change to the Star Wars universe or fantasy or lore since the first 6 Star Wars films. That's it. That's the end of the fucking discussion. And if you think that the other Star Wars films are Star Wars films, you're fucking wrong.
So firstly, let's talk about the Emperor's use of extreme violence. Now, it's certainly true to say that this was not an uncommon occurrence for the ongoing future. Yet for me, it was the severity of this with which the Emperor seemed entirely unconcerned that bothered me. However, with that said, it's certainly true that in the greater scheme of things, it could be seen as being appropriate or even necessary. And it is, I admit, certainly open to interpretation if the Emperor is genuinely hypocritical through his description of religious violence, ignoring political violence, while acting it out himself. It's more likely that he is simply trying to make an argument, which I said in the video, because he's trying to argue this case without having to explain the primordial truth, which is what he wants to avoid doing for obvious reasons, but the whole point of the primordial truth is why he wants to eliminate religion. So you can kind of see how the whole thing is like this conflicting mess, and he's making a very poor argument that doesn't make a lot of sense on the one hand, and then kind of going against what he's saying and acting it out on the other. And like you say, you can make the moral argument that his overall goal is a higher purpose and it benefits more than it is a negative. But within that context, I'm looking not at the grander picture from our understanding, but just in that specific space at that specific time. And I do feel it's worth reminding that the Emperor is a man who seems entirely unconcerned by disposing of anything as and when it becomes unnecessary or inconvenient for him. The Thunder Warriors being a good example. We have on the one hand this figure saying that he's going to be the saviour of humanity and lead us all into the light, yet at the same time he's committing atrocities left, right and centre that are as bad or worse than those that he's looking to eradicate. And again, we have to assume this is all in the service of some higher purpose, and based on the Emperor's say-so, just taking his word for it. Now, from the YouTube comments in the
I think it's important to note in this regard that you are, and this is what people do so often. I know in the World of Warcraft stuff, all the speculation videos that I do in World of Warcraft, people have a very hard time separating human morality from fantasy morality, which isn't the same. It's sort of similar to when people judge historical events based on the morality that we have today. When these two things, the morality that people had 500 years ago looked very different to the morality that we have today. 500 years ago, it was considered completely normal for a nobleman to kill a peasant, and nothing would happen to them because that's a peasant. It's a person of lower birth. No one would even bat a fucking eyelid. The peasants of the day made peace with this reality because that is what they were born into. Again, there's ads now, so we'll quickly wait for the ads to finish. So you can't really judge history with the morality that we have today. We can look at history and learn from it, but we can't judge it because it was a different time. Things didn't work the way that they do today. This, in the same vein, when you look at games and you look at fantasy universes, if you judge those fantasy universes based on your own morality, you are ignoring the very things that shape the morality of the time. The Emperor exists in a universe that is filled with things like Chaos Gods, the Warp, Necrons, Xenos races that wishes to destroy and slaughter humanity at every turn. So for the Emperor, the idea that we can have a democratic society where everyone has optimal freedom is it would never even occur to him that this is a good idea. Because if everyone had freedom, humanity would most likely be fucked. So the Emperor does what he believes is the best way to do it. Even then, I think actually that you could view the Emperor's actions through a different lens that makes everything he said to that priest in the Lost Church so much more profound. And that's one of the theories that I'm working on right now. Well, that's my first theory that I'm working on right now, that actually proves that the Emperor was saying to the priest what he needed to say to the priest, not what was true. Because what was true wasn't really something that he could ever say, because saying it would destroy all of his plans. And he knew from the beginning exactly what he was doing. But that's a theory that I'm working on. I'm not going to share that. Is the ad still going, guys, or is it done? Those of you that are getting ads, can you tell me when it's done so we can continue? And don't worry, from tomorrow, there won't be any more stupid fucking ads and shit. Great Sage, how you doing, brother? Okay, it's done. All right, let's continue.
Emperor video, I thank the son of Angron for highlighting that even his own Primarchs would later question the way the Emperor is carrying this stuff out. So this is an excellent quote from the Primarch Angron of the World Eaters, speaking to Leman Russ of the Space Wolves, neither of who are strangers to brutality or an appreciation for bloodshed. But listen to what Angron says. We fight for the same reasons men have always fought for land, for resources, for wealth, and for bodies to feed into the grinders of industry. We fight to silence anyone that dares draw breath and whisper a different opinion from ours. We fight because the Emperor wants every world in his hands. All he knows is slavery, painted in the inoffensive cloak of compliance. The very notion of freedom is a horror to him. Do we give choices to those we slaughter, a true choice? Or do we broadcast that they must throw their weapons into the fires of peace and bow down, faces pushed into the mud like beggars, thanking us for the culture we force upon them? We offer them compliance or we offer them death. For each time I wage war against worlds that threaten the Imperium's advance, there comes another time where I'm told to conquer peaceful worlds that wish only to be left alone. I'm told to destroy whole civilizations and call it liberation. I'm told to demand millions of men and women from these new worlds to make them take up arms in the Emperor's hordes, and I'm told to call this a tithe or recruitment because we're too scared of the truth. We refuse to call it slavery. I'm told to bathe my legion in the blood of innocents and sinners alike. And I do it because it's all that's left for me in this life. I do these things and I enjoy them, but not because we are moral or right or loving souls seeking to enlighten a dark universe, but because all I feel are the butcher's nails hammered into my brain. I serve because of this mutilation. Without it, well, perhaps I might be a more moral man, like you claim to be, a virtuous man. Perhaps I might ascend the steps of our father's palace and take the slaving bastard's head.
Jesus. Angron is the one that was thrown into the core of the planet, right? Was that Angron? No. No, but Angron... Yeah, Angron is the one that... He crawled out. No. Sorry, the guy that got thrown into the core of the planet ate the people that wanted to eat him. Angron is the one that was made an empath. Like, he was supposed to be empathetic, was actually supposed to be a support class. And on his planet, he was the only one that didn't rule, served in the gladiator pits, but got implanted with this device that basically causes him immense pain. Right? That's Angron. Gladiator, there was Curse. Just confirms my choice in the enclaves. Angron got the butcher's nails, causes him immense pain if he doesn't kill. Yeah. So that's Angron. Okay, I know exactly who Angron is now. And I mean, this is a very profound quote. But again, you have to take it from the source. This is what I meant earlier with the universe of Warhammer. The source of this is Angron, a Primarch that is caused immense pain without evil, and you could look at this entire quote and say that it's justification. He is justifying the things that he's doing as, this is just what the Emperor tells me to do. And I am doing it because he's the Emperor. And yes, he's an evil bastard, and yes, the things that he does is evil, but, you know, because he's the emperor, I have to do what he says. You could look at it as justification, or you could look at it as a legitimate criticism of who the emperor is. It's very much left to you to kind of decide, right, what part of this you agree with and what part of this you do not agree with.
Now, bear in mind that's coming from one of the Emperor's Primarchs, albeit one who would become a traitor to him, but nonetheless, you can see that there are two different ways of viewing what the Emperor is doing. You can clearly see that his actions raise a few eyebrows, even among those who were literally bred for the sole and singular purpose of waging unending warfare. It's very difficult to dismiss that the Emperor's actions, as I said in the previous video, are not more than a little excessive and certainly considerably dismissive of the suffering of the victims that he is trying to essentially save humanity. It just seems extremely unnecessary. And I don't really accept this argument that it was a necessary thing that he had to do to reach these other goals. What, these people on these worlds who essentially hadn't really done anything other than just disagree, and their punishment is immediate slaughter? That seems incredibly hypocritical.
Well, okay, so let's look at it from the Emperor's point of view. You allow one of these worlds to disagree, right? So this world says, actually, no, we just want to be left in peace. Please leave us alone. We're not going to stand against you. We're not going to fight against you, but we really don't agree with the things that you're doing. How long do you think it takes before another world rises up and says, actually, we don't agree with you either? And then, of course, another world and another world and another world. And before you know it, humanity is dealing with a full-scale quote-unquote civil war, because while these worlds are peacefully leaving, they don't want to be a part of this, they are also at the same time diminishing the numbers of humanity. And considering what humanity is up against, humanity can't really afford to have their numbers diminished. Especially in this universe, where the Eldar and the Necrons isn't going to respect that this world is a peaceful world and they don't want to fight. If the Orcs or the Necrons or the Eldar arrive on your world, they're just going to kill you. Or the Tyranids is perhaps even a better example here. Whether you're peaceful or not, the Tyranids aren't going to go, oh, they're peaceful, never mind. They're just going to eat the peaceful people. And if you want to save humanity, if you want to ensure that humanity survives, you can't have peaceful worlds. You can't have worlds that just do not join up. You need the numbers because the Tyranids will just constantly keep eating everything. So again, there's two ways of looking. I'm not disagreeing with Luton because I think his conclusion is correct, but I think it's correct if you look at it through his lens. But there is another lens through which you can look at it, which changes the viewpoint and then makes what the Emperor did for the greater good, not necessarily, it's not moral, but it is for the greater good, which is humanity survival. The Imperial truth, they get wiped out.
Critical to me. But of course, people are going to come back to that old chestnut. The Emperor, oh, he's got his plan, he's got his vision. He understood what was at stake and he was going to achieve that because there was no option to do otherwise. Again, except that you're just taking the Emperor's word for this. The problem for me is that accepting this kind of imposed leadership on others is something that has never sat very well.
Well, Albu, if it's true that the Emperor can see the future, then it doesn't matter that Tyranids weren't a thing then. He knew that they would eventually be a thing. If it's true, of course, that he can see the future.
Throughout humanity, and it seems that with the best will in the world, it's very hard to accept his unflinching do-or-die approach. Maybe the stakes were simply much higher than any of us can understand, but let's put a pin in that, because after all, the future is hardly a place of peace and civility. Yet I would only say that if you're trying to make your case that you are the one true leader for mankind, maybe you would do better to convince people of that than just slaughtering those who disagree.
Glamdring, I wasn't making it. I wasn't making a moral argument, nor was I claiming that the Emperor was morally correct. Not at all. Not even by a mile. In fact, if we look at the olden days, so let's take this to the Earth, right? To normal, our actual world. 500 years ago, when a nobleman decided to burn down a village and slaughter all of the peasants in that village because the peasants wouldn't pay their taxes, I would not say that that is morally correct. I would say that is morally apprehensive. It's a horrible thing to do. But for the time, the nobleman did it. And at the time, the nobleman had his reasons. So you could say, well, actually, if the nobleman didn't do that, then all of the peasants would suddenly realize they don't have to pay their taxes, and the system would come crumbling down because it was a very different system to the system that we have today. They didn't have the systems of law and the systems of order and the police and things like that we have today. So, for their time, that was the only way that they could react. And I would say, okay, maybe you have a point. For their time, maybe that is how they would react, but it's still not morally correct, which is how I view the Emperor. What the Emperor did was morally completely fucking disgusting, but at the same time, you could make the argument that whilst disgusting, for the time, probably the right thing to do. Because, 500 years ago, why would you burn down the village? Well, if they're not paying the taxes, you can't fund your army, and your army is currently fighting to keep other armies out of your territory, because if the other armies come into your territory, they will take your country and then they will kill you. Plus, they will murder everyone else. So it's sort of like that damned if you do, damned if you don't argument. So I still judge it morally apprehensive, but at the same time, I can see the point of view. I don't agree with the point of view, but I can see the point of view.
Agree with you, because that for me, it's not a very convincing argument. So the next thing I want to address is a bit of a tricky one, so I hope you'll try and follow me on this. And also, not that I think it's especially relevant, but just to be clear for your reference, I'm not a religious person in my own life. So in the video I stated that the Emperor was looking to eradicate religion from humanity, but not because he thought worship itself would fuel the Chaos Gods, because this fundamentally is not how chaos works. Because chaos is empowered, fueled, sustained, however you want to describe it, by our existing natural emotions. Some that are stronger than others and have more impact on the warp, and the severity of associated physical actions may bring any number of strong feelings through not just an individual but also other people around you. And all this is true. This is how the warp primarily functions. So my assertion is that the Emperor was trying to reduce the amount of associated negative actions that may arise from those who worship either directly or indirectly the forces of chaos. Now I say reduce, not destroy. And this starts to get a bit complicated here. Essentially, what you've got to keep in mind is that the warp and its entities are constantly reaching out in very, very small ways. It takes a lot of energy from the warp to physically manifest in real space for a demon or a big action or whatever. Yet this is not the only way the creatures of the warp will reach out and manifest. It's very much a sliding scale of incursion. And I think the best way to explain this is for us to go right back to the beginning, before the Chaos Gods were even properly sentient of what they would become. You have all these shared related feelings swirling around in the warp. Let's just for simplicity say anger, hate, maybe bloodlust, right? When enough of these feelings have pooled, they start to form and coalesce and become eventually what will be Khorne. But before you get to that, this formation of powerful feelings begins to become somewhat self-aware, but perhaps not fully. It's more of a driven sense of what it is, what these feelings are when they are all combined, perhaps an inclination or a desire for more, a quite literal thirst for blood, you might say, but it's all still relatively weak. It's not going to manifest any warp entities or have some grand plans, but what it could do is it might start to touch the minds of humans, but just in a very, very small way to begin with. Imagine it's like a pinprick that makes you angry with your partner or friend, just a little pinprick in the mind. Maybe you lash out at someone for no reason in front of others. But the point is, the warp will be making a net gain in terms of psychic energy accumulated from making that very tiny, tiny impact. One of the things that chaos is very much about is efficiency. It wants to expend as little energy as possible while achieving the biggest return it can on that investment of psychic energy. Now, if you follow that idea through, you can see how the warp reaching out with those very small impacts of negative inspiration would build and build and build until eventually it's a full-blown cascade effect. And this is when you see the horrific bloody wars of early mankind and the true birth of the first of the Chaos Gods, Khorne. Medieval times, horrific torturing methods. You know, you've got things like the wheel, where they'd lash a person to the wheel, they'd sort of put maybe wooden like braces in and around, and then a guy with a great big sort of hammer or some other iron implement would just go along the arm, breaking every sort of few inches the bones. Just smash, smash, smash.
Dude, if you think about the shit that we did during the Middle Ages and the evil crap that we pulled, it's surreal how far we've come in terms of humanity, even for people that we view as enemies. Like, even if you view torture today, which obviously we don't adhere to and we do not accept, but even if you view torture today, we'll do things like waterboarding. Back then, they literally would put you on a wheel and break you. Like, literally break every bone in your fucking body. They would put you in cages that they would turn these spikes into your back until it physically broke your back. You had these torture devices that would push up against your chin, but keep your neck, so your head couldn't move back. And it would just push up and up until it fucking broke your neck. Just terrible fucking shit that we created. Torture devices that we created just for fucking funsies. These days, I mean, we learn about waterboarding, which is terrible, but we learn about that and we freak the fuck out. You know? Imagine if we found out that there's an army, like, imagine if we found out tomorrow that the American army is using, like, a contraption that breaks a prisoner's neck. People would be fucking outraged by that shit. But anyways, the thing that he's saying here about Warhammer, about the warp, that's what I'm currently researching. The stuff about the warp, the early days before the old god or the Chaos Gods was actually a thing. And this plays very deeply or very heavily into my theory about the Emperor and who created the Emperor. And I think it has something to do with balance.
Until the person was literally just like a jelly. These are the things that happened during that time. Horrific, nightmarish, often done in public, and you can see that all of that is going to drive and fuel and power the birth of a god like Khorne. So keeping that principle in mind, two questions were coming up again and again. Now the first, why would the Emperor eliminating religion not destroy the Chaos Gods? Well, simply because, as stated, while the gods undoubtedly crave worship, why wouldn't they want those who are committed to furthering everything they desire? It's already established that they can influence those outside of the warp severely who are not worshippers. So case in point, the Emperor's own Primarchs. I mean, if there was ever going to be representatives of humanity that you would have expected to be not corruptible, it was going to be them. Yet through the entities of the warp reaching out, twisting, manipulating...
Swanky, wait, who's the Chaos God of Order? I don't think there is a Chaos God of Order, right? Is there?
Scheming, they managed to turn what should have been the final stages of the Emperor's Great Crusade, finalising all the gains he had made and helping him remove some of the pesky worshipping that had been going on throughout the galaxy, undoubtedly some of it that probably leaned very strongly or small way towards the Chaos Gods, perhaps even if they didn't know it.
So, in my theory, it's not that the Emperor is supposed to be the Chaos God of Order. So, I'll give you guys a quick rundown of it, but I'm still working on all the ins and outs of it. Every universe, especially this one, because this universe is very much based on our universe, and then, of course, it goes complete fantasy eventually. But every universe is set in this counterpoints, right? So there's always a balance. If you have this, you must automatically have that. It's always the case that you have counterpoints to everything. You have matter, you have antimatter. You have the materium, you have the immaterium. This counterpoint thing is very important. Now, you have a place like the warp, where all emotions and souls go. So when you die, your soul ends up in the warp. We can basically look at the warp as like the realms of death. But this inevitably suggests that there must be a place where souls come from. Because if souls end in the warp, then souls must be made somewhere else. Now, I realize people will say, but actually, Akalon, the theory is that the old ones made us. It's like, yeah, the old ones may have crafted the physical form, but it's entirely possible that they got the souls from somewhere else, right? So, what if the Emperor, and again, I have a lot more on this, but I'll just throw that question out here. Everyone looks at the Emperor as if the Emperor is human. But what if the Emperor isn't human? What if the Emperor is the creation of the realm from where souls go as a result of the warp and what happened to the warp? So in the beginning, this realm, let's call it life, and the warp were in perfect harmony with one another. The warp is where souls went when they died and where emotions ended up, and this other realm is where emotion was born and where souls were born. But they were in harmony. They were balanced. And as humans and depravity throughout the universe grew, the warp became more and more powerful. It eventually erupted into the birth of chaos gods. And this realm realized that it is about to lose the battle. The balance is going to be thrown out of whack. So it creates an entity that should put an end to the destruction of the warp, because the warp will eventually envelop everything, including everything that they have created, the souls and everything within it. So they create this Emperor, okay? The Emperor needs an army. This realm decides that the Emperor's army, the best one for it is humanity. The reason I look at it this way, and I think this could work as a theory, I'm not saying it is because I obviously don't know enough, but as a theory that I think it could work is if you look at it that way and you realize that the Emperor's main goal, his job throughout his entire existence has always been to destroy chaos, then suddenly all of the decisions the Emperor makes throughout his life that we look at and think, wow, he made so many mistakes, suddenly makes fucking sense. Every decision makes sense if you view it from the perspective of his main goal from day one was to destroy chaos.
Chaos had reached out, twisted the Emperor's own sons to its own end, and as a result causing a downward spiral of horrific war that would continue to spiral out of control long beyond the conclusion of the heresy, which was of course exactly what the Chaos Gods would have wanted. They didn't want worship gone, they wanted it to continue. They wanted humanity to bathe in its own blood and scheming, its desires and its despair. But as I said in my video, in my opinion, they didn't need worship. They want it, they didn't need it, because even if the Emperor had been 100% successful, it wouldn't have destroyed the gods, weakened them undoubtedly, but they have demonstrated they're more than capable of influencing and furthering their own needs. But okay, what about then the worship? Because I said it wasn't about the worship, but about the other acts, because that wasn't how the warp worked. Now, this is true, the warp is primarily...
Great Sage, he used the power of the warp, Psyker and shit like that. But chaos is not the origins, like the warp isn't automatically chaos. From everything that I've read so far about the war in heaven, the warp wasn't chaos in the beginning. The warp became chaos due to the depravity and the emotions that exists in the natural world. But the warp became that. Not that it was that in the beginning. So right now, the Emperor is drawing magic from the warp, which is chaos because the warp have become chaotic. But in essence, it's still just warp magic. The warp just happens to be a realm of chaos right now. And obviously, the Emperor being a creature that can draw upon the warp would be, like, it would be chaos magic. But it's ultimately just the ability to draw upon the warp. And because the warp is chaotic, the warp is chaos magic. So that's what he's using right now. So that would be my argument against that, because that is one of the things I was thinking about, because I don't know everything about the Emperor, but I know enough to sort of kind of know the limitations of the Emperor and where the Emperor goes with things, but when my theory is finished, I will put it on YouTube. Not because I'm trying to come up with a brand new theory to change people's minds, but I like doing things like this. And if it's wrong, it's completely wrong, and people can tell me in the comments section, dude, you are completely wrong. And that's great. I like thinking about things like that, and I like sharing it because then other people can sort of talk to me and be like, but what about this? What about this? So I can learn, which is exactly what I do with WoW, right? I put out theories, and sometimes the theories are completely right. Sometimes they're completely wrong, but they're still fun at the end of the day. And it's fun to think about and talk about and discuss and sort of see where you might be wrong, where you might be right. And that's the only way I can share those theories, is by putting it on YouTube. Otherwise, I'm just talking to my fucking self, right?
About emotions, feelings, and thoughts, not the actions of bowing, praying, okay? Not that when I'm talking about the specific action itself. However, and this is perhaps what I didn't make clear enough in the video, there is a lot of semantics at play here. So the argument being that the very act of worship itself fuels and sustains the gods in the warp, that the very act of having faith and worship is a feeling in and of itself that is essentially a separate emotion to contribute to your chosen god. There's meant to be a piece of reference that speaks to this effect, but as yet I haven't been able to find it. I continue searching for it. It's supposed to be in the Liber Chaotica. I haven't been able to find it. So maybe that does exist. Maybe it very specifically states that just purely having worship, whatever, contributes directly to the warp. I haven't found this. If you want to go and find it yourself and bring that back, go for it. But like I say, you know, even then, if it's a one-off singular reference, very subjective, I would say, how much weight you place into that singular reference.
From everything I understand about the warp, I did not get the idea that the warp grows purely because of worship. Worship creates emotion. The warp feeds on emotion. Now, if you happen to worship the Chaos Gods, the emotions that you display will feed those Chaos Gods. So if you happen to worship Slanesh, you're probably going to be depraved as fuck and have a lot of sex and do a lot of bad shit, and that will feed those emotions, is what will feed Slanesh. It's not the physical act of the worship. So if you worship, this is my take on it at least, if you worship Slanesh, but the way you worship Slanesh is basically the way that you would worship God. So every night you go on your knees and you pray to Slanesh. You live a good life. You don't rape, you don't pillage, you don't slaughter, you do none of that shit. No depraved shit. You don't have a sex dungeon or anything like that. You just go on your knees every night and you pray to Slanesh. I don't get the sense that that would feed or power Slanesh. You would do nothing for Slanesh because the emotions that you would emit into the warp would be good. It would be nice. It would be, it would be religion, but it wouldn't feed Slanesh. He needs that depravity. That's what feeds him. That's what he grows with. So it's not religion. It's the emotion that religion would bring that is actually the thing that feeds him. Yeah, you can worship Slanesh on your knees, but that's when your mouth is full or when you're smiling like a donut, right? Then you could, but that's a whole different story.
So then we come to faith. Now again, you could come to the conclusion that faith is a feeling. You feel your faith for something. Except I don't believe that it is. Now, why do I conclude that? So I guess first you have to think about what we regard faith to be. What is the core constant when we talk about faith? Now again, you could argue that faith is something you feel. You feel it in you. But it depends on what you mean by a feeling. A feeling is defined as something that is a vague suspicion, a premonition, a notion. A feeling is an idea or a belief you have about something but that you're not completely sold on. Or it is very simply an emotional reaction to something. Now those definitions for me are not how I understand faith as a concept. Because the core constant when you think about faith is that it is unbreakable. Because up until the point where you have faith in something, you don't truly believe in it. But feelings, on the other hand, are very flexible. They wax, wane, they come and go, they're changeable all the time. But that's not what faith is. So essentially, when you have a feeling, that can be swayed, it can be changed, it can be moved on about an idea.
So if you break down what faith actually is in Latin, so if you go to Old Hebrew and also Latin, and you look at the word faith, it means an unwavering, knowing. It doesn't actually believe, or it doesn't actually mean belief. It doesn't actually translate to belief. It's not that you believe something, it's that you know something to be true. So if you have faith in something, you know that that thing is true. You don't believe it. You don't sort of think that it's true. You know it, and it's unwavering. It's unbreakable. So I do agree with Luton 100% here. It's not just his understanding. It's the literal translation of the word to have faith.
Idea. Once that feeling of an idea becomes a certainty for you, it becomes faith. Faith is the point at which you go from trying to choose between something or to perhaps rationalize it to where you come to an understanding that in your own mind that this is your reality, your belief system. You believe it to your core. Once you've found that faith, it should be unshakable by others or by your emotions. And this is key as well. People who speak about having faith do not allow disastrous events to break it. They somehow see past this tempest of emotions they may be feeling is simply breaking over them, like a violent sea might break over rocks. Your faith remains unmoved because your faith, and be that in the Emperor or the Chaos Gods, is not a feeling or an emotion that you have that's going to wax or wane. It's not something that goes away or that you may feel now or then or only in extreme circumstances. It's a constant certainty. It's distinct and separate. Faith is knowing to your core that the understanding you have concluded is unbreakable, no matter what else is occurring. But it's not going to become stronger or less. It's basically just a defined constant. So what I'm saying is having faith in a Chaos God doesn't feed it emotionally, but it is a powerful thought. Now, I'm not 100% sold on the idea that this in and of itself feeds or fuels the warp. All I've read focuses entirely on it being about the strength of emotion. But is it possible that strong thoughts also focus your mental, psychic energy through to the warp? It's certainly possible. But even then, if you want to really break things down and get into the mechanics of what a thought means, let's say you're scheming to murder a person. You can plan out the very emotionless mechanical aspects. That's a thought. But the thought that I consider that would transition to the warp is the emotional part of that thought. So it's still related to an emotion. If you were scheming to take like a higher position, you wanted to get a promotion, or you wanted to steal somebody else's job, there are still many emotions happening there which are related to that scheming conspiracy. So even when we talk about this idea of, well, your thoughts, you might well be thinking about doing an action. Usually there's going to be associated connected emotions to that action, which is what you're wanting to do, and that's what's driving things forward.
I don't think so, Evans, because from my perspective, once the Chaos God have been created, so once you have Slanesh, it doesn't matter how many good emotions you would push into the warp. Slanesh will just never feed on those emotions because he's not capable of doing that. He is a conduit for the depraved, and so he only feeds on depravity. If you were to push, say, love, peace, and humility into the warp, Slanesh would just not give a fuck. You're far more likely to create at some point an empathetic Chaos God if enough empathetic thoughts and emotions streamed into the warp, then you would be able to change Slanesh. But that's just my reading of it. And I could be completely wrong. The Emperor is also a scheming and deceptive arsehole. He doesn't even allow people to see his true visage. Maybe. Wild Boy, how you doing, bro? In old Warhammer, they were called Order Gods. Okay. You can't turn an entity of depravity by feeding it good thoughts. Rather, the good thoughts would spawn another entity entirely. Yeah. That's basically how I would view it. And I would say, just to sort of link with what Luton is saying here, and to probably clarify my own position on it, I do not believe that it's, like I said, I don't think it's the faith bit of it. I don't think it's the belief. I don't think it's the religious part that is feeding the Chaos Gods. I don't think it's the worship that is feeding the Chaos Gods. And let's go to the real world again. If we look at different cultures throughout history, the faith really shapes the culture. So the Vikings of old, right? Their faith suggested that if they died in battle, they would go to the halls of Odin. That was their faith. It was part of what they believed, which meant they welcomed battle. They sought battle wherever they went. This is why they raped and pillaged as far as they went, because in their faith, that was the way to prepare a spot for themselves in the halls of Odin. So their actions, due to their faith, is the thing that would have fed Odin and would have ultimately made his halls more powerful and him more powerful as a result of that. It's not their belief in Odin. The fact that they believe in Odin doesn't matter to Odin. Odin is not getting stronger due to the fact that they are believing in Odin. Odin is getting stronger because with every battle that they fight, every person that they slaughter in the name of Odin, that sadness and that horror that person that is being slaughtered by the Vikings, that horror that they experience, that horror goes to Odin. Odin feeds on that horror. The bloodlust that they experience, that emotion of bloodlust and hatred that they experience when they slaughter these beings in the name of Odin, those emotions go to Odin and it's feeding Odin. It's not the religion. The religion or the faith part of it simply enables the emotional part of it, and it's these emotions and the actions and the emotions that the actions spawn that feeds Odin. It's not the religious part. So if the Vikings didn't slaughter everyone and didn't kill people, they just believed in Odin and went on their knees to pray to Odin, Odin would not be any stronger for it. Because Odin doesn't require the religious part. He doesn't require the worship. He requires the actions. This is why Odin said, you die in battle, you come to us. That is what I would argue is what feeds the Chaos Gods. It's not the belief. It's not the worship. It's what the worship inspires in you and the emotions that gives you. That's what they feed on. It's not the physical act of worship. I could be wrong, but that's what I believe.
So what then of prayer? Now, when it comes to chaos cults and worshippers, you probably have to loosely interpret specifically what you would imagine them to have. Maybe for them it's some kind of group chanting or individually whispered moments when they focus themselves, or, arcane runes and other elements like this. Sacrifices maybe, but that's, like I say, an action, it's not praying, is it? Now look, either way, prayer is the thing that is closest for me in terms of literally feeding and sustaining the warp. Yet again, prayer isn't a feeling, it's an act. So you use it to convey all your pent-up emotions and overwhelming feelings through the focus of your worship. It's a release for you to convey and let those feelings flow through you. So in this sense, does the act of worship feed and sustain the gods, specifically the gods of chaos? I think yes, it does. But is it faith that in and of itself feeds the warp or the gods? No, that isn't what faith is, as is my understanding anyway. Is faith a part of someone's belief and their worship though? Yes, it is. As I said, there's a lot of semantics here, but I find that this is important. So the remaining thoughts for me are as follows. Did the Emperor, as I highlighted, seek the extermination of religion so as to, quote, destroy the chaos realm? I don't think so. We hear demons speaking about how the Emperor's actions are destroying their realm, but this seems a very over-the-top evaluation, likely for dramatic effect on behalf of what goal that demon was trying to achieve. But was the Emperor's war on religion during the Crusade probably having some negative impact on the Chaos Gods and the Warp? Undoubtedly. Did they just step around that problem with almost no issues whatsoever? Absolutely. Because as I said in the video, this idea that the Emperor was going to destroy chaos by removing religion, it seems absurd. It would make them weaken, to be sure, but they've survived for millennia. It seems pretty implausible to me that this would be some kind of hammer to strike them down with. It's way more probable that the Emperor had other plans, but that was unable to realise them, or maybe Chaos was worried about things way further down the line. But the final thought, was the Emperor justified in his war on...
Again, my theory here covers that in quite magnificent detail, if I do say so myself. I'm actually very proud to say that my theory explains 100% why the Emperor destroyed religion. It could be wrong on many other levels, but on that, I'm quite certain it is one of the best reasons for why the Emperor wanted to destroy religion. Not to fight chaos, but rather to create something else.
On religion through the imperial truth? Probably. But when you consider that Chaos is continually scheming and reaching out and manipulating whatever they can to suit
Monday, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Elder Legend states that Yanid, the new Elder God of Death, will slay Slanesh and return the souls of the Eldar for rebirth. Is Yanid a guaranteed new Chaos God, or is it a rumored new Chaos God?
their own ends in the material realm. It seems like a lot of effort on behalf of the Emperor and his crusade in terms of the human cost for him imposing this imperial truth that the gods just then were going to sidestep, and they ultimately did. So this to me, as I said in my conclusions, is just another misjudgment on behalf of the Emperor, really. He makes this huge effort, I would say very difficult to argue the validity of the slaughter. His own Primarchs are disagreeing with him about like how heavy-handed it is. He has this very dismissive attitude to human life, and it's just kind of like a means to an end, and he has this bigger goal which he's reaching towards, and it's going to save everyone, but you know, the cost of that is going to be very high. And then after all of that, all of this kind of grand plan, Chaos is just like, oh yeah, we're just going to step around that and do what we've done forever. And this whole grand plan about getting rid of religion, it didn't really work, it didn't really achieve anything, and the cost to humanity was pretty high. So, you know, whilst the goal overall may have been very lofty, very admirable, I find it very difficult to accept that this was ever going to have the kind of significant impact that it was portrayed that it was going to. Anyway, I hope that helps clarify and give a little more detail on my thoughts around this. I'll be back with more very soon, guys. Thanks for watching as always. Drop a like if you enjoyed and leave me your thoughts down below.
I did enjoy this. This was actually pretty cool. Just to hear some thoughts and some discussion, especially on faith and the warp. Because I feel like there's so much disagreement. Even in chat, everyone seems to have their own opinions and their own theories on this. Heresy, Girlyman woke himself up through sheer will and manliness. He's just praying to important Eldar. Gulliman is he's the guy from the blue Space Marines, right? The Ultramarines? Yeah, he's the one that doesn't actually have that much. He's not that special. He's just really fucking hardcore. But he doesn't have like any special shit that he does. He's just like quite hard to kill, but still killable in every single way, shape, and form. I know who that is. I like this. I like the Ultramarines. Actually, it's the Ultramarines is my favorite Space Marine faction, purely because they're not special. In a world where everyone has some sort of fucking special ability and everyone is incredibly special, it's kind of nice to know that there are still some that is perhaps a bit more human, even though more human would probably be a fucking stretch, right? Brought him back with the new God of Death you need. Ultra Smurfs are the most overpowered Marines. How though? Because they don't have any special abilities. Imperial God. Oh, they are special. They have main character syndrome. I'd rather the Salamander. Space Marine 2 is going to be such a good game, man. They have massive plot armor, etc. from the writing from Matt Hill. They have an ability called biased writing. The fuck is biased? Oh, never mind. For a second there I was like, wait, that's an actual ability? That sounds a bit on the nose. Okay, Laura, I'm obsessed. Says, "Var, you and me both, bro. You and me fucking both. This universe is just disgustingly good. It really is just... It's a little fucking crazy how good this universe is. Still like fantasy more? Evans, you're wrong though. Actually, I want to do a poll quickly. New poll. All right, on to the poll, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. Let's see. I wanna know where people's hearts are at with this one. I do think 40k is winning. Slightly. Well, actually, 40k is a comfortable lead here. Fantasy is the better verse overall, in my opinion, especially now. It's just a shame its characters are woefully underdeveloped compared to 40k. I mean, the option is, Trickstar, what do you mean neither? How can you not care about the Warhammer 40k or the Warhammer universe in general? Dude, I would settle for a good Warhammer 40k game. And when I say good game, I mean a proper fucking RPG that isn't just turn-based combat. Like a proper RPG, you know, the kind that, like a Baldur's Gate-esque kind of thing. I would fucking love that if we could just have that kind of game. Or if they could do a remake of Dawn of War 1, 2, and 3, but this time do it right, like do it proper RTS. Keep Warhammer 1 exactly, Dawn of War 1 exactly the same as it is, right? Because that game is fucking OP. But then number 2 and number 3, just make it proper RTS, the way that it was meant to be. I would even settle for that. Like, if you don't want to give me a new game, I would settle for that. That would be fine, in my opinion. 20 people are wrong, and 6 still have hope. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. You think the people... Dude, I prefer the 40k universe. And despite Apocalypse's best efforts to get me to go into Final Fantasy, into Warhammer Fantasy, I still prefer 40k. Who are we raiding, chat? Give me someone to raid, chat. Choose someone. I don't know who the fuck we're gonna choose, but I need someone to raid. Imperium Blood, that makes it less interesting in my opinion. Fantasy has more balance in its factions, getting focus. I don't know who Rick is. Soul is on, true. You guys want to raid Mr. GM? Yeah, all right, let's go say hello to Mr. GM. He raided us the other day, so we may as well return the favor. All right, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for me to... I'm not going to raid Soda Poppin'. It's time for me to go. It's already 6 o'clock. We've done 7 hours today. It's been an absolute blast, as always. I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, as always. Yeah, we might do YouTube tomorrow, actually. Not Twitch. We'll see, though. We'll see how I feel. But same time, at least. So just check the Discord if you want to know when I'm going to be live again. I always let people know on the Discord, so you can come hang out. And yeah, I really appreciate all of you. I'm going to go edit some videos and then get some food and then go to sleep. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you so much for spending your morning, your afternoon, your evening with me. It's been an absolute pleasure as always. Be kind to each other. Be good to each other. And I will see all of you in the next one. Peace out, fam.